Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Don Bain. I am the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you totally live and 100% in living color from CES 2023. We are on the third day. It is Saturday. And if you are new to the show, welcome. What we're going to do today is an interview every 10 minutes. That's right. Every 10 minutes, we will have a new company here, and they will show us what their products are, what they hope to achieve here at CES, and you're going to learn all kinds of crazy things, and it's a lot of fun. And we're going to go from 9 in the morning till what, 4 or 5 is it, Kurt? 5 till 5 every day, so you'll see a variety of hosts and a plethora of products for sure. We are at the opening of the conference right now, and if we flip the camera behind me, we're going to take a peek and see what the traffic is. Now, oddly enough, every day the traffic kind of decreases. So right now it is absolutely empty. At 10 o'clock, I expect to have a guest on that's going to tell us about stats and numbers regarding CES. So that should be pretty interesting to listen and hear what they think they're getting for attendance. Last year, I believe it was 40,000. That was because of COVID. This year they expected 100,000, and it's very hard for me to decide how many people are here, because one, we are all in the Venetian right now, and there's 2 floors here, and the bulk of the CES is at the convention center, which is totally full. Now, I was at the convention center yesterday for a couple hours, and it was just mobbed. I mean, mobbed. The Samsung exhibit, which is always fun to see, had, I think, an hour wait to get through their booth. That's a long time here. So it's hard for me to tell how many people are actually in attendance. I will say that, every year there's a buzzword. I remember way back when it was 1080p, and everybody was really juiced up about 1080p television sets. And I just saw yesterday an 8K TV. Actually, it was from Samsung. I got to tell you, it was beyond exquisitely magnificent. I just couldn't believe it. The quality, the texture of the video is like you can just grab it and eat the food right off the screen. It was remarkable. I always go back and say, what's the point of 4K? Of 8K? They're not even broadcasting in 4K. Yes, you can get some movies in 4K, but there's that little push right now, and it always happens at CES where 8K is been shown, and you'll see there'll be 8K TV sets, and of course the price is just going down, 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 down. Everybody has not 1 or 2, but probably 3 or 4 1080p television sets. They're cheap now. I remember a year or 2 ago they were, $16,000 for a 48-inch TV. Today you can buy a 75-inch 4K television and under $1,000. So the prices are definitely coming down. All that really took place at CES because that's where the technology was introduced, and there are a lot of things like that. 2 years ago it was robotics. A year ago, maybe 2 years ago again, they had drones. That was a big push here for drones. This year, from what I have seen, it's definitely AI, artificial intelligence. I think, I don't know, I had maybe 10, 15 interviews yesterday, and 80% of them all involve some form of artificial intelligence. That's the way it's going, and it's scary in a way because I think in some situations you're taking away the human ability to figure out what's going on, and instead artificial intelligence will. So we'll keep our eye on it, and our first interview is actually here. Pet Now. Okay, I could see the shirt. Pet Now. We're getting the mic on, and you can hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
You adjust your ears.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, I'm Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor, and we're here at CES, and you're with the Tech Podcast Network. welcome, Pet Now. And your name was?
Peter.
Peter.
Yes.
Okay. Peter, what brings you to CES?
So my company is presenting a revolutionary biometric identification app for dogs and cats.
Okay. So we're bringing a measurement system for doggies and kitties. Okay, what are you going to be measuring?
So we are basically like recognizing the dog's nose and cat's face for identification, and we can identify them without microchips.
Okay, so what kinds of things will that information get me? What's it going to tell me?
So running like real simple scans will reveal the information of the registered dog or cat along with this information, and we want to encourage communities to help each other to locate the like lost dogs and cats and return them.
So it's like a security identification system, if you will.
Yes, it is.
And is this product available right now?
Yes, it is available for download for free in the US and South
Oh,
Korea.
you can download it for free? Software,
Yes, sir.
hardware you have to purchase.
There's no hardware.
There's no hardware.
It's just that.
What is the device that goes on the dog or the cat?
Well, there's no special device really needed, but it just runs on your smartphone, and all it does is just running a face scan, just like using Face ID on your iPhone.
So if the cat goes out the house and I want to know where the cat is, it's going to tell me that it's out of the house.
Yes.
Will it give me coordinates?
Yeah, like we will need some like people out there, like shelter, like people or like police officers to have it located. And we are also working with a Korean carrier, and we are like self-broadcasting locally to like notify the neighbors about the location.
So how do I know if I find a cat that it's connected to your system?
So the cat will have to be like registered on our system ahead of like being located.
So is it biologically registered?
Yes.
Based on my software, it says
Yes.
my cat is whatever cat it is. It
Yes.
tells me what the heart rate. What's it do? It fingerprinted? I don't understand.
Like-
How's it identify my cat from your cat?
So there are like feature vectors on the faces of cats, and it measures the distance and size of the eyes and
Oh, really?
noses and
Okay,
mouths.
so it's like face recognition, but this is dog recognition or cat recognition.
For dogs, we are running like nose print scanning, and it works like fingerprints.
So every nose on the dog is different.
It is.
I didn't know that.
So it has been like known to be like unique to each dog since 1940s. And
Did not know that.
And Kennel Club in Canada has been using it for identification.
Wow. So I can. What's the name of the app? Pet Now? Is that the name?
It
of the,
is, yes.
So I can go on my smart device, whatever it may be, iPad, Android
iPhone,
operating. Okay.
probably.
And I can download Pet Now, and then I'm going to do some type of photographing or whatever, inputting the animals.
Along with the dog's profile.
The
Yes.
profile, that's the
Yes.
word I was looking for. So now I got the cat or the dog's profile in there, and now it's going to start generating information for me 24/7. What else does it do other than it's lost or it's here?
That's a very good question, and we
Thank
are
you, thank you.
cooperating with Korean government to have it like admitted as like one of the official ways to register their pets on National Pet Registry, and we are also working with Korean like insurance companies to introduce like pet biometric based.
So you're based in Korea?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
But so we want to like utilize our solution to lower the pet insurance like premiums.
That's great. I mean, that's a great idea. How'd you think of that?
So
Is this your company?
Yes, like I'm not a co-founder, but I'm a marketing director. So, like, my founder like didn't like microchipping because it hurts and like there are some side effects, and people are just not willing to do it on their own, despite like there are like encouragements.
So if I found a dog and I want to see if it's quote registered with Pet Now, I would have to download the app, do a scan of the dog,
Yes.
and then it's going to say, hey, yeah, that dog belongs to the dog belongs to whoever it belongs to.
Yes, and you can also notify the owner about the location and contact information as needed.
Okay. Now, is that going to push the information to me, or
Yes.
do I have to always check the app?
Well, there will be a push going onto your app.
Okay. So this is totally free, which is wonderful. How do you make money?
So we are charging the government and like the insurance companies for making use of our app, but whenever they're for maintaining the system and like running a search for like our app.
Very interesting. So this is readily available now. I go to petnow.com, Or I just go to Pet Now in the App Store, whether it's the Android store or the iOS, right?
Yes.
And just download the app and
Yes.
away I go for cats and dogs.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have I had a cat.
Mhm.
Don't have a cat anymore.
Oh, sorry.
Never had a dog. I have tropical fish. You can't do anything for.
Sorry, we don't.
The fish are always in the tank. I don't have to worry about that.
Yes.
But what about humans?
So for people, I think we are just focusing on like dogs and cats identification at this moment. But well, there are like more players in the.
Well, I mean, think about it. You know, unfortunately, there's just so many people that just go missing.
Mhm.
And if you could download your app and
Mhm.
you know do a facial scan or whatever, fingerprint,
Mhm.
and then God forbid they go missing, you know, with Alzheimer's or dementia, whatever it is, and a lot of people, unfortunately, that happens to. That would be awesome to locate them. How far does that track out?
So like our app is pretty strict in that like kind of matters because like people usually think of like locating the missing like person or cats or dogs in distant like, cameras, but our app needs to be scanned from like 4 to 8 inches, which is pretty close
Right.
for like closed circuit cameras
Okay.
to search. So our app is a bit like away from that matter.
So
I
you've
guess.
developed basically facial recognition for cats and dogs.
Yes, sir.
So you have that parameter, and that's really something. It's quite interesting.
Yes.
And right now, this is where's it being used most in Korea?
Yes, as I mentioned, we are trying to like cooperate with we're in talks with like Korean pet insurance companies, and we are going to roll out like pet insurance plans this year.
Do you have coverage here in the United States now?
Well, we are slowly expanding. Like we are do have plans to like expand into here, and we need some like validation ahead of like we have to set up proper models for making us to look attractive.
So that's why you're here at CES, I would imagine, to find people who basically invest and help your company grow.
Yes, sir. Like we would like to welcome anyone and any government departments or like insurance companies or other
Right.
like entities to visit our booth located in the first floor mentioned expo.
Okay, and if they wanted to find out more information, they can go to petnow.com, I would imagine.
Oh, it's petnow.io.
Oh,
Sorry.
.io.
Yes.
That would be Korea.
Yes.
Okay. I hate to ask, how's things in Korea?
Well, the website is available in English.
No, I'm asking you, how are political things in Korea?
Oh, in like legislation matter.
It's very scary. We read in the United States in the paper all the time that your buddies in North Korea are bombing, launching rockets, and scares me. It
Well-
scares me. Do you guys worry about that on a daily basis, or?
Not at all.
Not at all.
We have a strong army, and we have like a U.S. Army base in South Korea as well, and we have been pretty safe for like 60 years after the Korean War.
Thank God. I'm glad.
Mhm.
That's
So,
good.
No worries, and we will also establish an entity in the U.S. so then we can cooperate more like seamlessly.
I see.
Mhm.
Well, that's good. I think you have a fabulous idea, a great app. I encourage people really to use this. It's Pet Now. Go and download that app, and I know for a fact I have a ton of people that follow the Gadget Professor, and I know you guys and gals have dogs because I get questions about it all the time. So this is a great way to keep these animals safe and keep track of them. And there's no reason not to download it. It's free service, and I commend you for doing that. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on the air with us today, and I wish you the very best of luck. And I hope you find $1 trillion here and go on to build other cool apps. Good for you.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure to have you. All right, have a good day.
You too.
And she'll remove your headset. And who thought of that idea? You?
Well, like it's been like under like research since.
It's okay. You're okay.
It's been like research since 2018, but by the time like the performance of the AI was not strong enough. And,
Okay.
But we have been improving. Like,
Well, I wish you luck with it. Thank you for coming on. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Again, you see all kinds of devices and apps here. That's a really cool device, but I think, again, along the lines of security, then again, you get into privacy. Do you want your mother, your father, or whatever, your loved one to be scanned in and then checked into a database. Privacy laws are kind of crazy, and they're again for your protection. But what a cool idea for an animal. Like I said, I don't have a dog or a cat, but I have tropical fish. I know where those fish are at all times. 90% of the time, they're above the tank. On occasion, I lose one or two, and they are at the bottom of the pool, which is not a good thing. I haven't lost a fish in a long time. All right. In any event, that was our first interview of the day. Interesting app. A lot of companies that come here, their whole purpose is to find investors or to find someone that will take their technology and integrate it in someone else's technology and form some type of a partnership. Again, about 82% of everything that's here at CES, and there's a lot of stuff here never makes it to market. I can't tell you how many devices I've seen over the years that look great, and they go absolutely nowhere. I had a gentleman here yesterday. I don't know if you saw the interview. You can go back. By the way, these interviews are all available 24/7. I believe on YouTube, Kirk.
Yes.
So where would they go to find it?
It would be. It's Plug It's Live.
Plug It's Live.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's also on various on everyone's Facebook pages. Geek News Central, GNC Week in Review, the Gadget Professor. It's all on all the pages. So if you want to go back on the replay is also on the Facebook pages also.
Okay. So they're there in a whole hunk, as I understand it, right? I can watch the whole day if I wanted to. Just put it on and do my work, and the whole thing's on.
Yes.
And that will stay up there?
Yep.
Is that available to right-click and download also?
I believe so.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay. In any event, if you go to any Geek News Central podcast network, any of us will all have that up there. And, of course, it's on Plugger's YouTube. So easy to find, and some of these interviews are well worthwhile going back and taking a look. As I was saying yesterday, I had a gentleman on, I forget the name of the company, but this guy made flying cars and race cars at that. And they have a couple prototypes these cars are actually going to fly. And he's convinced that this is the way of the future. If you remember Mr. George Jetson, they've been talking about flying cars as long as I can remember, since I was a little kid. But this guy is absolutely sure. He has a hydrogen engine attached to this. And again, it's a prototype right now, which does work. And they feel that they'll be able to scale this up within 2 or 3 years. And he's actually working with governments to decide where the airspace should be, because you don't want these cars, full-size cars, flying all over the place without some rules and regulations. It sounds crazy, I know, and it sounds very futuristic, but that's the type of technology that we actually see here at CES. Every minute, every 10 minutes, I see something new. So, from this gentleman who has that pet app, someone can pick his technology up and apply it to something else, and you'll see his technology 3-4 years from now in several other types of companies' apparatuses. It's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting for me to sit here. But as I was saying, and again, that app is partially AI, because it's taking the measurement of the dog's nose. It's like their fingerprint, and doing some hocus pocus, which is the AI, and creating a standard, a fingerprint, and putting that in the database. There are other companies that we saw yesterday. This one really blows my brains. It's a company that supposedly has the patent on aroma. And what this gentleman's company does is, again, as I understand it, they have a patent on aromas and how to mix the aromas. So what he's telling me is he has a cartridge that's similar to an inkjet cartridge. I haven't seen it yet, but there's 8 aroma vials in this cartridge. And from that combination of 8 vials, he can, and he says in a microsecond, I'd have to see it to believe it, but he can mix pretty much any one of, I think it was 600 or 800 aromas. So the point of it is, you'll be watching. There's so many applications for it, not only health applications, but if you're watching, let's say, at some point in time in the movie theater, of course you have the widescreen with IMAX, right? And then you have the ultra quadrasonic sound, 1,000 channels, you know, the 2 front, the 2 rear. They got the bass wired to the seat, so you feel the bass, you know, of the sound on the soundtrack with the movie. And now they are going to introduce aroma. So as I mentioned yesterday in the example that I used, you could be watching a movie and, you know, you might be walking downtown New York City or Chicago, wherever you are, and you're walking by a pizza shop outside, and all of a sudden you smell the pizza. So you're walking, and this guy, at a certain time, it will all be synced up to the movie. A button will be pressed. It's not a button, but a trigger will say, okay, release the aroma, the pizza aroma. So it's going to figure out what combination it needs of those 8 capsules, and it's going to push the aroma through the air in the theater, and you'll smell the pizza. It's an amazing idea, an amazing concept. And, you know, I used to be a professor at Boston State College many years ago, and I used to teach a course called Learning and Communication Theory. And everybody is used to the sensory perception of your eyes and the sound, but there's not been a lot of attention paid to the power of the aroma. I find that fascinating. And, you know, I asked this guy what I thought were a couple tough questions. He answered them, but quickly. So I said, you know, it's not as easy as it sounds. First of all, he indicated to me that he has some type of patent for the DNA. They understand the DNA of aromas and how to mix them, which is interesting. And I think why would he lie to me? I'm sure it's scientifically possible. And this guy was a pretty smart dude, PhD. I'm sure he knew what he was doing. But, you know, I asked him, how does it deliver the smell in microseconds? That I can't understand. I just can't get my head around that. Secondarily, if it pushes out the smell of a pizza, how long does that smell linger in a movie theater before it's erased from you smelling it and you're on to the next scene, if you will? So I think there's a lot of way to go, if you will, before that's fully developed. But, you know, like everything else, you got to start somewhere. And I believe that in the future, you'll have a TV set that will not only be 4K, HDR, you know, high definition resolution. You'll have your quadrasonic sound or your separate sound system that's going to blow out 8 speakers-ish. And you're also going to have that little capsule of aromas embedded somewhere in that system, and it's going to release the aromas in the air as you're watching your TV set. And he also mentioned that what he envisions is, and this is going to happen, you know, instead of TV sets that the family, remember the family, they'd sit down and they'd watch the movie all at once. What will happen, this is my projection, is that everybody's going to have their individual VR set, okay? You're going to have your own virtual reality headset, right? And you're going to put this headset on, okay? And now you're locked in a meta universe to see what's going on. A lot of these headsets now, these VR headsets, are coming out with headphones that also attach to the VR set. Some of them I've even seen are helmets. So you put the helmet on, right? You've got the virtual reality in front of you, and this is all 3D. You've got the sound coming out of it that will literally blow your brains out. You'll hear a bullet come from behind you, whiz right by you to the front of the screen, or a plane passing by, and you'll hear that sound delay just like you would in real time. And this is all going to be virtual reality. The other thing that you'll be able to do, and you can do right now, is you'll be able to look up and see the rest of the movie, or to the left or to the right or behind you, because these films are being developed in 360. As a matter of fact, that's not going to come. That is here right now. You can go on YouTube, and there are hundreds of movies that you can watch that are virtual reality generated by putting on the headset, and these are free, and you can actually look left, look right, and see what's going on, and it's very isolated. So just like with your eyes, you have a certain range, a certain depth of field, and a certain angle of view. It's the same thing with the VR set. As you turn, you're not seeing this side, but now you're seeing that side. So all this is available right now for free. If you go to YouTube and put, I think it's 3D movies, or virtual reality movies, that's it. You'll find a ton of illustrations. I mean, a lot. What they will add to that now, if this guy's dream comes true, is you're going to add aromas to it. So as you put the helmet on, right, through the nostrils of that helmet, if you will, it's going to generate aroma. So now you're going to get sight, sound, and aroma all from one helmet, and that will be your experience. You'll also be able to increase the sound, decrease the sound, increase the aroma, change the coloration. All this is coming down the pike. Should be pretty interesting, and you'll all have your own individualized VR helmet / headsets, whatever they're going to call it. Should be kind of neat. So again, artificial intelligence seems to be integrating its way into pretty much everything that I'm seeing here. Another indication I had of artificial intelligence was we had a gentleman here who actually, in addition to the aromas, let that go. This guy, I'd love to see it, but as I'm understanding it, he'll take the script from a movie or a TV program, right? And based on exhaustive analysis of what movies, let's just take movies, were the best movies, what were ranked the highest, that got the IBDM or whatever the heck, I forget what the hell it's called, but everything that was ranked high rating, 7, 8, 10 stars, whatever, not the 2 stars. They analyze the text of that movie, and through artificial intelligence, they know what part was the drama, what part was the humor, what part was the sad part. All that was being continually analyzed, right? So he's able to take that information now, and through artificial intelligence, take the new script, okay, a movie that hasn't been produced, run it through his software, and based on artificial intelligence, it compares what made a movie good and what made a movie bad. He will be able to forecast for you if the movie's going to be a flop or a phenomenal movie. And he's able to point out specifically in the script what part needs improvement, all based on artificial intelligence. That boggles my mind. And I also worry, if it's taking away from the individual creativity that all these producers and writers have, if you're changing the whole basis of the movie based on artificial intelligence, based on what will sell. Interesting stuff. Okay, we are getting ready to wire up our next interviewee, and we're putting the headset on, and I can't see the company. Air Vibe. I can see it now. Here we go. Oh, okay. It's Airvida. T1 and E1. Hi, I'm Don Bain.
Hi, I'm Claire from IBO.
Claire, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm okay so far, but it's early. It's early.
Yeah, it's so early.
So tell me a little bit about your company. It's pronounced?
IBO.
IBO.
Yeah.
Okay.
It means I'm able to be.
I'm able to be. Yeah. I'm able to. IBO.
Yeah.
Okay. I definitely. That's not what. Oh, here it is. IBO. I'm looking at. Okay. So what's this Air Video? What is this?
Airvida is our signature product.
Okay.
That is a wearable air purifier.
A wearable air purifier.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about it.
Okay. So our Airvida is the lightest wearable air purifiers in the world. It purifies air through negative ions.
Okay.
Okay. So like pollen, allergens, and virus, they are usually positively charged. When our air negative ions combine with them, they'll become heavier chunks to fall to the ground. So we won't breathe in those harmful particles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what does this look like?
What does this look like? You can see the flyers here.
Okay.
You wear it on your neck,
You wear it on your neck.
just like.
Oh, you have
wire.
one there. I don't
Yeah.
know. Kirk, can we zoom in on the device? Is that possible? Okay, so that's the device. So it's like a necklace, essentially.
Yeah. This is actually one of the things that makes us different from competitor. Because
Okay.
competitors wearable air purifiers usually very big,
Okay.
but ours is like an accessory that can fit your outfit.
No way. So you have them in different colors?
Yes, this one has black and white. And other ones have like white one,
Oh, okay.
yellow one.
I don't know if we can pick this up on
Okay.
the. But you know, there's your brochure. So you have white, you have black, and you could essentially pick a device that kind of matches what it is that you're wearing. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's get on to the technology, Claire.
Okay.
That's obviously breathing in and breathing out.
It's not
No?
breathing in and breathing out. It
Okay.
just generates negative ions.
Okay, so it's generating out negative ions.
Yes.
Okay, and that's going to kill any bad ions that are in its path.
It just removes those harmful particles, and these are the removal rates.
Okay, so everything's 99%. Coronavirus, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
99.7. Influenza, 99.9. Virus, 99.9. Pollen, allergens. PM2, I haven't heard of that. I don't know what PM2 is.
Particulate matter in the air.
Okay,
That's just related to air pollution.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. Formaldehyde, that's a bad one. You don't want to breathe that in. Okay, and bacteria, you don't want to breathe that in. So everything's way above 95%. Everything's really 99%. So how much of that negative ions is coming out of that?
Okay, our products can generate 20 million negative ions every 0.6 second.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's just like you're being in 200 forests.
Okay, so I'm a pretty big guy. Is that going to do the same job for me as it is for you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, does that create how much of a coverage over my nose is it going to do? Because that's where I'm breathing in everything.
The coverage range is 30 centimeters.
Now, have you measured this? Do you know this?
Yeah.
How do you measure that?
How do we measure that? We ask like third party labs to test this for us,
Okay.
like a negative ion tester.
Now, do you feel a difference when you're wearing that opposed to not wearing that?
Because I'm not an allergic person, so I don't think I feel
It's an
a lot
honest person
change.
here. We have an honest person here. It's a good answer.
Yeah, but my colleagues who is allergic to pollen, she says that after she wears our products, she doesn't have to take the pill off
Really?
for allergy. Yeah.
Wow. Well, I have a friend over there who's allergic to everything on the planet.
Oh.
But that won't help her with the, like she's allergic to like bread, for example. Allergies, it won't help, but stuff that's generated in the air, like she's allergic to pollen,
Okay.
big time.
Okay.
So that would help her avoid the pollen allergies, like from cut grass, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how long does that device last?
Okay. For this one, you can use it for 28 hours on one charge.
Oh, so it charges up.
Yes.
Okay.
With USB cable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long will this device last? Not charged, but I mean, does it last for a year, forever, for?
Okay. As long as you don't break it, you can use it forever. But in terms of the battery, because battery has limited life, if you use like 14 hours every day, you can, after 3 years, the battery will be like
Done.
70%.
Right. So the device is disposable at that point. You can't replace the battery.
After 3 years, no. But if like your battery is broken in 1 year, we have like a warranty period,
Okay.
so we can repair the product for you.
Now, is there a charging light that I would know that it's charged, like a red light or a green light that indicates the device is actually charging?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm actually bringing the product that has earned us the Innovation Award.
Okay, let's put this right there.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay. It combines two functions.
Okay.
One is wearable air purifier, and the other is noise canceling earbuds.
Ooh.
So it's actually
Now you got my attention. Not that you didn't have my attention before. Air canceling earbuds. Okay, tell me all about them.
okay. So it's a Bluetooth
Right.
earbuds, and let me open it. It's also very light, like this.
All right.
Take it. You can just put it on your ear. It's just like a Bluetooth earbud.
Okay.
Here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there they are. They are very light. They look huge. They're going to actually go in your ear,
Yes.
and they will do two functions.
Yes.
The noise canceling,
Yeah, and it's also a wearable air purifier.
and it's going to purify similar to what the device that you have
Yes.
on your neck.
Yeah.
Are they the same amount of purification, or does one do more than the other?
Their purifying effectives are the same.
Really?
Yeah.
And how's the noise cancellation on these?
How's noise? The function is similar to like AirPods, the noise canceling part.
So is it automatic?
What do you mean by automatic?
The noise cancellation, does it automatically come on? In other words, you put these on, the noise cancellation is already inherent in when you turn them on.
You can actually choose the noise canceling mode on your mobile phone. So it actually comes with a mobile app.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so-
I'd have to test them out to know what the capability is for noise cancellation, but what a cool idea. I mean, you're wearing it, you might as well get clean air at the same time.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now, are these available now on the market?
We're planning to sell it this year, but we need like distributor partners.
You
here.
need money.
Investors, of course, and also distributor partners to like help us get to more channels in the U.S.
Okay. As I mentioned, that's why a lot of companies come here to find partners, because it's torturous to raise that kind of money and to knock down all those doors, which is why CES is an opportunity for companies just like this with very interesting, productive technology to get help to move forward. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
So what do you think the price point of these will be?
We're still deciding.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a good answer.
Yeah.
And what about the
this one is 189 US dollars.
109?
189.
189.
Yes.
Okay, and they're available now?
Yes.
Okay, and people would go to IBLE, IBLE?
Yeah. You
That-
can buy it on Amazon.
No way. So if I go and look up IBLE,
Yeah, you
I
can
can
find
buy it on
yes.
Amazon.
Yes.
all right, that's excellent to know. Claire, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for
Thank you.
coming in. It's a very interesting device, and it's very cool what you can do with these. Not only do you get the earbuds and the noise cancellation, you also are going to get some air purification.
Yes.
So I could see these being of tremendous advantage on a plane.
Yeah, I think so. Our product team is impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive. And again, it's hard to answer the question, but if I was on a plane and had these in, would it cancel the noise of the engine of the plane, or we don't know that yet?
On the airplane,
Yes.
I don't think so because we usually don't use Bluetooth on airplane, right?
Yeah, you could use Bluetooth.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Then that would be fine. Because I wear this on the airplane.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. No problem with Bluetooth.
Oh, then that's all right.
Yeah, because I have headphones that I use Bluetooth all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Wi-Fi they don't want you to use,
Yeah, okay.
at least for now.
Then you can use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I
thank
wish
you.
you the best of luck.
Okay.
Very interesting product.
Okay.
You should do well with it, and I hope you find $10 trillion of seed money today.
Thank you.
Okay?
I hope so.
Okay.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank
you very much. Another interesting product for sure. I like the idea that not only do I get a little noise cancellation, we don't know how much because I don't think she knew how much, but the ionization factor, keeping the air clean. It's hard to imagine, a small little device. I got so excited I knocked off my headset. It's hard to imagine a small little device like that, or even in the ears, changing the air around me. I just don't know. But again, here's a company, startup, has a concept, has an idea, and actually has a prototype. You don't often see that because typically they don't have enough funding even to make the prototype. So they're well on their way, and someone will pick that up. I'd love to see a proof of concept on that to see that it does indeed do what they claim it will do. There's two different areas there. You know, the air purification is one area, and again, I just don't see even, you know, she said put out X amount of ions, negative ions in the air, but I don't know if that's going to, you know, you're on a plane, you're in an area like here, or who knows what the hell you're breathing in. I don't know what the effectiveness is of that device, and not that the FDA is the end-all cure-all, because they certainly have their issues, trust me. You just don't know what the efficacy is of that particular product, so that would have to be, I would think, extremely validated before I'd plunk down $190 to buy this plastic necklace that's going to make my air clean. I'd really want to see some testimonials and some science that says that, yeah, you know, it does put this veil of negative ions around me before so I can breathe in cleaner air. If it works, it's awesome. Secondarily, you and I both know that there are probably 200-300 noise canceling earbuds out there, maybe more, and some of them work and most of them don't. You know, my test, if you will, my acid test, hate to use that word, for noise canceling headphones and especially earbuds are an airplane, because the background noise from that engine is just, it's insane. Obviously you need it, and you're there to fly, not to listen to the radio. But, you know, if you're going to put on your headset and watch a movie with earbuds and it has noise canceling, that's a tall order. And some of them do work very well, but a lot of them will just cut it slightly. But again, price-wise, I've seen them noise canceling earbuds anywhere from probably $30 to $400, and you better hope that the ones for $400 are going to shut that engine down so you don't hear it at all. You just don't know. The other thing too is everybody has a different level of hearing and sensitivity, so that does play into it. I have only seen, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 pair of the noise canceling earbuds that actually work. I personally also find them tough to keep. You know, you lose them, they fall on the plane. I have them, I don't wear them all the time. Unfortunately, I like the headsets that over the ear for noise canceling. I find that they work the best. The two that I like, the Bose work phenomenally well, very expensive. And I've actually found the Sony's headsets, again, over the ear work well. But you're bringing this damn headset with you and lugging it around, and that's a pain in the neck too. But I'll tell you, to me, they're more comfortable and they work a lot better. Particularly the Bose, they're nice. Bose is made in Framingham, Massachusetts. That's where their headquarters is, because my corporate office is in Natick, Massachusetts, which is literally around the block from Framingham, Massachusetts. They had some big companies there. Bose was there, Digital Electronics, if you remember Digital. They were in Maynard, Massachusetts. All kinds of cool companies there. And my son Mike actually used to work for Bose, and I think 2 times had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Bose. A cool guy. There are a lot of cool companies that come out of the Boston area still to this day. So we are at 10 to 10. I am waiting for my next interview to come up. Kirk, let's take a look at the camera behind me and see what our traffic is today. And I'm going to turn around and look myself, and pretty much there is still, in my opinion, not many people here. What do you think, Kirk?
Agreed.
Agreed. All right, well, we agree on something. Yeah, you'll see every day the traffic go down. I think the second day, in my opinion, is always the busiest day. And tomorrow, believe it or not, you'll actually see less people. So I think at 10 o'clock, we have the CES people actually coming here.
Yeah, in about less than 15 minutes from now.
Okay, and we're going to talk some statistics and numbers with those folks, and we'll get the real, we'll get it right from the horse's mouth what the attendance is, at least so far. It's always very interesting, and always CES is kind of sort of looked at as the gauge for where the economy is going to go. Certainly in consumer electronics for the next year, because of course we're in the first couple weeks, first week of January. So it will be interesting to see. They projected 100,000. It's hard to tell. It just is. If you would ask me how many people are here and I was at the convention center, I'd say 200,000. Here, I don't know if there's 5,000. So that will be interesting to see. Okay, another thing that I point out every day, because it just gives you a little inkling as to how big CES actually is. Every day they print out a new magazine, and it's about 100 pages. Every day they cover a different product that's out here somewhere, and what it does, where their booth is, and they just have all kinds of interesting ads, which I'm sure they pay for, but it just picks a couple of the cooler things and the more innovative things that are out. So if you're at CES and you're walking around, you can actually go and see these things work or not work, as the case may be. But I always find this absolutely invaluable. Now, yesterday I had an interesting question, and I kind of sort of have the answer. There's no kids here. Zero, none, nada. And you have to be 18 to get in, and you have to get in by, quote, a special invitation or permit. As I understand it, and I haven't validated this, but to my understanding, there's a special program at CES, and I don't know where you would go for that. You'd probably have to look it up and Google it, but where they'll let young kids in. And again, I might have seen, in all the years here, I might have seen maybe 5 younger children under 18. They do have a program where if you fill out the forms and do what they ask you to do, that they will grant access on a limited basis to kids. Don't think that you can bring your kids here and just come. You can't get into this place unless you are an exhibitor or involved in the consumer electronics trade as an industrialist or a person who owns a business that resells or some type of industry that needs to understand the new technologies out there. That's the only way in here. I actually am admitted here, and everybody in the Tech Podcast Network is here through a media badge. That's what I have, and there's a different color, orange. Some people are green, depending upon the basis of your industry that you're with. And we all have the same media entrance cards, and we basically are going to be doing the broadcasting and the technical hookup of all the things that are there. Speaking of technical hookups, do we have a camera that shows some of the crazy stuff that you do, Kirk? Oh, there you go.
Why, hello.
Wave hello to everybody. So Kirk is to my left here, and he has all the electronics set up, and there's quite a bit of technology involved in that to get this to stream. Quite a bit of setup and quite a bit of work, and these people are literally the unsung heroes. I have the easy job. I just sit here and literally talk to people. These guys are stringing wires and networks and hooking up cameras and audio devices and microphones and all kinds of crazy stuff, and doing the lighting and making sure that everything works all the time. It's not an easy task, and when stuff goes bad, it goes bad real quick, and these guys are crackerjacks at it, and they fix pretty much everything there is. Take my badge off? Okay, I got to take my headset off. Apparently the badge makes a lot of noise. That's what I was told. I can't hear it because I'm on a delayed, not a delay, I'm on a headset, and I can't hear anything, really. So I try to give you a little background information about what goes on behind the scenes here. I was talking about getting kids in. There's really no easy way to do it. They don't want kids here. There's a lot of people, and it's really business. That said, I have to look into the educational aspects of getting kids in. It would be really cool and I think invigorating and exciting and motivating if they let some kids in here. Now, how you decide what kids get in and what kids don't, I don't want to get into that, but I think it'd be kind of nice to bring a group of kids here, even college kids or high school kids, to have a, quote, guided tour with, I don't know, maybe for a day and 2 days, whatever, and go through, 10, 20 different exhibit booths to show them what CES is about, but more importantly, what all the emerging new technologies involve. I think that would be very stimulating for our young kids today, and I have to look into that. I just don't know much about it, but you won't see any kids here at all, zero. So as I'm looking over the lookout tower up here, again, I don't see a heck of a lot of people here. I think there's less here today than there was the first day, which is when we opened, and that was an hour late, so it's always quite fascinating. All right, another item that I have seen as I'm walking throughout here is OEM companies, original manufacturer companies. There are a tremendous amount of companies here that actually make the original equipment, okay, and then put someone else's label on it. That doesn't mean to say that the equipment's bad or not as good as someone else's, but you'd be amazed. TV is a perfect example. Everybody thinks that Sony makes their TVs, and Samsung makes theirs, and TCL makes theirs, and everybody's brand, they make their own sets. That's absolutely not the case. There are only, I think, 3 manufacturers of the actual LED panels, period, in the world. So they are original equipment manufacturers, and they will make 2 specs for Sony, for Samsung, for Panasonic, whatever. They'll make the screens, the LED screens, for their particular specifications and sell them to that particular company. There is a company called, I think it's TCL, which you may or may not have heard of. And they are one of the, as I understand it, they are one of the key manufacturers of LED panels in the world. They did not have their own brand until maybe 5-6 years ago. They were OEM, original equipment manufacturers, and they sold their goods and wares to other name brand companies, Sony, Samsung, whoever it may be. They have now come out with their own brand, and I got to tell you, because you always pay a little bit more for, quote, a Samsung, and they have a little bit, different, the guts are a little different than Sony's, and Sony's is a little different than Emerson or whatever. There's high brands, there's low brands, there's medium brands. But pound for pound, I love that TCL brand. If you buy one of those, you will definitely save some money opposed to a high-end Sony or a high-end Samsung, but you'll be hard-pressed to tell the difference, in my opinion. And, pound for pound, dollar for dollar value. If you ever see a TCL unit, TV set, take a second look at it. They're quite good, and they last a real long time. And I wouldn't be surprised if you compared the specifications between that particular TV and 6 or 7 others the same size, all, let's say, 65-inch or 55-inch, whatever it is. If you keep that spec all the same throughout those several brands that you're comparing, I think you will find that the TCL brand is right up there with all of them. And in some situations, you may find it better. Speaking about TVs, I am a proponent of the TVs that have the Roku devices built in it. I'm a big streaming nut, and I have many different types of streaming devices out there, and I'm always asked, what one's the best one? Well, they all work, and certainly for the money, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a better value than the Amazon sticks, the Fire Sticks, and that whole branding. They give you tremendous value for the money. They're probably the most economical way to go when it comes to streaming devices. You're not going to go wrong with the Fire Stick. They also have the new one. I can't remember what it was. It's like a brick. It's like a little square cube. I don't remember the name of it, but that's a tremendous buy, and the guts of that it's very robust, the inside of that computer. That said, for ease of use, for volumes of channels and different kinds of entertainment, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a better value out there than the Roku box. You literally plug that in and you watch TV, and there are thousands of free channels that are already incorporated in the box. The other thing that I like about the Roku is that you can go in and select whatever channels you want, and there are hundreds and hundreds, there might even be thousands of channels that you can select from. So if you like Westerns, I think there's 10 or 15 just separate channels that you can watch Westerns on, and if you pay like $1 a year, you can get a subscription and watch 24/7 if you want. Some of those off-brand subscriptions are quite cheap and quite good. There's a couple other channels, if you want to get some really esoteric channels on there. If you like the TV that was on during the 50s and 60s, you want to relive your childhood. There are channels on the Roku box that just broadcast all the old TV channels, and that's a lot of fun, including the old commercials. So the Roku box really does provide a tremendous amount of entertainment for free once you buy the box. The boxes are very affordable. They run anywhere from, $35 to maybe $115. Different functionality levels on each of those boxes that you would buy. I like the bigger box because it has USB ports. I can put in a USB plug and have a remote keyboard and mouse and have the TV way down at the other end of the room. And when I got to type, I can just type it in. The only thing that's nice about the Roku is YouTube comes with it. So anything that's on YouTube, you can just sit there and watch, whether it's news, weather, sports, movies, all that stuff is available from the Roku box. You just click on the YouTube app. There's ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Newsmax. There are literally thousands of channels within that box, and it's only one box. The other thing that I've seen a lot of people do, and it's very cool, the box is real small, and the plug Rokus are even smaller, the size of a USB stick. Put it in your pocket or your purse or your suitcase, and when you go on vacation, all you need is internet, and the back hooks into the HDMI on any TV set, and most every TV set. It feels like there's a bomb going off below me. My desk is shaking.
Yeah, ditto. It's below right here as well.
Whew.
Yeah, it's
as I was saying, those boxes are so portable, you could just pop them in your pocket, literally. And then when you go to the hotel or the resort, hopefully they have internet. And you just lock onto the Wi-Fi username, password of wherever you're staying. Plug the cable, the HDMI cable into the TV set, and boom, there you are. You've got your personal TV with all the channels that you loaded on there, and you can watch away, no charge, free. You can watch Netflix, you can watch Hulu, Peacock, Paramount, HBO. They're all readily available on the Roku box. So I get that question asked all the time on the Gadget Professor show. What's the best streaming box? Well, they're all good. The one I use the most or prefer, or the one that's easiest to use for everybody, of course, in my opinion, is the Roku box, and they've been at it a long time. Roku does have a booth here. I haven't got there yet. That's in Central Hall over at the Convention Center. I will try to stop there. Again, these booths are just mobbed and packed. However, today might not be a bad day to go there because I'm surprised for 10 o'clock. There's no one here for the most part. Unusually quiet today, but that's okay. It's okay. We should have our next guest here, I think, any minute. I'm waiting for them to walk up the steps. So we've talked about a lot of things. Again, the buzzword this year at CES, hands down, is AI, artificial intelligence. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Most of my interviews have, in some way, shape, or form, involved artificial intelligence, and that's definitely the buzz and what's going on. people always ask me, what was the coolest thing that you saw? You know, it's impossible to pick out of probably 8,000 booths. It's impossible to pick one. As I talk to the other talk show hosts here, I haven't met anyone that said, wow, I saw this and it's unbelievable. Usually everybody's always like, wow. No one has seen anything that's like, wow. That does not mean that it's not here. It just means that we haven't got there yet to find the wow. It's here. It's here. There are definitely some cool innovations and some cool things on its way. One of the things that I see every year, and I don't see the technology moving, but it's masterful. It's the same exhibit. It's the same speech. What it is it's a disc. It's about this big, and it hangs from your ceiling and points down. And what that does is via, let's just call it Wi-Fi, it sends power down. And there are devices that will sense that power and pick it up. Henceforth, there's no wires. It's all transmitted power from the ceiling. So they have an exhibit here, in fact, it's right behind me, with a train running, you know, nice like Lionel train set running. There's no wires whatsoever. There's no batteries. There's a little receiver on the engine, and it actually receives that power from the device above and powers the train. So their vision is that there'll be no more wires in the house, no more electrical wiring, that all the power will be transmitted. So you'll have these transmitters, looks like a little reflector about that big, hung in each room, and all your devices will receive power from these wireless power transmitters in your home. It's a fantastic idea. Does anybody know where that idea originated from? Who the guy is? No? Mr. Tesla. Yes. Not the car, the man who the car is named after. Nikola Tesla. He was instrumental. He was the dude that always felt that power could be transmitted. And if you want to read up a little bit more, there's a book on Tesla. It's fascinating. That guy was super brilliant and way ahead of his time. But that's what that principle is based on. It every year, probably for the last 5 years, same booth, same company, same demo, but it hasn't moved forward an inch, and I don't know why. I'm going to go over there a little later and try to pick their brain and see why. The other thing, too, is they could be here, and they probably are, to seek other companies that will take, again, their technology in its embryonic stages and partner with another company and actually make a product. So that's probably what will happen. But, gee, you think they would just change the booth a little bit. It's that same train, and it's really a cool exhibit. The first time I saw it, I went, wow, where are the wires? What kind of battery power is it? There aren't any. So, again, you're going to see all kinds of innovations here for sure that you've never seen or never even thought about. And I would say most of the companies here, a large majority of the companies here, either have prototypes or don't have prototypes, but are literally looking for a connection to meet someone else that they can partner with and make some money and make some type of device, whatever it may be. And that's the beauty of CES, because you see all these emerging technologies. And I'm getting a notice here from the Board of Health. I see Mr. Scott here. Not sure what's happening. I think I'm about to find out what's happening. Mr. Scott Ertz is here now, joining me. He has some information for me, I can tell. What's going on?
Sorry about that. You've been up here vamping for like a week and a half, so I
That's
figured.
true. That's true. I welcome the company. Yeah.
CTA is running a little late.
Okay, that answers that.
You know, they're running a multi-billion-dollar event here.
You think?
So we'll give them some leeway for.
Yeah, that's not a
5 or
problem.
10
I've been talking to the folks, telling them about all kinds of odds and ends. We've covered everything from why people come to CES, emerging technologies. I've talked a little bit about the Roku box because I get a lot of questions about that. They have a booth here, and just some of the crazy things. I just saw someone say they're here. They're here. Tell us a little bit quickly about this company that's coming on, what they do.
So it is the CTA. It's the
Okay.
Consumer Technology Association. It's these guys.
They're the
It
real
is
dudes,
the
the real
CES.
thing. She's smiling. She's here.
We're very excited. So I guess I don't have to kill that much time with you. I'm going to go away so we can get her on right away.
Yeah, that was a long time.
It was.
All right. This should be very interesting. These are the people who run CES. I'm going to ask her if I can get a chance about bringing kids into it. It should be an interesting answer. I'm always interested in education. Many moons ago, I used to be a professor at Boston State College, and have a lot of acquaintances and friends from those days. I did that for almost 20 years, and I'm very grateful for that experience. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hiya.
Hi, how are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
Living the dream.
Living the dream. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, let's get it. Okay.
Okay, I'm Don Bain.
I'm Allie Freed.
Allie, it's very nice to meet you.
So
we have
nice to
Allie
meet
Freed.
you.
So we're everybody here is anxiously waiting to speak to you.
Oh my gosh, I feel like celebrity power, right?
Yeah, oh, here's Enza. She's going to take a picture of us.
Hello.
Okay. I can't wait to start. Tell us a little bit about. We kind of know what you do, but tell our audience what you do, and we can't wait for. We're going to talk numbers.
Okay, let's talk numbers. Yeah, I am with CTA, CES spokesperson. This is my 17th year
Whoa!
attending.
You don't look old enough to have 17 years here.
I started when I was 4. Come on.
Wow, I guess you did. I'm here almost a little bit over 20.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's so crazy to see the changes. It's
It is.
incredible.
I go back to I did a lot of work for Mr. Edelman way back before this was CES, back in the Boston area.
Oh, very
and
cool.
was fairly good friends with Sheldon and did a lot of work. I can tell you
Powerful guy.
some really fascinating stories about him.
I'm sure there
Yeah,
are
yeah.
countless.
Yeah, yeah.
Countless. But no, we are just thrilled. We're this year thrilled to be back in Las Vegas feeling like a real show again.
Yes,
You know, we've got 3,200 exhibitors across 2.1 million net square feet of exhibit space.
2.1 million.
It's huge.
You can't even
It's
get your
huge.
head around that. Wow, that's a lot of space.
It's a lot of space, and more than 100,000 attendees from 150 different countries. So truly the global gathering
so
place.
is that our count this year? 100,000?
100,000. So we are an officially audited show. So we'll audit
Right.
the show after CES. But right now we're saying 100,000 and probably a little bit more by the time we
Okay.
get done.
Opposed to last year, which was what, 40,000 ish?
Yeah, a little bit above 40. So
Yeah.
more than double what we had last year in terms of a show floor footprint. This year CES is 70% larger than 2022.
Well, I don't miss COVID at all.
Amen.
Yeah,
Me either.
yeah.
It just feels great.
What was the record? Do you know?
In terms of attendees,
Yes.
if this is not official, but somewhere in the 170s.
Okay,
Somewhere in the
I mean, you
170s.
can make up a number. I'm not going to
Hey, I
know the
don't know,
difference.
2 million. No, but I'm pretty sure it was 173, 178, somewhere around there.
Okay, I thought it was around there.
And from my personal perspective, I just have to
Yes.
say that year it felt, it was just so crowded. Like it was so crowded, shoulder to shoulder.
That was about 5 years ago-ish?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember
yeah.
that. Yes.
This
Yeah,
year
it
just
was-
feels good. You can get
Yeah.
into the booths. You can talk to who you need to talk to. The business is happening. But it's
Absolutely.
not that like crazy claustrophobic
Yeah,
feel that
it's
sometimes
just, it's comfortable.
It's comfortable. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
It
that
feels
doesn't. Although I was at the convention center yesterday. Oh my God! I thought
it's
there were.
busy.
I thought there were 500,000 people there. Oh my God! Is that busy there?
It's comfortably busy. We'll
Yeah.
say that. No, I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, 100,000, 110,000, whatever we end up at. Like, that's a lot of bodies. And it's just so cool. You think all these people are coming in to one spot. 100,000 people had to book travel, book hotels, figure out how to get
Oh,
here,
yeah.
figure out transportation. I mean,
Yeah.
logistically, it's pretty incredible.
Do you know what kind of dollars CES brings into Vegas?
A lot. A lot.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. I don't have exact figures, but I do know actually we do kind of try to count every 5 years or so to just kind of get an estimate on the
Right.
economic impact. But it's massive. I mean, we take over the city. We take over
Oh
all the
yeah,
hotel
absolutely.
rooms.
I mean, if you don't book your hotel now for next year, you'll get a room, but the prices go up. So the early bird definitely gets the worm in this situation.
Yeah, and you might as well book your restaurant reservations too. I walked around for
forget
45
it.
minutes
Me too.
yesterday trying to
Did
find
I see
dinner.
you last night?
Probably just circling around.
Yeah, we gave up after a while. It's just even tonight.
Yep. I was like, oh, should have made reservations.
Yeah, I said
but
that too, and I don't know why I didn't. I should know better.
Now we know. Next year, we're going to book for 2024. It's going to be great.
Yeah, but I did find a new restaurant off topic. What the hell is it? Texas de Brazil or something?
Oh, yeah. Like a Brazilian steakhouse.
Oh, that was really good.
Delicious. I've been there. It's been a few years that I've been there.
That was really
you walk
good.
You walk away feeling nice
you're
and
talking
full.
to the right guy about that. So what other kinds of numbers here do you have for us? What other kinds of facts, figures?
I've got all kinds of good stuff. In terms of the show footprint, we talked about it being 70% larger than last year,
That's a lot.
Which is a lot. The 3,200 exhibitors span all kinds of product categories. I mean, we've got everything here.
For sure.
The theme, we can talk about the theme of CES. So CES has technically never had a theme. And I always get the question, what's the theme of CES? And it's always been, innovation. We're innovating.
Right.
But this year we actually came out with an official theme, and that's technology solving the world's biggest challenges. And I think that puts a lot of focus on where consumers are today, where brands are today, where we're not just about, what's the biggest TV or the slimmest TV,
Sure.
which used to be the main headlines everyone was talking about.
Absolutely.
And now it's about how is technology helping us in our everyday lives.
Yeah, I mean, the TVs, they're here, but they're kind of like, they're here. That's about.
Right.
Yeah.
They're snazzy. I saw, there's a wireless TV now. There's a transparent TV.
Yeah, I saw an 8K TV yesterday. Oh my
Yes,
God.
there's an 8K projection
Yeah, but
screen
no
now
one,
too.
no one's transmitting in 8K, so I still got to get my head around it.
We've still got questions. It's fine.
Yeah.
But and kind of going back to what we were talking about 20, 15 years ago, that was the story. And now
Absolutely.
every company is a technology company. John
Right.
Deere gave a keynote opening day of the show.
Yeah, how cool is that?
There's a head scratcher at first, and you're like, agricultural technology, sustainable farming. I don't know. It's really cool.
Yeah, well, again, it's CES has kind of it's become a place where all the technologists all over the world literally can get together and share ideas, share dreams, share vision.
Yeah.
And as I tell the audience, it's amazing how many things have developed from here that you'd never know. It's like one company comes with the vision of this, but they're looking for someone that does that, and they pair up, and then it ends with something. The solar car. I mean, all these things, everything that you look at today probably had its basis right here.
No, it's so true. It's so true. And, where we are right now, Eureka Park is over here in the Sands Venetian, and that's our startup area. So we've got more than 1,000
That's my
startup
favorite place to go.
Me too.
I love
Me
going
too.
literally downstairs and on the top floor here too, but you're going to see just the most insane things, and what's beautiful about it downstairs, and it just hit me yesterday for the first time, there's all these countries with different booths, and they're small booths, but don't forget, these companies are pretty much all startups.
Oh.
And the booth is tiny, and they'll have one or two people there, and what's nice is every country is represented by their government somewhere down
in a
there.
lot of country
and they
pavilions.
will help you sign up, get information. So if you are selling stuff, you could sign up with the government, and they will direct people who are looking for, contacts here in the U.S. or wherever you may be, and they'll put you together.
Yep.
I had done that with Taiwan about 8 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I was shocked how efficient it was,
incredible.
and I literally spoke to probably 40 or 50 different people in different areas of technology, all because I signed that up, and I was very pleased to see the United States government down there had a massive booth, and they're there to help you start your business, to fund it, to guide you, to counsel you. I mean, that was off the I can't believe it.
I literally love hearing that, because that is what CES is all about, and we try to make it easy and to make those connections, and we talk about the serendipity of the show. Like, you don't know who you're going to run into that you needed to, but you didn't know you needed
That's
to.
That's exactly right.
But
that's what I like about downstairs. To me, it's just opportunity, and that's what should be put it on the wall when you're
Yes.
walking there.
Ring Doorbell launched at Eureka Park.
Really?
Ring Doorbell was a little 10 by 10
Really?
booth
Yeah.
at CES.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, they're
Boom.
acquired by Amazon,
Yep.
$2.1 billion company.
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy.
And you can repeat those instances over and over again. So, that's why it's always the most exciting event for me of the year is CES. And it's also the largest trade show in the world.
The world, yes.
How about that?
Yeah, it's
okay.
massive.
I got a question for you.
All right.
I don't think you've ever had this one.
Oh,
but,
gosh.
But since you're here, I'm going to ask you. I'm very curious.
Okay.
I used to be a professor back in Boston.
Okay, very cool.
And I'm always near and dear to education.
Yeah.
And I have noticed over the years almost virtually zero kids. And I get it, and I understand, and that's the way it should be. You got to be 18 or older. I am wondering if there's a program where if you have these students, whether they're young kids or high school or college, where they actually can get in here on some program and just kind of walk around and get a feel, because I think it would be so motivating, so stimulating for these kids that it would really help them along in their career and their understanding. So I have no clue. So I turn it over to you. I hope you don't mind the off the wall question.
No, it's a good question. I'm
Okay.
trying to think about how that goes. So yes, we definitely have an 18-year-old age requirement at the show, and it is a trade-only event.
And
so
that's fine.
Yes.
I have no issues with that.
So we've got that. But to your point, I mean, how inspiring is CES for the next generation of innovators and game changers?
Exactly.
And it's
there's
incredible.
There's a zillion of them out there.
There's a zillion of them out there. So there have been exceptions made in the past for small groups. There was actually and university professors bringing teams in. So things, I believe, a Girl Scout group came in from the National Girl Scouts one year. So there are exceptions that can be made for sure. And we certainly encourage everyone to follow along online, on our social channels. But I think you bring up a really good point. And speaking of universities, have you been following or heard about the Indy Autonomous Challenge?
No.
All right, let me talk to you about this. So it is a nonprofit group made up of university teams from around the world.
Okay.
And they are programming autonomous race cars. So
Okay.
actually,
Similar to the robotic competition. Go ahead.
yeah, like DARPA Grand Challenge was kind of basically
Yes,
the
yes.
model that they went
Yes.
after. So they're exhibiting in West Hall this year, which is where all of our connected mobility is. But actually today, all the race teams are out at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Oh, no way.
Starting at 1 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, they're crazy.
That's cool.
These cars go upwards of 190 miles per hour.
Wow.
And it's teams literally, and it's from all different research programs. So like one race car team could be 4 different universities working together and programming together. And they all have the same baseline car. It's basically a Formula One
Right.
light Indy car.
No, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. That's cool.
I can send you some information afterwards. It's really
pretty cool.
And it's all, they program their AI drivers, and then it's a head-to-head autonomous race car
Wow.
competition. So they have different challenges. It's like a passing challenge, a speed challenge, collision avoidance. But it's so cool because it's university teams, so it's the academic system working with industry. So they've got all kinds of industry partners,
And
Luminar,
how many
Continental,
people are partake in that?
Cisco. So it's 9 race teams, and I think it is a total of 21 different universities from
That's
10
awesome. Oh, my
countries.
God, really?
It's really cool.
What an experience that. They'll never forget
It's
that.
really incredible. And like last year, one of the teams, they spun off to start their own technology company, and that's exactly what you're talking about.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you get to see this, you get to work on this, then they start their own autonomous driving tech company, and they're advancing the industry before you know it. So, the whole idea is if these autonomous race cars can go 190 miles an hour, the learnings, and they're all peer-reviewed, so like the data sets coming from these cars are incredible.
That's an awesome program, because look at the education, look at the experience that these people are getting. I
Yep.
mean, you don't get it anywhere else.
Exactly. It's incredible. And when you talk to them, not only are they just like beyond enthusiastic and
God.
happy and thrilled, it's amazing, but they're so smart. They're so smart. I'm like, you guys are so brilliant. And
That's
so
why
cool.
I say that it would be interesting, again, at some point in time, if there was some. Again, we can't bring everybody here. I get it, and it's it's a
You're
business.
trying to get us back up to 170. I can tell.
I want to get you to 250s, my goal. But I think it would be really great for everybody involved. Also, today I don't have to tell you about how hard it is to find competent help or to find help just in general. But if you have students who are motivated, and certainly this has got to be motivating from pretty much anywhere you come from.
Right.
This is quite an experience.
Like no other.
not that many years ago, you would kill your kid if they were on the computer, which they are today anyway. Everybody's on the phone 24/7.
Yep.
Yeah, but a lot of those dudes who were doing that are now flying the planes that got you here.
I mean, yes.
Okay.
Hands down.
So
can't argue with that.
Could you imagine the experience that it would be for them educationally and spiritually and motivation-wise to come to a place like that?
Yeah.
And it's not for everybody, but it could be for the gifted or for the people who really show that they're motivated.
Right.
I just thought it'd be a cool thing because I look at here, what a resource! Oh my God.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And we actually used to have a tech zone for specifically for learning technology, and then a university showcase. Which was really, I always kind of loved visiting there, and then now the universities are kind of more sprinkled out throughout the show floor.
Okay, another question for you. Can you tell me what the quote average demographic is the person who would actually exhibit here?
Oh, I don't think I know. I know we've got the entire
I know that.
ecosystem
Right.
of technology. Everyone from programmers and engineers up to business leaders, CEOs.
Has it ever been qualified as to you have so many people that are in the program, so many people that are in the electronic space, so many people that are in the medical?
So we are an audited show. So each year after the show, so typically around, used to be February, now it might probably be March, end of March, maybe early April. And it will give a breakdown of job title, it'll give a breakdown of country, it'll give a breakdown of kind of area of focus.
Where would someone go to get those stats? Those are public stats.
They're public stats. So you can go to ces.tech, and you should be able to find audits from the last few years. Or Google CES audit, 2021. I mean, that was the virtual year, 2022. And kind of break that down. And it's actually like a pretty comprehensive report. It's usually 20-some plus pages.
Right. I occasionally looked at that.
Yeah.
What I do is I use that for filler, but I didn't do it this year because last year was only 40,000. But I usually have a stack of papers here. So when the guest doesn't show up, I go, let me tell you some interesting facts about
I should have brought our audit with us so I could go through. I need to memorize it next time.
Exactly. So tell us, what do you do on a daily basis?
Well, so on a daily basis, I work with the comms team, the communications team, and my area of focus is a lot of our media events leading up to CES. So we've got a series of unveiled events that take place, and it was kind of a program I started. I love it. So we picked target cities throughout the world and the United States to go meet with reporters. Some of our stops, we talk through products. Some of the stops, it's just to meet with reporters, talk about the latest technology. Gary Shapiro, our president and CEO, is usually at most of those stops, but we've got two other senior leaders, John Kelly and Kinsey Fabrizio, who come with us. And it's a chance to meet with journalists, talk about the latest and greatest technology in each target city. If there are exhibitors from that city, we'll invite them over to lunch to talk to the reporters, make those connections.
No, that's during CES.
That is all before CES. So that's all happening October, November, December. And then once the show starts, I just transition straight into
I could only imagine.
Crazy running around like a chicken with its head cut off person. But yeah, my whole job is working with the media and helping to tell the story of CES and making sure people know where the bathrooms are and where they can get their lunches.
There's plenty of the bathrooms around here that I know. I always want the booth here so I can see the bathrooms.
Oh my gosh, so
from where I'm sitting. Yeah,
so
that's the only way I work.
Priorities, man.
Absolutely.
We all have to have our priorities.
Absolutely. So, what other kinds of statistics and analysis can you lay on us today?
So I can kind of talk about the hot areas of the show floor where we've seen the most growth and movement.
Yes.
So digital health has been huge story.
Wearables.
It's sensors now that we can just attach right to our skin.
Yes, we just interviewed someone who brought an ionizer in, which is a necklace that you wear.
Oh.
And it puts out, I forget how many negative ions per second. It's an incredible amount, and it will clean out all the bad stuff, coronavirus, influenza, all that stuff.
Amazing.
Yeah,
air filters cleaning the sky. It's incredible. I saw there's a smart workout gear that I was playing around with yesterday where it basically has gyroscopes built into the fabric, so it knows exactly what you're doing. It tracks all your monitors, and then it gives you corrective advice, hey, your posture, you need to do this to get the right posture, or you should be doing this to do that. It's wild, it's crazy, it's fun, it's cool. But I think it all goes back to people wanting to have control of their health and wanting to be able to
Sure.
see what's happening in their bodies. And I don't know, I think that's fascinating. I think that's
Okay.
really cool.
You get this question every day, I'm sure. What was your favorite thing that you saw, or give me one or two? Don't you hate that question?
I hate that question because
I
it's
get
like
it all the time. I
asking
get it
me
all
to
day.
pick my favorite child. I'm like, I love you all. I love you all so much.
How many kids do you have?
3.
Three.
3.
Oh my God! You still have
8-year-old,
this
a
energy?
5-year-old, and a 3-year-old.
God bless you. Wow.
Well, it's because I'm out here and they're back home. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping now. It's great. 4 hours a night at CES is better than what I get at home. Let me
That's
tell
funny.
you. So I don't. There's been some really cool things. The most interesting thing that I actually got to try out was the real-time translator earbuds, which I think speaks, like, we're talking about CES being so international. So I wear an earbud, you wear an earbud. I'm talking to you in English, you're talking to me in
So is the translation like instant? I can
live in real time.
Really?
It was so cool. It's
Really?
so cool. It has 40 different languages that it can work in.
Where is this? I got to go check that out. I haven't
It's
seen
over.
that.
I'll send you the booth information. It's over at the LVCC.
And it works well.
It works really well.
That
it
is
works
so cool.
Really well. They actually dropped the product off into the press room over there.
Is
so
it
we could
is it
play
on the
around with
market
it.
now?
It is on the market, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll send you the information. I've got a whole stat
please.
sheet on it because I was like, I used to travel all over the world, and I was like, I'm
How
always the
cool
dumb
is
American
that?
that only knows one language, right?
Well,
And-
in general, I think we're starting to be dumber Americans. We really don't spend the time that we should on language. We're getting
Yes.
pounded on that.
Yes.
And there's a lot of articles written on that. Even in the United Nations, when we sit down, we don't have the translators. It's very scary.
It is. And you go to other countries and people are bilingual, trilingual,
Oh, yeah.
quadlingual, and
Yeah, I mean, I was in Italy this couple months ago, and everybody spoke English, Italian, French, Spanish.
Yep.
It's like, whoa.
yeah. I always, when people say, what would your superpower be? My superpower is always I would love to be able to speak multiple languages.
You and me both.
Yeah, but now we can do it with a little
That
ear
is
set.
so cool.
It was really amazing. It was really, really cool.
And there was no delay. It was like,
No delay. No delay. It was like we are talking right here.
I'm going to definitely
I'll
check
send it
that
to you.
out.
Yeah,
That's really
it was
cool.
it was awesome. It was awesome. So that was fascinating to me. And then I haven't seen this yet, but I'm interested because marine technology is starting to come into the show. When we talk about like transportation mobility, there's an electric boat here by Candela that travels above the water, so it's not in the water.
Yep.
Completely emissionless, completely soundless, so it's not disrupting marine life, it's not polluting the air, and the sustainability story is actually a big area of focus across the so that's one that I'm like, all
They
right, I
need
need to
that
go
in
see
Venice.
this electric boat.
They need that in Venice.
Yeah, they do. They need it I think in a lot of
Now,
places.
I had a guy here yesterday, and he was just a crackerjack. You meet all kinds of people, but boy, this guy, he was brilliant, super smart. But he also just knew where he got to go. He knew, I'm not here, but I know that.
These are the steps I need to take.
I love people like that. He just has the whole thing figured out.
Yep.
But his company did flying cars, and they're here, and he has a prototype that works.
I am pretty sure I was reading about that. Is it like the vertical takeoff? Yeah.
Hydrogen engine.
Okay.
I was blown away by it, and I asked him, I said, so how far are we away from this?
Yeah.
And he said, well, we have a working prototype. And I said, no, there's no way, because, I would know that. I think I would. Everybody would.
Right.
And he said, it's not full scale.
Okay.
But he said, everything works, and it works flawlessly. And he said, it's a matter of math to do the upscaling. So he felt that they were there already. I mean, he was sure that they were there.
All I can think about is the Jetsons. We're
That's what
all
he said.
flying around in our cars.
He said, I'm there. He said, I can do this. And I said,
Wow.
okay. And that's a pretty big statement. So he said, we are at the point where we're just a couple years away from people owning flying cars.
Oh, my
So I
goodness.
said, so what do you spend most of your time doing? And I figured he would tell me, well, we're scaling up, we're developing the car. So, of course, they're looking for an influx of money.
Yeah.
Which everybody here
Naturally,
is.
yep.
I'm
gotta
here
do it.
looking for an influx of money. But
Hey, me
nothing.
too. No.
Yeah. So I said, what do you do? Like, what's your concentration? He
Yeah.
said, my concentration is talking to governments.
Yeah, that's
And
what
they're
I would
like-
think. I would
Like,
think.
about what? He said, you don't want all these cars in the air without regulations. So he's done with getting the car. He knows
He's like, we're good. The technology's there.
and he's working on the regulations
Structure.
to lay down the basic foundation of how these cars and where they can fly and how high and right away and things like that of airspace. And I'm like, I mean, to
my God.
to have the foresight,
Yeah.
the hell with the car. And I'm like, what do you mean the hell with the car? How do you do that?
I'm like having such a visual moment right now because I'm like seeing it all. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but the guy has the puzzle
That it's figured out
impregnated
in his
brain.
That's
And
incredible.
he knows what piece has to be put down to get to the.
get
And that, to
there.
me, that is just fascinating. And you know what? That guy's replicated. I can't tell you in how many places here. And
Hands
that's the beauty
down.
of CES. That's the excitement.
Yes.
That's what brings people back every year to learn, to see, to. It's just an amazing event.
That's exactly right. Did he have a timeline on all of this? I feel like I need to.
He said 5 years.
5
I don't.
years.
I can't fathom it.
5 years. Okay.
Yeah, he said he'll have the car up in about 3 to 4 years, the actual physical car. And I can't get my head around all these giant, a car.
Yeah. Passenger vehicle.
And yeah, and you're like, I didn't get into it because I only had like 15 minutes. But what are they going to do in New York City? They're going to fly over a skyscraper.
That's where my brain was. Are we making right? Are we like weaving through the buildings? Are we above the buildings?
Well, that's what he's working on. And he said
Do we have
that
traffic signals up there?
exactly.
That is incredible.
And he said, he kind of alluded to that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, than the technology. Amazing.
It is.
Amazing.
It really is.
Here I am thinking that cars that can change colors, BMW has color changing panels.
Yeah.
There's also morphable panels on cars
haven't seen
over
that.
at West Hall where like the body shape
No
is
kidding,
actually
really?
able to change to help with like aerodynamics. So I'm over here being like, well, that's incredible. And now you're coming at me with flying cars.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah. And again, the guy, he was just so sharp.
I
Just
love that.
Spot on.
I
You know,
love
it's
that.
unusual to see someone that has that puzzle figured out.
Yeah. They're one in a generation type of minds.
They
but
are. And he's the nicest guy. I could have spoke with him for hours. And that's what's so exciting to me because I interview just everybody and anybody. And the things that I learn and that I see, there's no place like this.
I know. It's incredible.
You know, I do the National Broadcasters Association show.
Oh, NAB, yeah.
I do that too. And I mean, I love NAB, but
this is where you have to be.
it is.
Well, and that's what makes
There's
this year
no place
feel,
like this in the world.
There isn't. And that's why this year feels so good because everybody is coming back. We always say it feels like a reunion. Everyone comes back because they know that they're going to have these incredible conversations and leave so
Well,
inspired.
part of it we have
and
you
all
to
that.
thank for doing all this great PR and getting people aware because, it's a tough job you have.
Gotta shout it from the rooftops. Come to CES, but it's so fun. I wouldn't change it for the world. The energy is just
Good for you, and
palpable.
you're the right person. You're passionate about what you do, and I love that spark. I love to see that.
Thank
so,
you. I have a good time.
It was an awesome pleasure speaking with you this morning. I
Same,
know
this
you're
was
busy.
so
Thank you
fun.
so much for finding some time for us.
Thank
It's really kind of
you.
you, and we really do appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, have a
Okay.
great rest of the show. Have fun exploring and talking to everyone out there.
And you too.
Thank you.
Okay,
All
take
right,
care. It's
I will
nice
see you
seeing
later.
you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good luck with your kids.
Oh gosh, I need it. Thank you.
She has 3 kids, and look at the energy she has. God, I got 4 grandkids, and I can barely move. God bless you. Okay, we have our next interview. No, you're fine. You're good. You're the guest of honor. You're our guest. Okay, I guess it's Moto Watch.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. There you go. Okay, I'm Don Bain, and I'm known as the Gadget Professor, and we're here at the Tech Podcast Network, obviously at CES. So welcome.
Nice to meet you.
And your name was?
I'm Raisa. I'm the head
Raisa?
head of marketing at eBay Now, the official licensee holder for the Moto watches.
Okay. Tell
Yeah.
me about Moto watches.
Yes.
You know, I just did an article for the last 2 months ago for the AARP. You've heard of them?
No, I haven't. I only started 8 weeks ago with the business
well, you're
and
doing
the
pretty good.
marketing. So
AARP is an organization for, I think, everybody who's over 62 in the United States.
Okay.
Big organization. So they actually called on me to tell them what I thought of watches, of the watch technology.
Oh, well, I think there's an interesting starting point of our conversation here today because our watches, we've got our Moto Watch 100, which is being launched as the most affordable smartwatch on the market.
Now, where are you located? Where's your booth at?
We are at the Venetian.
Well, that's where we're at.
So it's Hall D. 50.
On this floor?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
same floor.
I haven't been by your booth yet, but maybe you can persuade me to come by. Let me hear about what Moto's doing. I'm very interested.
When you said about the 60 plus, so with our Moto Watch 100, we are marketing it at the moment as the most affordable smartwatch on the market, offering fall detection. So you can say, yeah, all the watches have fall detection. Correct.
Okay.
But we are partnering with Belpal, offering Safety Plus app. So let's say I'm here right now and I've got a vulnerable loved one in my hometown in England, for example.
Okay.
I set them up with an account. I give them the watch, very affordable. I've got one myself. I can go for a more advanced model if I want to. I'm the account holder. I might be worried about my grandma, for example. We are able to receive daily health updates to say, Grandma hasn't been sleeping very well, hasn't done any
Grandma
steps.
would be wearing the watch.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have the same watch or a different one, and I receive the daily health updates. That could be a point of interest for me to reach out to say,
what kind of data are you going to be receiving?
So it will be the steps, sleep tracking,
sleeps,
heart monitoring, SpO2 tracking as well. But also, if grandma is going out and there might be a fall detected, I get an alert. But the algorithm where this app has been developed on is fault on the fall pattern for seniors. So it hasn't done any. So it's very accurate on the fall pattern of elderly people or vulnerable.
So are you using artificial intelligence in this?
No, it has been developed on actual
research and development of actual events that have happened.
Exactly. And with that, I can get an alert. And of course, elderly people might be a little bit less familiar with technology.
For sure.
They might be apprehensive, scared about, I can't do this. Therefore, the user interface is very easy to use. We have side buttons to say, are you okay? Yes, no. Just click, click.
Now, is that going to have some type of vibration or something to...
Yes, it will. Yeah, and
and a sound?
Yes, an alarm beep will go off.
Okay.
Therefore, we have the option to have 24/7 emergency services management. So if the fall is serious, I'm here and in the hometown, I can reach out, get on the phone with emergency services till help is there on an accurate GPS tracker.
So there's a monitoring service.
Yes.
Is that a function of the watch, or is that a separate
subscription? That's a separate subscription. So you can buy the watch for under $100.
Really?
Yes, $99.99 for a 100. And you can have your monthly subscription, and you can share that with your close...
Whoa. You can buy the watch and the subscription for under $100?
So the watch is $99.99.
Okay, $100.
Yeah, $100. And the subscription is $29.99.
Wow.
So
very reasonable.
Yeah, and even if you are paying the $30 a month, you can still share that as like your Netflix account with your close, your wife.
Right, so you can share it with anybody who has an interest in taking care of this particular individual.
Yeah. There might be a neighbor, someone that you feel is...
How many millimeters is this the watch?
Yes.
So what's that, about 40 millimeters-ish? 38?
Yeah.
Close enough. What other functionality is on the watch?
I think it's... what we're really standing out with is our 14 days, up to 14 days of battery life. People are like, what?
No.
This is important.
Now, it's funny that you mentioned that, because one of my complaints, one of my observations for the AARP article that we did was that the battery life's a pain.
No, it's not a pain with our Moto watches.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. It's up to 14 days of battery life. I mean, I would say if you use it 24/7, non-stop, it might be closer to 12 days.
Yeah, but still, it's not 2 days, 3 days, 5 days.
I haven't charged it since I arrived here, so...
I have 3 Apple Watches. I don't use them.
Okay.
They sit.
Yeah.
They just drive me nuts. I'm constantly
charging.
Yeah, and I find them hard to use. I don't know why.
So this one also has a quick charge, 60 minutes. Just a magnet, click on USB.
Now, does it do what functionality? Is it primarily for observation of the elderly monitoring, or does it have other functionality on the watch?
Yes, of course. So we don't want to put ourselves in a box because we have such a wide target market. Because of course, let's say I'm the account holder or the caretaker for someone I care about. I personally have an active lifestyle. I like to go hiking. I like to do. I want to start my running again. I can create unique circles with my friends. I can do colleagues. I can challenge them. Point trackers. I can get daily efforts, awards. So it also is really to improve the healthy and active lifestyle.
Now, will it also do the normal types of things? How many steps you took, your heart rate, in addition to monitoring grandma?
Yeah, sleep. So you also have your own data, not only the other. So you have your own.
So I would wear it when I was sleeping. It would tell me if I have sleep apnea or something like that.
You will have your sleep tracking to see how your levels of sleep, your stages of sleep. You can see the improvements.
Okay.
Also, when you wake up, you get a little reminder as a start of the day to say I had a really bad night's sleep, which you probably know when you wake up. But you can also see it on your watch to say maybe today I need a little bit extra care of myself or I need to do something.
And does the watch have sound on it? Can I listen to music?
So no, our 200 model, the MotoWatch 200, has on-wrist calling and speaker function. Yes.
Really? And how proficient is that?
So, for example, when a fall or when you're out running or when a fall has been detected, depending on the activity or whatever is happening, you can have the side button and do the wrist calling.
And it's clear.
Yes.
And it works.
Yes, it does work.
It works?
It works. It does.
You heard it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would obviously... if I'm listening to music on it, it'd come through the speaker on the watch per se. None of them are that. It's a small watch. I mean, none of them. No one has that I'm aware of.
No. So we don't have the camera or like the additional app, like a Spotify app on your watch.
Yeah.
So it is the Motorola app that goes onto your smartphone. It can be.
But I could control the volume in my earbuds or something from the watch.
I'm not 100% sure about.
I'm asking you tough questions.
I know you are.
I don't mean to. Are there apps for the watches?
So you have the watch comes with the Moto app that you install on your phone, but you don't have additional apps like a WhatsApp, a Messenger, a Facebook, a LinkedIn app. You cannot do that as what you got, for example, on your Apple Watches, where you can have all your apps.
I'm assuming it's working on the Android operating system and the iOS?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay. What's your largest watch?
The largest? The 150. The 150 model comes with a stainless steel.
Yeah, I have a problem with that myself.
And the crown on the side where you can have the nice scrolling is more of a fashionable watch when you wear it.
And what's the price point on that?
It's $149.99.
It's very affordable.
We're really targeting the watches as affordable, accessible to all as well.
And that could change the face and all that.
Yes,
stuff.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have interchangeable watch faces. You can change the straps around to your
Great.
mood. So.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it. It was nice talking to you. Maybe we'll bring you back on the Gadget Professor show after CES is over, and we'll talk more about your watches.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You so much.
If you leave your car with Denzel, I'll try to stop by there and you'll be at the booth.
Yes,
I will
be.
You can show me more.
Yeah, I'll get you a sample out.
Okay, that's fine. All right, take care. Thank you. Good luck. I like the idea of being able to monitor Grandma.
Yes.
It's a good thing. Thank you. Again, tons of watch technology here. Moto's been around for a while. I know they make a high-quality product. I think it's new for them to get involved with the monitoring of the elderly, which I'm all for. Let's see here. I'm getting an alert. Okay, I can deal with that later. Hi there. Hello. We're getting our next guest wired up. Okay. Hello. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and you are here live with the Tech Podcast Network at CES. Enza's going to take a little picture. All right. Welcome.
Hello.
And your first name is?
My name is Radek.
Radek?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, what company you're with? I see Vasco Electronics.
Exactly. My company's name is Vasco Electronics. We came here to present our Vasco translator.
Okay. Kirk, can you get me a little bit more volume here? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me just put this up here.
Sorry, I lost my voice because.
Oh, I can understand. I'm about ready to lose mine. So yeah.
Yes, I was saying that we came here to Vegas to present our Vasco translator.
Okay.
This is a smart device that helps you communicating with people all around the world, even if you don't know a foreign language. So it's very easy to use. You just press one button, speak English, and the device within half a second translates it into.
Within a half a second?
Yes.
Is this a handheld device?
Yes, it's a handheld device.
Is it like my phone or size-wise?
A similar one. But yes, it's a handheld device, so you can just, if you travel, for example. Have you ever been to Poland?
Poland?
Yes, we come from Poland.
No, not yet, but my grandmother was there because she was born there.
Wow, that's nice.
She was born there.
So
yes.
you must know that Polish is an incredibly difficult language to learn.
It's hard. I can actually speak a little Polish.
Whoa.
Yes, yes. Go ahead. We'll talk in Polish later. Yes.
Great.
Some of the stuff I can't say on the air in Polish, but go ahead.
Sure. So you can actually go to Poland, right? People in Poland speak English in big cities, but it's better to speak Polish. So you just take our device, speak English, the device will translate whatever you say into Polish, and you can just communicate smoothly.
So I'm going to have the device, I'm speaking in English, and then it's going to translate text-wise into whatever the language is?
It will say it out loud.
It will speak?
Yes, it will speak.
Where's your booth? Are we here in the Venetian?
Yes, in the Venetian, in the lifestyle section, 54950.
You're on this floor, though?
Yes.
All right. Do you have a demo I can see?
I'm sorry,
You don't?
I don't.
Do you have a working prototype?
No, well, I have a product, but all the products are at the booth because we're using it all the time. So
no, I'm saying if I went back to the booth, can I see a demo?
Sure.
That's what I'm asking.
Please come.
Is this available on the market now?
Yes, it's available on our website, vascoelectronics.com.
Okay, so that's VASCO
yes.
electronics.com?
Exactly.
Okay, so if you're interested in this device, VASCOelectronics.com. And tell me, what's the price point of the device?
$389.
Okay.
It includes a free internet for life, because
it includes free internet for life.
I have to explain, because in order to have the translation very precise, right, we need to connect to our cloud based in Germany, but there's a SIM card included in the device. And the SIM card is free of charge. The data is free of charge in 200 countries for life.
That is amazing.
Thank you.
What a great idea, though.
Thank you very much.
And so let me get this straight. I only could speak English, a couple words in Polish, okay?
Yes.
And I could speak a couple phrases in Italian. Not good ones. But Enzo over there, Enzo speaks Italian and Spanish. So if I wanted to speak to someone in Italian, let me get this straight. I'm going to hold your device in my hand, and I'm just going to talk like I'm speaking with you.
Exactly.
And as I'm speaking with you, once my sentence is finished, it's going to start speaking in the language of choice, Italian, Polish, whatever.
Exactly. 76 languages.
And if the person speaks back to me,
you'll hear it.
Will it reverse the translation?
Yes.
No way. In real time.
Half a second.
Half a second is nothing. It takes me a half a second to think what I'm going to say.
Exactly. I believe that someday we will introduce a device that will know what you think and it will translate it quickly.
A little artificial intelligence in there, huh?
Probably. But
I think that's a fascinating device.
Thank you very much.
A fascinating device. And you have how many languages?
76.
And the price is $389.
$389.
Boy, just for safety reasons alone, traveling, you're lost.
Yeah, you can
or whatever,
just
and there's no hookup value. It's just going to work. Let me ask you a tough question. You never were asked this question before, I'm sure.
Okay.
If I'm on a cruise ship.
Yes. Well, it depends on the cruise ship, because some cruise ship lines have different satellite services. So it depends.
So if I'm in the middle of the ocean, as with any service, you don't know what your chances are of
getting. You have
the
satellite service. But it depends on the cruise line.
Okay. That's just fascinating.
Thank you.
It's fascinating. And how long has this product been around?
Actually, the latest model was launched last July, but the company's been here for 15 years.
And this is your company? You thought of the idea?
No, but I've been with the company for the last 10 years, so we've been developing.
It's a fascinating idea. Also, I assume I could use my headset and speak.
With Bluetooth, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. You can connect Bluetooth to.
How is it able to hear me speak, go up to the cloud, translate, come back down to my device in a half a second, even 2 seconds?
That's a question to our engineers, and I'm pretty sure they will not disclose the answer.
I mean, it's almost unbelievable.
Yes.
That it does it that fast. Now, what happens? It's artificial intelligence, I would imagine, that takes the language when you're clicking a button. So do I have a menu that says what language do you want to speak in?
Yes, you have to choose your language from the list. You have to choose the parallel of the languages.
Okay, what about the speed with which it comes back? Can I control that it's too fast, too slow? Is there controls for that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So that I could make the words come slower, or I can speed it up and make it go faster?
Yes, it's possible.
It does have that?
Yes.
You thought of everything.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, but I hope so.
A fascinating product. I'm going to try to make my way back there. I want to see this work.
Please come.
And I will have the beautiful Enza with me. I will speak in English. I'm going to pick Italian and see if it works.
Sure. Please come. I'm sorry I didn't bring it, but
that's okay.
All of them are.
I need to walk. I need to walk after I've been sitting here. All right. Thank you so much for coming on. I enjoyed it.
It was a pleasure.
Phenomenal product. I love it. I love the idea. I love the concept.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with it. I'll try to make my way back there.
Please. I'll be waiting.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, folks, the stuff gets more amazing by the minute here. Everyone that I bring up has just the coolest technology. I can't tell you how many times I've traveled abroad and just have no clue what people are saying because I only speak English. But having a device like that, that's pretty cool. I like the fact that it does come with, quote, internet service already built in for lifetime. That's good. I think it's a little pricey for the average Joe. I mean, if you're going on one trip a year to Europe or whatever, but if you travel frequently, if you like to go on cruises and things like that and travel all over the world, I mean, how cool is that? You get on a cruise, you go to Italy, you click Italian, bang, where's the bathroom? Right? You go to Greece on the next leg of the trip, you turn on Greece. Want talking Greek? Where's the bathroom? So, phenomenal device, and the fact that you have the ability to change the language at will, it's pretty good. It's very similar to what the lady had told us about the other device that she had seen that was an earbud. I guess it's the same technology and similar technology. It's always interesting to me how, at least at CES, there's not just one company that does this. It's unusual to find one company that just has this technology and no one else has it. There's usually 3 or 4 or 5 competitors, if you will, that all come up with the same idea or the same technology at the same time. It's pretty interesting. All right, folks, so it is 5 to 11 here. I don't think I have another interview coming up. Okay, so I think I've blabbed enough for everybody, and with Kirk's permission, I am going to sign off and go check out a couple of these booths. I will not be here tomorrow. I am actually leaving to go back to Arizona, IA. I will do some broadcasts to follow up, of course, with CES. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned. In a couple minutes, we will resume the interviews every 10 minutes. This is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, signing off. Pump me back in. Hey everybody, it's Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. That was a quick break. I am back. We have another person that we are going to interview. And it's Hall Corporation. I think it's Miho Noah, Business Development Lead Team, Hydroloop Incorporated. And you are Miho? Miho. I was close. I was right the first time.
That was good.
Hi, Miho. I am Don Bain. How are you?
Good.
Can you move your chair in just a little bit?
Okay.
So we can hear and see you. Okay. We're gonna first we're gonna get our picture taken so we can smile. Okay. Tell me all about your company. It's called Hydroloop.
Hydroloop. Okay. that was a good one. So our company Hi is based in Seoul, South Korea, and we're a digital therapeutics company.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so just to give you a brief explanation about what digital therapeutics.
Sure.
I think it's a very new term too.
Okay.
So instead of going to the doctors, we provide assessments like pre-checkups at home.
Okay.
And also the treatment via your smartphone.
So you provide the diagnosis and the treatment?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you going to diagnose?
So we have 3 main products. One for anxiety to diagnose.
Oh, anxiety, that's a big one.
Okay, that's something I'm experiencing right now.
You're anxious?
A little bit.
I'm the easiest person in the world to interview with.
Well, you are, but I think it's my
relaxed.
problem.
You're doing fine.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
You're laughing. You know what you're
laughing.
doing.
Yep.
It's all good.
Okay. So we have a product for anxiety.
Okay.
That's for like 20, 30, but for everyone, right? Basically, entire generation. And we have one for Alzheimer or mild cognitive impairments.
Okay, another real biggie.
And the third one is for the stroke, the dysarthria, the speech problem after the stroke.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
There you
so
go.
how are you going to diagnose this? Is there a device, a probe? What happens? How do I get diagnosed?
So
A questionnaire? What is it?
So, it's based on like the interactive assessments. Like we provide games and tests. So it's on your phone. You download the app, and we'll have you go through like different activities.
Okay.
So for example, one of our products for the Alzheimer's is called ArtsCard.
Right.
And in that, we'll give you like a picture or like we'll show you the picture, and have you like describe the picture and tell the story.
Okay.
And we collect data from there.
Okay. So I'm downloading an app, and I'm doing what it tells me, and it's actually doing the diagnosis. Okay. So is it going to detect for everything at once? Alzheimer's, anxiety, stress, whatever?
Or, well, I wish, but no.
Okay. I don't know.
So
I got to
it's a different product.
I got to take the test for anxiety if I want to get diagnosed for anxiety. Okay.
Yeah, and Alzheimer for Alzheimer and stroke for stroke.
Okay. How accurate is the diagnosis?
So we're looking up to 80% now. And since we are collecting the data from like biomarkers, so we're detecting your eye movement and your voice. We're analyzing your voice data. And
so there's a little bit of artificial intelligence induced in this.
And that's why we're at high, and it's shortened for human AI interaction.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you do the diagnosis. I have anxiety. How do I get treated? What's going to happen?
So based on the result that we have in our assessment part, we give you the customized treatment. So if you have, whether your anxiety level is low or medium or high, we give you the customized treatment based on the results.
But this is verbal or reading the treatment. Do this, deep breathe, whatever.
Yeah,
You're not dispensing medicine or telling me I need.
Okay. Yeah, it's a content based.
Okay, so it's content based.
Content like games and curriculums. Yeah.
Okay, and has that been shown to be, validated that I'm anxious? I play this game and now I'm not anxious.
Because we're going through the different clinical trials, and actually our final goal is to have it approved by the FDA and get it prescribed by the doctors.
What are you going to do for Alzheimer's? Because there's no cure for that.
So there's no cure, but our goal is to detect in an earlier stage so it can slow down your progress.
It's going to slow down the progress of Alzheimer's. How's it going to do that?
So because, just like I said, we're collecting different data through biomarkers, your eye movement and how you speak, and what. Okay.
But that would have to be at the very early stages of Alzheimer's, because typically Alzheimer's, the first thing that goes, one of the first things that goes, your ability to read and comprehend.
Yep. So that's our goal.
So how am I going to read if I have Alzheimer's and I can't comprehend it?
So that we're not like our targets are not the patients with Alzheimer, but people who has like a mild cognitive impairment.
Okay. Yeah. So it's in the infancy stages of that, and you're going to nip it in the bud. Also, they just approved yesterday.
The medicine.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
But we want to like go way before that.
Sure.
Prevent it. Like not prevent, but like detect it.
Right, detect it.
Yeah, so they don't have to take a medicine.
Well, detecting is half the battle, because if you detect it and you could take the medicine early, if I realize from the app that I have pre-Alzheimer's or whatever.
Yeah, or maybe if you would have to, like if there was no medicine, or if there's no high, then you would have to take a medicine in early late 70s.
Right.
But then you have high, you probably have to take the medicine in your 90s.
Yeah.
Right. So because we are slowing down the progress.
Fascinating. Well, it sounds like a phenomenal product, and I think it's in its infancy stages, and it's only going to grow and get better and better.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
awesome.
Yeah.
Great. And is this product available now?
Well, not in the U.S. market.
Okay.
like I said, we're born and raised in Seoul, South
Sure.
Korea, but we're expanding our business to the U.S. market
Which is why you're here at CES.
right now. Yeah.
Great.
And we're opening our office in Boston, and
Okay.
we'll be releasing the ArtsGuard, the product for Alzheimer, this year
Awesome.
in U.S. market.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
I
you.
enjoyed our interview, and I wish you the best of luck with your product. It has a lot of promise.
Yep. Thank you.
That's awesome. Nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you too.
All right, folks. Well, there you have it. I'll be their first candidate to test for anxiety, and I think I'm already on my way to pre-Alzheimer. I don't know. But in any event, I'm going to sign off now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned. I think Todd is coming up next. Does that sound right? Mr. Todd Cochran will be here live and in person in about 4 or 5 minutes. Actually, here comes Todd now. So thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to go to a station break, and I'll see everybody back on the air. Okay. All right, it's all yours.
Hope I see you this afternoon. All right. How did it go this morning? Was
Help
it
support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
Everybody, continuing coverage here at CES 2023. I had to think for a second what year this was. I hope everybody's doing good. I'm with you for the next 2 hours. Of course, my name is Todd Cochran of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com. Got lots to share with you. We've got lots of guests lined up. And I have been out and about. And I got some cool stuff to talk about in between guests. So the ever more fun stuff that's going on. Matter of fact, I walked by this booth, Hydraloop, took some pictures. You guys were busy. Oh, well, actually, I should introduce my guests. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are we shaking hands? I'm Sabine. Hi.
Hi, Sabine. Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
So, you, if it was by any semblance, you guys, it looks like you've been busy over there.
You can hear it in my voice, maybe. Yeah, I'm kind of losing it. But yes, we've been very busy. Wonderful. Yeah.
So, Hydraloop is pretty unique, and I think those that are eco-conscious are going to be interested in this product. Why don't you, first of all, introduce yourself about who you are, what you do in the company, and go through everything.
Love to. Thank you. So, my name is Sabine Stauffer. I'm the CMO and co-founder of Hydraloop. Now, we are the only IoT-connected, smart, decentral water recycling producer, and we have come here to CES. Oh, let me just say that in 2020, we won the best product of the whole show. So we beat everybody else with our Hydraloop H300. So these are standalone units, so you can recycle your water in your building. So this is your lightly contaminated water from bath, shower, washing machine, or condensation water from air conditioner, heat pump. So instead of just chucking it away and having it wasted, we think about a more circular way of using water. So we collect it in our beautiful units, treat it, clean it, purify it, so it's clean, clear, and safe, and you can use it again for those purposes that do not need tap water quality.
Right.
So toilet flushing, washing machine, garden, and swimming pool. And since that January 2020, which was the pivoting moment for our company when we won Engadget's Best of the Best of the whole show, we've grown the company, and so now we have offices all over the world, and we have partners, etc. We've grown our product line with larger units. But this year, we've come here to CES with the smallest Hydraloop unit, and it's called the Hydraloop Concealed. And what we've done is we've integrated it with the toilet flushing system. And why have we done that? So that 70% of the world population lives in an apartment, and they don't have the space for like a standalone unit. So now It's very easy and it's below $2,000 that we're offering. 1,895 is the price, which is unbelievable. We don't use filters or chemicals or membranes. And so it's for new construction, for for tiny houses, etc. And on the other hand, if you just want to do a bathroom retrofit, it's also very easy. And what you can do is the front plate, you can really design with your own taste. So you can make the smallest room in your home a statement of water sustainability and design.
You know, what's interesting about this is I grew up in rural America. And the house that I grew up in was built in the late 1800s.
Yeah.
And it had a gray water system and I guess the dark water system. So the dark water system went into a drain field and that type of a thing. And then the gray water went a separate route.
Yeah.
So stuff that came out of the sink, taps and stuff like that. So what you really have done here is taken the water that is really not dangerous, although it could have some chemicals from dish soap or something like that in it, and you're recycling that and then allowing that to be used a second time.
We are, but there's a very important issue there. We treat the water.
You treat it.
So what goes into the system is called gray.
Right.
But what comes out is not gray water anymore, and actually it looks like the purest. It's not drinkable water. It doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
But it looks like tap water. But it is treated water. It's disinfected, and so there is no viruses, no bacteria. So it's super safe. You I've drank it.
Right.
I'm still here.
Yeah. It's to me, this is pretty amazing, because if you think about every time we wash our hands, that's just water that's gone. It goes back into the ecosystem. If you're in a city, it goes into the water reclamation system. But in the country, it's not necessarily that case. Well, maybe it goes into the drain field and goes down. I could see use cases for both. Less water usage, the whole 9 yards. And in developing countries, water is a big issue.
It's a big issue everywhere.
Well, it's a big issue everywhere.
And basically, it's not just the climate change that is facing severe problems, but just to give you some stats, by 2050 we will have 2 billion more people on the planet. 65% of us will be living in urban environments, and if we don't do anything, we will need 55% more water than we're using today, and we're already running out. I live in the Netherlands. We have a drought. I know there's a drought in Sweden. It's not just like Nevada here or wherever. It's everywhere. It's a global issue. And so we think everything has to be more circular. So we have to get away from the linear way of thinking. This is called upstream intervention. Very nice word.
Yeah.
Basically what we're saying, we give the water a second loop, therefore hydro loop, and use it for those purposes that do not need tap water quality. You save water, you reduce wastewater, save energy and money, and contribute towards a more sustainable planet.
And it could be even used in garden.
Oh, yeah.
All these other applications where you're just pulling from the pump anyway.
Topping up your swimming pool. We're NSF 350 certified, so the water is certified to the highest international standards.
Since it is treated, does the system then need ongoing maintenance from a chemical standpoint or nothing?
No, that's the beauty. All the systems are IoT connected. They're all connected to our server and our Hydroloop device manager. They get over-the-air software updates. We're reading all the systems are monitored and read, and it's a self-cleaning system. Very low maintenance. We advise once every year and sometimes once every 2 years, just a general maintenance. That's it.
That's amazing.
So no consumables, nothing.
Obviously, it plugs in, needs power.
175 kilowatt hours per year, which is like a light bulb.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
No. And so with that, 175 kilowatts to do all the processing. So I'm assuming you're using ultraviolet light. How's the actual processing going on to take gray water and turn it into something that comes out of the tap that doesn't look like it's gray water anymore?
Yeah. So I told you that. I think I told because I've spoken to so many people.
It's okay.
No, so we don't use filters or membranes or chemicals.
Yeah.
Chemicals is a no-no.
Right.
And the filters and membrane, they clog.
Mm-hmm.
You can understand. You push it through.
Yep.
So we wanted to make a consumable, something that is fit and forget, because people don't like to clean their own that stuff. So what we would do, we do sedimentation and flotation. Very simple. anything heavier and lighter, we take out automatically. System does it. Then we inject millions of air bubbles.
Okay.
And these air bubbles, they travel up in the water and they take the suspended solids with them. That's the milky kind of color from the soap and whatever.
Yeah.
And you know what we do? We have soap in the water. We want to get rid of it. So with these bubbles, we create foam. And we're foaming the dirt out of the water, and then we skim it off like a Dutch beer. You just take off.
It's just like when you're cooking and the foam comes to the top and you're taking it.
We take it off. I'll quickly go on. Then we have a moving bed because I see we are kind of ending the time. I'll be quick. So it's the foam. Then we're injecting so much air into the water, it becomes very oxygen rich. We have a moving bed bioreactor aerobic bacteria. They're also taking the nutrients out.
Got it.
And the final step is UVC light.
Yep.
And it's clean, clear, and safe.
Hydroloop.com. So
55332. And we're here all day and tomorrow. Love to see you.
For those of you watching the live stream, hydroloop.com. Check out the new retrofit kit that they have for homes and apartments and wherever it may be applicable. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate
you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very, very cool. $2,000. And you've got of course, you're going to have some install cost.
Of course.
But, you know, a piece of cake.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm technically challenged, so I'll pay someone to do it.
Well, I would pay somebody to do it too, something like that. Anytime there's plumbing and you're running water into it, but if you think about it, though, there is how many faucets in your house? You got bathrooms, kitchen. That, of course, sometimes the stuff that goes down you get grease and stuff, so you don't probably want the kitchen. So it's probably just bathrooms, I would think. Bathrooms and I think wash bins and stuff like that. I think it would be all.
Something like that.
Yeah, we can take a picture. Sure. All right. Oh, you want to do it that way? Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you for coming on. Yeah. So I think what we have in a situation like this is we have a company that really's kind of got it figured out. And if you're doing a new build, then you just add this in a new build, and you know you're back in business, or you're just part of your initial construction cost. Mm-hmm. So, all right. We didn't have anybody coming on, so we could have talked to her a little bit longer. I don't think anybody's downstairs.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, so I know Scott tries to keep the segments short so that we can edit them later.
Exactly.
You know, I was looking for a Red Bull, and I ended up with coffee. So
wait, stop the presses. Mark the day on the calendar. There's no. I think there's actually, I don't think there's any Red Bull machines around. I don't think. So
yeah, you have to go. You have to go to the recreation area. Yeah. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about some cool stuff that I saw in the last 2 hours. Literally, the last 2 hours. Let me back up and get my phone ready. And we're going to go slow because I have a feeling that being this is Saturday, we have a potential for some guests to miss. How many folks showed up for Don's segment? Was it pretty much everyone's show, or was
I believe. Let's see. Only. I think 2 missed.
Okay, so that's not too bad.
Yeah.
So I stopped by the TP Link booth, and I run TP Link switches. For those of you that have a need to run a switch, a network switch, and I was looking at their brand new switches they have on the market. I don't know how much improvement from one to the next is really going to make, but one thing I do notice is that the cameras now in my security system in my studio is all LAN cables. You know, the cameras, you mount the camera, you plug a LAN cable into it, you run it back to a switch that has power on demand, PoE, and then it's tied into the monitoring system and all that stuff. Well, things are changing dramatically here. A lot of these cameras now are just plug them in, they connect to Wi-Fi, and you don't have to run. But you can have 6, 7, 8 cameras, and at the same time, have the same convenience that you have of the security for being wired and being able to. Now, the only challenge is the Wi-Fi goes down. Well, sometimes that happens, but Wi-Fi is pretty stable these days. I haven't seen a Wi-Fi connection really go down in a long, long time. Although I had to reboot a router recently, but, that happens once in a while anyway. But those are cool. But I think the product I spent the most time on, and a company that, in my opinion, based on my tech experience, has been a little bit controversial. We all know who Ring is. We know who owns Ring. We know what type of cameras Ring has. And we know that Ring actively participates in programs that allow law enforcement to be able to get access to Ring camera coverage, although they do now notify the homeowner, and the homeowner has to approve that coverage to be shared. So that's a change they put in place a couple of years ago. But Ring has a new car cam. So they basically help protect your car 24/7 with a dual-facing dashboard security camera, and they get real-time security alerts in the Ring app. Now, it's unique in that the way it mounts, and I think that they're going to get copied very, very quickly. It basically comes into the edge of the windshield, comes up and points it's kind of like there. It's kind of, instead of up in a corner where you would have a normal dash cam, it's right there, kind of center console, and camera facing forward, camera facing aft. You do have the ability to flip a privacy shutter to basically have it so people can't see inside the car if you want to shut that off, including the audio recording. Oh, well, that's weird. I'm hearing audio.
Yes.
So something's running somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, I still hear it.
Still hear it?
Okay, it's gone, whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't
know where that came from.
Yeah, I have no idea. I swear I hit nothing. Honestly, God, been good. It's been going really good. Knock on wood, so it's been good.
And it has the ability to receive real-time notifications of motions detected around your parked car. Keep your Ring car cam connected when your car is away from your home. With a Ring Protect subscription, in other words, LTE. And it's going to retail for $249, so it's on the top end of basically dash cams. But I do like the fact that it's dual facing. It's front and aft at the same time. She's going to send me some links to some videos so I can see whether or not you can see out of the rear of the vehicle easily or not. So that was probably one of the cooler finds I had of the morning. I think our next guest is here, so we'll get him on here in a second. But I also ran into a company that is called Massimo. They're basically known for off-road vehicles. They've got like golf cart type situations, but they had a line of e-coolers that are on available from Costco. So I've been interested in these portable refrigerators for a while. People that are in van life, or people that go camping, if they need a weekend's worth of food, this will plug into a external power source, or can have its own battery, and pretty reasonably priced. I was actually kind of surprised on the price of the unit, starting at a couple $100. I'm ready for him if he wants to bring him up. Oh, okay, no worries. He's getting his laptop ready. Also, want to thank the folks for the boost on the live stream. For those of you using a new podcast app at newpodcastapps.com. Michelle, you want mine too? Someone's making the lunch run to go get food. All right. So next up is Wilson Gao from Ucara. Eukarya. Hey,
Yes.
Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes.
Okay, great. So tell us about your company and what you're doing here at CES.
Yes, okay. Eukarya is an open source, highly extensible web GIS platform that's been trusted by the government of Japan and corporations in Japan to do a variety of GIS applications, from disaster preparation to digital archives to consumer and citizen engagement. And our product is called Re-Earth.
It's called what?
Re-Earth.
Re-Earth. So what exactly does Re-Earth then collect and store, and what is the basis around the product? So GIS is locational information, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. So yes, our company is primarily collecting, like you said, and storing information. Any kind of information that you want to store about the Earth, our company tries to make that as easy as possible for you to collect, and then also to communicate to whomever your stakeholders are.
So what are some of the applications currently being used in Japan? And I'll be honest with you, it's been about 5 years since I've been to Japan. I love the country very much. I know that the country is really or eco conscious because you have limited land resources. So the country is really focused on the ecology and making sure things stay safe. Of course, there's a long history of Japan. So what are some of the use cases you're using for the product?
Yeah, I like that you touched upon the ecology. So in order to handle the challenges of the climate crisis that we're going through, we help. One example of how the government of Japan has used it is we help visualize flooding in the cities. So we have like we've been adopted as the smart city platform for the cities of Japan. And what that means is that we have three-dimensional models of buildings that anybody can come to the website, reearth.io, reearth.io, to visit, and they can see three-dimensional models and see how high the floods will rise. And also, because it's a no-code and it's an accessible web GIS platform, that means that regular people can contribute improvements or suggestions to the government. Say they're planning an evacuation route. If you live in the area and you know that, that road was closed,
right,
you can go ahead and communicate that kind of information back to the people who are doing the planning for the disaster. And the idea is it will keep people safe, it will save lives, it will reduce the cost of disasters in the future. So we also have other uses that are commercial uses for tourism, publicity. We have educational uses where we use it to teach about geography, about the history. There's a lot of uses.
In Okinawa, spent a lot of time in Okinawa. That's where my wife is from. When it's typhoons, when typhoons roll in, I mean, of course, you end up with water in the street, running and draining off. Are you tracking that type of stuff too when there's natural disasters that are happening?
We can track it. We are looking for partnerships with local governments and private sector companies. As long as you provide the data, and we can work with you even to capture that data. We have partners that we can help you record any kind of data you're interested in. We can take that and use it to put it into our platform, make it easy for people to interact with, make it easy for people to change and make suggestions to. So we can definitely do it.
Well, that's awesome. I tell you, the ability to have this all in a database, though, that allows people to access it is probably what's unique here, don't you think?
Yes. Eukarya is a company that was founded by Tokyo University researchers who want to capture all the information they can about the world and use that information to create a world that is worth capturing.
So are you going to be expanding outside of Japan? Are you looking for partners to take this global, or what's
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's actually global already. As long as you go to our website, you can try it out for yourself today.
Awesome.
It's free. You can play with it. If you have technical expertise, you can even run your own version. You can learn from it. You can improve on it. And if you need any help, we offer services, and we're looking for global partners.
So give us the website address again.
Okay, it's reearth.io.
Reearth.io.
Yes, REEARTH.io.
Very, very cool. Reearth.io. Wilson, thank you for coming.
Appreciate
it. I appreciate you sharing with us what you guys are doing. Good luck with the rest of the show.
Yeah, come check us out.
All right.
We got a digital presence. Come check us out.
Don't worry, gato. Thank you so much. Very, very cool. Reearth.io. You know, you never know what you're going to run into. Reearth.io. Re-Earth. I'm going to go to their website right now and look. Oh, that's not the address. Reearth. Let's see what it looks like. So it's a web. All right, WebGIS. They have a. Yeah, it's going to be something worth looking at. Looks like they have a full API stack too. You can run query strings and stuff. So definitely, it's got an extensible language associated with it. So. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking here quick because sometimes you just got to see it and to understand it. Mapping, planning, telling your story, extensible, sharing and publishing. Okay, well, very, very cool. Reearth.io. All right, let me go ahead and continue on my conversation I was having earlier about some of the things I saw. But anyway, wrapped up the Ring car cam. Pre-order right now, $199. Available shortly for $249. Also, again, I was talking about the Massimo electric e-cooler available via Costco. So if you do glamping or tailgating or anything like that, this might be a product you'd be interested in, of course. The one thing I did run into here in the food section, there was a couple of things. As a matter of fact, I may have found my product of the year.
Whoa.
Or for the show.
For the show.
I may have found it. But I won't talk about it just yet. I'll talk about it here in a minute. So I walked up to a booth that was a company out of Japan called Nuldum, Nuldam, Nuldum. And what they really are basically plant-based foods. They've got real milk that's not milk. Well, I guess you can't call milk real unless it's real, but it tastes like milk, but it's not milk. Right. I don't want to get in trouble with the American Dairy Council for my dairy farmers out there, okay? I think there's actually a law. You have to, real milk is real milk.
Right.
I don't think you can call something milk that's not milk.
Right.
But they had a whole line of different products, and I was, I'm always skeptical about how some of this stuff tastes, and they had some samples out, and it actually wasn't too bad. I didn't try the milk because I do like real milk, actually, and I like whole milk, so it's just, sorry, 2% don't get it. When you grew up in a farm and able to get bulk tank milk back in the day when you could still get it, there's a reason why people... I understand people drink 2% because it's less fat or whatever, but I'll take the risk. There was also another company called Den Smart Strike. It's the world's first wireless communicating door strike. Okay, so it basically allows you to control. You know what a door strike is, right? It's okay. So when you shut your door and it closes and the latch goes into the hole. Yeah, that's the door strike.
Okay, I'm thinking it's door stop. Okay,
and it's really designed for enhancing security. The one thing and it's powered, so it really lets you have a different level of securing your door, which I found to be pretty interesting. Got to get our next guest, so we'll let them come up. but if you're a wine grower, you're going to want to hang out here. I got something to share for those of you that are wine connoisseurs. So, and we'll let the next guest get ready, and then we'll, after we're on day 3, doing ad-libbing is becoming more of a challenge.
Vamping is the word. Is the word.
Oh, is it vamping?
It's vamping, yeah. That's Scott's word, vamping.
It's vamping.
Yes.
So I'm just looking at how we've done from a coverage standpoint, people watching the live show. You can bring them up. Yeah, we're ready. So this coffee, though, is a godsend right now.
Amen.
And a big shout out to Linda, who takes care of our green room, takes care of us here, makes sure that we have no issues, and she makes sure the green room stays stocked with caffeine.
Yeah, Linda's awesome. Well, she's awesome throughout the entire production.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So introduce our next guest. I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself and your company, and then we'll get into what you guys do at Face Alive.
Okay, so I'm Christian. I'm glad to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So we are Face Alive. We are working in the field of biometry, and the purpose of Face Alive is to securize the biometry.
Is to what?
Securize, to put more security. Face recognition is a mature technology.
Yep.
The performance of face recognition has been multiplied by 50 in 5 years. But there is a weakness. You know what is morphing, perhaps? Morphing, it's a technology where you can mix 2 faces in the same person. And the weakness of face recognition algorithms is they are not able to know if it is this person or this person. So the risk is the identity of usurpation of identity. So you can steal the identity of a person. So the objective of Face Alive is to put security. So at the moment of the acquisition, we apply some algorithms in order to check that there is a real person. It's a liveness technology.
Right. So to make sure that not only that the person that's being analyzed is the person that the software says, and not misidentifying them with someone else.
Yeah. So we want to be sure that you are not like that in front of the camera. But it's a real risk. It doesn't happen so often, but it may happen only a few times. And for example, at the border control, if someone wants to pass and he wants to do some terrorist action, so the risk here is very important. So our purpose is to minimize this risk.
So your software then does, or your logarithm?
In fact, it's a system solution. A camera is not, so it's a hardware. So software needs to speak with the camera. And camera without lighting, here there is some lighting.
Yeah.
Lighting is important. So our system approach is to use 2D camera, a smart lighting, and AI in order to perform a reliable detection. And the innovation of Face Alive is to perform 3D acquisition only with a 2D camera.
So 3D acquisition with a 2D camera.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
And for 3D acquisition, there are many technologies. We have 2 eyes. That is a possibility. But we want to have a cheap solution. 2 camera, you increase the price. You can use a 3D camera. We call that time of flight, but it's another camera. It's complex. So what we are doing, I know that you are a 3D person because you have the light, you have shadow. So we are using the shadow in order to reconstruct the 3D view of the person.
I often tell people, based upon what I've done for many, many years in my previous job, it's not what you see, it's what's in the shadows can show you a lot. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So, but one shadow is not sufficient. You need to have several shadows. So our solution, we in less than half a second, we took several pictures with high quality, and we compare them, and we know at this moment that you are a real person with a 3D reconstruction.
So are you looking then to do integrations with airports and governments and security? What is your goal? Who is your customer going to be?
Alors, Face Alive, it's an alliance of 3 companies. We have Me Group. We operate photo booths all around the world. We have ID3, which is a company which is working in the biometry, and we have an academic partner. So we need this solution. We try to buy this solution, but we didn't find the good solution because not performant, it doesn't work. You have to do relearning of the AI. You have to perform some challenge to people. That's so complex. It must be very easy. People need to be go to at the end of the process. So we are our own customer. So Me Group, ID3 needs this technology, but if this technology fit to our requirement, if this technology is smart, we can sell it. So it's why we are here at Eureka Park at CES to present our solution, to do the combination, and to show we have a smart solution. It's not expensive. It's a 2D camera. It should work with everybody, with all demography, all age, all lighting.
Right.
Yeah, so we are here to find business.
You know, in America, there's been facial recognition is not without controversy. A lot of people are concerned about facial recognition. Of course, if you're in Europe, especially the UK, cameras are everywhere.
Yeah.
So facial you're always being monitored and tracked, and I'm sure they're using whatever technology they're using to figure out who's a good guy, bad guy, and so forth, or just monitoring. But there's been people here in the United States have been worried about facial recognition from a privacy standpoint. So it's going to be curious to see how the response is with companies that you talk to, at least here in the United States, on the applications. Now, for me, if I can go to the airport and get through security faster, I apply for services like Clear, TSA Pre, where I'm already pre-checked. I need to take a picture of my eyes, make sure I'm me, and I get through security faster. For me, it's a convenience.
Yes.
And I use it to my advantage. So anytime that technology and facial recognition can be used to help me, I'm all for it. But I understand a lot of people have concerns about the privacy aspect. And, of course, in the EU, you've got a whole different level of privacy. As a matter of fact, it's very, very strict with GDPR and everything that happens in the EU. So how does privacy fit into your product?
Privacy is very important. It's important for USA, but it's important for Europe, and it's important also for our company. And I think we don't speak about identification, camera, surveillance camera.
Right.
It's more to access to a service. When you want to access a service, you want to have security. So in that case, you are ready to share your biometry, but you don't want to have the biometry in the cloud.
Right.
So with Face Alive, we are partner. So for example, ID3 have a technology. It's a biometric QR code. That means that in this QR code, you have your biometry. It's secularized, it's encrypted, and people keep this biometry with themselves.
That's smart.
So it's an example that we care also about privacy.
And maybe it's like access to the bank.
For example, access for the bank is also important.
Right.
And the purpose of Face Alive is to propose solution on photo booth. It's a control environment. It's perfect. But we want to do that also on kiosk. It's an open environment. For example, you can have kiosk in the bank in order to do the onboarding. And in the next time, we will be also interested by mobile. Perhaps on mobile, you won't have the same level of security. But I think our technology is smart, and we can convert this technology in mobile. So it's a next development for us.
Awesome. What is the website for the company?
So it's a facealive-alive.com.
So it's face-alive.com. Awesome. Good solution. I think you're going to have good success here in the show. How's the response been? Been okay?
It's amazing. And Eureka Park is a very good place to do that. And with Eureka Park, we are coming with the Région Rhône-Alpes. And Région Rhône-Alpes is very strong with French tech.
That's right.
And that helps us to show our technology, and that is very important. And our solution has been labelized by Milogic. It's a numeric digital group which has analyzed that our technology is strategic and important for biometry.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations and good luck with the show.
Thank you very much.
For those that are not here, the French pavilion in Eureka Park started relatively small a number of years ago. Now, it's massive. The French pavilion is maybe 10 rows of different companies that are exhibiting here. So as we got through the conversation, became a little more clear what they were trying to do, because sometimes in the translation it's not always perfect. But I tell you what, I think by the time we got to the end here, we understand what they were doing. And so it's really, when you want to be identified is the key. It's not for surveillance, which is a big difference here in the product. So, having initially I thought it was purely for surveillance, but it's not. It's for service access and making sure that you're being identified as the person that you really are and not what some system thinks you are. So that's pretty cool. Looking through, we've had some good comments that have come back. And as a reminder, for those of you that are podcasters or listen to podcasts, more importantly, there's a new generation of podcasting apps with Podcasting 2.0 over at newpodcastapps.com. It allows you to be able to participate interactively with shows like this one. We are currently live within those podcast apps that support what's called the live item tagger, being lit like we are now. We're live in those apps, and when we finish being live, it'll switch back to being a normal podcast app where you consume previous episodes. So we're excited to employ Podcasting 2.0 technology here at CES. I'm also the founder of Blueberry Podcasting, a full-service podcast hosting company. If you're looking for podcast hosting services, you can go over to blueberry.com, BLUBRRY.com, Blueberry without the E's. And if you use the promo code Blueberry again without the E's, BLUBRRY004, we'll give you a 30-day, actually it's going to end up being 60 days of free trial to try our services and get online. So my team is over there looking forward to helping you if you're wanting to start a podcast. So next up is Stefano from Contents.com. Stefano, welcome to our coverage here at CES.
Hi, thanks for having me today.
Absolutely. Contents.com, that's a good domain name. How did you guys score that one?
Yeah, we bought it actually in the US
Yeah.
from a company that was, when people move from one house to another, they had this company that has this domain, and we had the luck to buy it.
Yeah.
Well, the person that sold it to us asked for shares, so
it
was pretty smart.
So he's got a little stake in the company for the domain. Yeah,
that's right.
All right, so tell me about Contents.com and what you guys are doing.
Okay, so we're an Italian scale-up. We help companies to create content, mainly written content. So we're talking about product sheets, blog articles, marketing copy, and social media copy as well. We do so through artificial intelligence. So we are on the wave of generative AI, which is booming right now.
Yep.
Considering that, according to Bessemer Ventures, the adoption of this technology will be even faster than smartphone and cloud. So there is truly a new dawn in the tech world, and we do so through our software as a service platform, which has a typical subscription-based model. But we also offer bigger companies enterprise solutions. So we're talking about custom solutions, and it's mainly a managed service. So they just tell us what they want, and we can customize the technology based on their needs.
There's been lots of news. I'm sure you've been watching. We don't need to talk about that particular platform at this time, and there's several out there. There's some that are commercial already. There's some that are experimental. So when it comes to this generation of content, how is your niche tech, or what is the niche of the platform? Because sometimes I see some of these platforms are kind of focused on specific topic areas.
So talking about which topic we can cover with our content generation, there's no limit. I mean, we are industry agnostic, let's say. What we are different from our competitors because right now we offer a platform that covers, let's say, the whole content creation supply chain. So this means that when someone is going to activate a subscription with us, is going to have all the tools to deal with everything. So let's say we say that our platform covers the content creation workflow, ideation, creation, and transformation. Ideation means that through our industry trends tool, you can find the insights that are the most relevant to your industry. Then based on that, you create content accordingly, also based on what you'd like to create, so which is your platform. And then there is the transformation phase, which is related to localization of content, which is truly important today, especially for the international companies. And also we have a tool that allows to convert text into audio and audio into text so that you give another way to use the content that you've created. With the platform, we mainly target SMEs.
Okay.
So it's mainly web agencies, small marketing teams, and also e-commerce.
So do you give the product a topic and then parameters? How is the formation of the content? How does it format? What does it need to know to create the content that you're looking to create?
Okay, so you simply start from an instruction. So you're gonna say in an imperative way, let's say to artificial intelligence, write an article about, and you're gonna choose the topic. I mean, you can't ask the AI to write something that has happened today because
right.
the model that we're using right now, which is one of the most famous one, is on 2021, so it's not up to date. And the thing that we do is that we work on the basic technology, because in our field there are these behemoths that own the technology. You can work on that and then make it available for customers for a specific use case. So we do so, and after you type in, write an instruction about X topic or write a product description about, and you're gonna name 3 to 7 keywords, you're gonna get the content that you asked for in about 30 seconds, 30, 45 seconds.
And then, of course, then you can edit. I was talking with Marlo. He said that some of the content he's doing now on a monthly basis for a magazine, he just talks about the topic that he wants to write about. It will write the 500-character article.
That's correct.
Then he'll spend about an hour editing. That's what he does. And then he's ready to go. But he said before, it used to take him like 3 days.
Much more,
to write that article, to get everything done. So I think it's pretty amazing. Do you see then your customers doing the same thing? They're generating the piece and then they go and touch it up and for their own use case?
Yeah, I mean, we also offer another service on top of this. If the customer wish, there's also the possibility to someone, human, so a proofreader, to proofread the content, to make sure that there are no hallucinations. They're called like this in our industry. So the AI may say that Rome is in Lombardy, but this is happening very rarely. So sometimes in our platform, I can say that when you create a blog article, for example, you can take that as it is and you can publish it, because there is also an anti-plagiarism checker behind, so content is never duplicated. So you're good to go, especially when you have to rank higher on search engines.
Right.
So that's the
So if I wanted to write about contents.com, I would tell the application, write me an introduction to the company contents.com.
That is correct.
And then it would kick it out.
It will kick out subheadings before giving you the actual content, so you can choose which subheading you'd like to add to your content. You can also edit them or just delete them, so get rid.
Right.
Up to 7 subheadings. And then after having confirmed the subheadings, you're going to get your content around 80 words per paragraph, per subheading, sorry. So it's going to be around 500 to 600 words. It depends on the topic.
Very, very cool. What's the price and is it available now?
Yes, it's available. We're on the market for almost a year. It is a subscription-based model ranging from 29 euros to 99.
Okay.
Annual subscriptions are 30%. There is a 30% discount on the overall value. With the 29 starter subscription, you're going to get 1,500 credits. What I mean with credits, 1 credit equals 1 request. So 1 piece of content generated by artificial intelligence.
So how do you feel you stack up against some of the other commercial offerings out there?
Okay, so here in the US, there's a giant competitor that recently raised a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty big deal. Right now,
I've been playing with it, and I'm not impressed.
Okay, that's cool. So you should try our platform next. So you're gonna tell me if you're gonna be impressed or not. In Italy, we don't have really there's no competition.
Right.
There's just one competitor that is doing that, but they're smaller than us. We are
So
almost
if I
60 people.
so if I come try your product, it's not going to be Italy focused. It'll be global.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
On the platform, we support 5 languages
Okay.
right now. So Italian, English, French, Spanish, and Brazilian Portuguese, which was recently added. We're going to add German very soon, as well as the text-to-image tool, which is something that our customers are asking for.
Yep.
Because they like to play with it and generate whatever they want. I hope that they avoid creating strange things because people are doing that as well. So.
Well, it sounds pretty exciting. So everyone, we're going to want to send you over to contents.com. I'm definitely going to check it out. And I have been, to be honest with you, I've been resistant. And from a company aspect, though, we're always like pressed to finish blog posts, to finish documentation, that kind of stuff. But if your engine's based upon industry data from 2021, I guess I'm going to ask you one last question. This will not write my user's manual because it has to know everything about me. Is there going to be a time when you as I come to you as a customer and you're going to scan my entire website and then it's going to learn what we do, and then is it going to be able to, do you feel that's in the future, or is that now?
No, you got it extremely correctly. This is something that we don't do through our SaaS platform because, it is a self-service way to give people the possibility to create content in an easier and faster way. But in the enterprise offering, what we do is exactly what you said. So we ask customers for data sets, so their own data set, and the machine is fed with that. And after having learned about how your brand is able to communicate with your target users, the AI is going to be able to replicate pieces of content that reflects your tone of voice and your specific, the adjective you use the most. And
Well, that's cool. So where does the enterprise pricing start?
The enterprise pricing generally is about $100K per year.
Wow.
It's
so
a yearly contract.
It's a big one.
Yeah. It's a managed service because you ask for us. We work on the machine with data scientists and computational linguists, and then you're all set. You just get the content. And
that's out of the budget. But you know what? If you want to be honest with you, if you figure out a way to I just tell you, go to, let's say I give you the site XML map.
Sure.
And I say, just suck that in, let it figure it out. If we get to that point, that's something I would pay a premium for, but I can't afford $100,000.
Okay. But maybe you could do a discount for it.
But if you can find, because there's a small business, I have 20 people, so it's not like that's an employee. I could buy an employee to do all the writing full time, at $100,000. So, all right. True. Very, very cool, Stefano. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
All right. Very good. Contents.com. That's the coolest interview of the week for me.
I think so.
I'm gonna go and look at. I'm gonna load it on my computer right now, and they got a great domain name. Holy cow!
And how that person got shares out of it.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe that's how I start offering up domain names that I have. Right. I'm going to take a screenshot of this here and make sure there we go. That's what you do, ladies and gentlemen. When you've talked to someone that you're going to forget, you take a screenshot of their website so that it goes into your photos. All right, let me go back to my phone. I don't know if the next person's downstairs or not.
Don't see anybody yet. We're at the top of the hour in about 7 minutes.
Yeah. All right. I have to call tonight to see if I have jury duty next week.
That's right. You do it on air.
No, we're not going to do that. I know. Yeah.
Report at 9 a.m.
Well, I'm excused for Monday, so I'm good. All right, so we're talking about food before the break, and we're going to talk a little bit more about food. I've seen lots of wine products over the years here at CES, and I walked up to a company called Cogni, C-O-G-N-I, and it's your new best friend in wine making. And what they have done is they've come up with a sensor. It's a wireless continuous barrel aging monitor. It forms a network of connected. You got a question? Oh, you gotta sit down. Forms it basically, you put this device in your wine barrel, and when levels slip out of user set tolerance, it sends an alert. It also does chemical readings and a bunch of stuff. This is the first time I've seen something that is for wine makers.
Specific. Because we had a robotic nose on Thursday, but it's not specific. It's very wide.
Yeah.
But he was talking about where it could fit with like wine production and stuff. So your next one's going to be a little interesting. It's why I wanted to sit down for a second.
Okay.
You've got one rep who's doing 2 companies back to back, so we'll have to pretend that he's leaving and then not.
Oh, all right.
So that when we cut,
so we have a break.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Exactly. So it's going to be him for both.
Okay.
Both of them.
So those of you that are watching today, you'll see how we're doing little magic of the show. So what I'll do is I'll actually slip and talk about something for a minute, and then we'll come back to him.
He's going to have to change products anyway, so you'll have to.
That's perfect. All right. Awesome. But that was Scott from Plug Hits. Plug Hits Live. Definitely check him out. So anyway, the wine sniffer for barrels. Let's see here. Let me back up. And then was the next product. Now, Kirk, do you drink almond milk?
No, I do not.
Okay. Barely can hear you.
I do not.
You do not drink almond milk.
I do not.
Do you drink coconut milk?
No, I do not.
Do you drink oat milk?
No, I do not. I'm a whole milk person.
You're a whole milk person. Okay.
Milk, yep.
I have a few people in the family that like oat milk and they like almond milk, and they go to the store and buy it. Well, did you know when you buy almond milk or oat milk from the store, you need to read the label? Because if the label says it's 1% protein, and my nose is running, I apologize here. Let me get a napkin. When you read the label and it says 1% protein, that means it's just basically, you get 1 or 2 almonds, and it's really not. There's a lot of water and fillers.
And it's also expensive.
So when it's at 5 and 6%, that's normal. That's at least what I was told at this booth.
Right.
But there's a company that is coming out with a product. It's called Grow. Is it Grower? I think it's Grower. G-R-O-W. No, Grow Up. G-O-R-O-W-E-P. And this device creates oat milk. It creates hazelnut, hazelnut, cashew nut, coconut, hemp seed, macadamia, walnut, pistachio, and oat. It makes that kind of milk. And it's going to cost $599. This thing is going to sell like wildfire. Because those that like to drink oat milk or almond milk, which are the 2 popular ones, they're passionate about it. And if they are able to create their own from ingredients that they source themselves, aka almonds and oats that they're able to get from a vendor, let's say they get it from Whole Foods or whoever they get it from, or another natural store, they will know exactly what they're ingesting. So I think this product is going to be, I know someone in my family that will be absolutely ape crazy about this and will advance order a unit almost immediately.
I don't understand the, I guess, the craze of almond milk. What is it? It's nutritional. I guess I'm asking.
It's supposed to be more healthy for you.
Okay. All right.
And and it's basically you're not, and it's also folks that are concerned about if they're vegans, and and again, I don't try to be an expert at all here, so. just be aware of that too. So if I got it wrong, audience, don't beat me up. I also saw a company that is doing what's called the Hasbro Selfie Series. And you can go to HasbroPlus.com, Selfie Series. You can basically get a 3D printed out version of yourself. And I've actually had one of these made in the past. So it's very, very cool. All right, so we're going to get the first product up that's just come in. And yeah, we can bring them up. So we're going all the way to 5 o'clock today. So those of you that are watching, just let you know, we're got full coverage here all the way up until 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 8 p.m. Eastern. So I know that you're not doing anything this Saturday, so you can hang out with me and with the rest of the team. And so getting our guest wired up here. All right. Ethan, how do you say your last name? Oh,
not Ethan, Zane.
Zane, okay.
Zane
right.
Harder.
I guess that the screen's not right? Okay, all right. That's cool. All right, everybody, our next guest is here, and Zane is with me. Zane, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and the company, and let's talk a little bit about the product you've got on the table here.
Yeah, so again, like you said, my name is Zane. Representing Ghoulie Ghoulie right now. What we have is a pet companion robot. It's made for both dogs and cats. Included on it has a 1080p HD camera as well as night vision on it. It sees up to 30 feet. There's a laser there for the cats. And then as well, what's interesting about it is it does have a pet treat dispenser with about 12 different cartridges, so you can last throughout the course of a day. Magnetic cup right there so it doesn't pop off. And then, as well, big wheels, so it can handle 15-degree incline over towels, shirts or anything they have on the ground, going from carpet to hardwood. And then it's all controlled through an app. So what you can do as well is you can take pictures, shoot videos from it, and then if you're particularly obsessed with your pet, like most people are, you can impose it on your friends and family so they can see it live stream from their own phones wherever they're at, too.
So I'm assuming then there's a companion app with this to drive it around.
Exactly, yep. And then as well, if you actually do have to do work and you can't play with your cat or dog, you can set it on autopilot and it'll just go bananas for about 10 minutes or so.
So what does it actually look for the cat, or is it just drive around and get the cat's attention?
It just drives around and gets the pet's attention.
Yeah.
Yes.
I live in a loft, and I have 2 cats in the loft, and I have basically a remote control vehicle that has no camera on it, and once in a while I'll move it around and I can tell that they've been swatting at it, but this changes the whole perspective.
Yeah, and what's really nice about this too is the shell right here. It's pretty chew proof, so if you don't have a bigger dog or anything like that, it's going to be able to withstand that.
That's right.
Yeah, I've actually chewed on it myself, so it's fine.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
So then when it dispenses a treat, does it come out of the bottom, or is it actually the top pop?
No, it comes right here out of the bottom right there.
Oh, nice.
Yep, and then the cartridges are pretty deep, so you can fit a good amount in there too, depending on whatever, how big or small your dog is.
You auto dispense that yourself then, right?
Exactly. You can hit the button right on the app, and then it'll dispense it in real time.
Awesome. So definitely the cats would be, or dog per se, would be like, oh, it's in motion. It's time to go get a treat.
Exactly. And if you want to get real cute about it, for the cats, we got one of those too. You can slap on it, which is really nice.
Yeah. That would end up being a SWAT device. I'm pretty sure maybe you wouldn't be able to see the camera with the cat on top of it.
Yeah.
So what is this going to retail for? Is it available now?
Yeah, you'll be able to find this on Amazon or as well on D-Light Mall, and it's $149.
Okay. And how long will the battery last on it?
It lasts about 6 hours, so throughout the course of a whole work day.
Okay, that's cool. Or even a couple of days, and then charge it.
Yep, exactly. And charge only takes a couple hours.
All right, awesome. Well, tell me about can you find it on a specific website?
Yes, so you can go to D-Light Mall, D-L-I-H-T, mall.com,
okay,
and you'll be able to find it there, no problem.
Or if you go on Amazon, it's Gully Gully?
Guli Guli.
Guli Guli. So Guli is the website. All right, Zane, thanks for bringing this on. It's been fantastic. Good luck and congratulations on the product.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me here.
All right, everyone. That was Zane, PR manager for Guli Guli, Guli. Make sure you check it out on Amazon. Just do a Google search. You'll find it, and pick one of these up for your pet. All right. So we're going to take a minute here and talk about a few things before we have our next guest, before we do the swap out.
He is next guest.
I know,
He's
but
gonna do their product.
I know they're gonna, but they're gonna swap the product out.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
yeah.
We're already done.
Yep.
We're done.
The next one thing I did want to talk about that I saw, or if you have your next product ready, we can move into that at any time. Okay. Huh? Yeah, we can go with, we can switch the product out if we have another product to bring on the table. Are they bringing it up?
Yeah, he's bringing it up right now.
So I was talking about that Hasbro selfie series. I'll have if you want to check that out, it's hasbropulse.com/selfie series. And they're talking about 3D printing. Also, the booth that we had in here, the first day from Enrico Cooney, where they were the shoes. Let's see here. Probably right here is a plug. Yeah. And if you want to take the headset off, take it off, and then we'll and find the best place for that's perfect right there. All right. We'll give it a second. Oh, nice.
Looks good.
Yeah,
Looks good.
and you can see how it looks in the camera.
Yeah, I think I can see that.
So I think what we may want to do is turn it back up a little bit so it's not as that works. Yeah, that's good. That's good like that. All right, everyone, I want to welcome our next guest, Zane Harder from Oton. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yeah, Oton, yep.
Yeah, so I see your product. It's right here beside us. We set it up. And tell us about this product that you guys are introducing at CES.
Yeah, so it's a floor lamp, as you can see here. This is made out of LED lights here. And what's interesting about this is it has 16 million different combinations of colors. So if there's a very specific shade of blue that you're looking for, we probably have it. That's no problem. And then as well, it does come with your traditional top lamp here that you can make warmer or dimmer as you choose.
Yeah, one thing I was noticed about that is I'm the type of person I don't like I like a more softer white, and you can almost see that that's the color you've got it set to now. And you got the ability probably then just to set it to a single color and not having it cycle through too, right?
Exactly, yep. So what it does, it also comes with a remote, but it also does have an app on it that has an RGB spectrum circle on it, so you can choose there. And as well, it does work with Alexa Voice and Google Home too, and you can set timers, and then it also does sync up with your music as well. So,
these products are becoming more popular now with the LED lighting, and I don't think I've seen a lamp per se. Where do you think this best use is going to be? You think this is going to be in a bedroom? This is going to be in a den? Where do you think this is going to be?
Well, that's what's great about it, and the colors change. So it's made basically for every mood, whether you're happy, sad, reading a book, watching a movie. It's really great for any mood or experience.
But what room do you think it would be? Do you have an idea what?
Well, personally, I actually have two myself.
Oh, really?
I have one in my living room, and I have one in my bedroom where I use it for video games too.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So what is that going to retail for?
So right now it's on Indiegogo, and it's going to be available January 10th. Should be around $100.
Around $100. So is the Indiegogo still in process?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. So then availability to ship relatively soon then, right?
Exactly. They're hoping in the next month.
Okay, awesome. Is there a website where folks can find this, or is it going to end up on Amazon, or where's it going to be?
No, not available on Amazon right now. You should be able to find this on D-Light Mall, DLIHT Mall.com shortly, and then as well as their website, OUTON.com.
OUTON.com, or D-Light Mall.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, awesome. Hey, this is what it's all about here at CES. Is everything imaginable is possible. Stylish lighting with LED, and what using it for gaming is you have it sit beside you or behind you for the gaming.
Yeah. So what it does is it answers to the phone. So if you put your phone right through the video games, it'll be able to track down the sound. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And then just does the exact same thing with music as well too.
All right. Well, Zane, thank you very much for coming out and showing us products from UTON, OUTON.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Have a good show. Thank you. All right, folks, here we go. I think that's the first lamp for the show.
Yes. First lamp.
But the LED stuff is just hot right now. I bought LED strips from a company and put them underneath my bed. So basically, in my bedroom, all there is underneath the bed is I can change the color. Normally, I have it like a low blue. As a matter of fact, it was off one time, and I was stumbling around trying to figure out where I was because I didn't have light. So ask her to help him get off the stage. Okay. If you just want to put your headset down, it's just as easy. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. Okay. It's fun to see some of this LED stuff that's coming around the market.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And also they've gotten various products and sizes, and instead of just one set design.
And in interviews like that, there's not a lot to talk about. The product is pretty self-explanatory.
Exactly right.
And you can get through pretty quick. All right, so let me back up here and figure out what I wanted to share. We talked a little bit about Enrico Cuny, the shoes that we had on from a previous episode. But a lot of 3D printers going on downstairs, a whole section of it as well as a product that, have you seen these printed tattoos?
Yes, I have, and in fact, I believe Danielle got one. Marlo was apprehensive.
Really?
But he did say that he wanted the Tech Wrench logo somewhere, but he kind of want to put it someplace where you do.
Well, the company is Prinker that I found, and it's a black ink set. The total price is actually kind of surprising. Black ink set $279, black ink and color ink set $399. Consumables are $169 for the color ink and $119 for the black ink. So they were printing people right there in their booth. And I think what this is it's not something you're going to buy to have at your house, but maybe this is something that you'll use for a fundraiser. If you think about it like a fun fair at an elementary school, this is something that only lasts a day. It's not really like a quote-unquote temporary tattoo. But that is I think the use case when that goes. Kirk, something's going on. I'm losing volume. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's bring our guest in. I want to introduce Boss. Oh my gosh,
Boss.
Boss.
My parents had a very funny sense of humor.
So, Boss, welcome. You're from True Kinetic.
True Kinetics. Yep.
Tell us about your product and what you guys are doing here at CES.
Yeah. So the problem we're trying to solve is that the science of sports has taught us a lot over the last 5 years, and the most important thing is that we now understand that lean body mass, or your muscle mass, is the best indicator of how healthy you are today.
Right.
But also how long you're going to stay healthy as you age. So, and you see that in the gyms because as you know, all the Zumba classes and all the cardio classes have gone because that doesn't train any muscle mass, and it's been replaced by high intensity training, strength training, boot camps, all aimed at generating muscle mass. Right? And the cool thing about endurance sports outdoors is you're constantly throwing your body weight around. When you're running, when you're cycling, you're constantly pushing against your body weight. When you're rowing, you're pushing against your body weight. And but what do we do when we go indoors? We replace that body weight, which is 90% of the force generation. We all of a sudden decide to replace that with a flywheel, right? You know, the things in your spinning bike, the things in your rollers or your treadmill. And those flywheels are at least a factor 15 too low. So the thing that gives you muscle strength and muscle development has been taken away. Now, we started out with the idea that that's all wrong because all this indoor equipment gets it wrong, and we want to get it right. And we've done that by not using very, very heavy flywheels. That was our first route, but a 1,000-pound flywheel wasn't very realistic. We use a robot. Which consists of a very strong strong electrical engine from a small car, very dedicated electronics, and specially designed software.
So what does the actual product look like then?
It's both. So that platform we can put into any fitness device because it's software controlled. We can make it do any sport, but we chose to launch with a bike, an indoor bike, a smart bike, so you can connect it to Zwift and to Rouvy and all these other cool platforms. And the second product that we made is a trainer, which is kind of like an indoor bike, but you put your own racing bike in. You take your rear wheel out, you put your frame on that thing, so that device, the trainer, becomes your rear wheel, and the resistance is given directly on your chain.
So someone that's used a traditional product that's on the market today and gets on your product, what are they gonna notice different?
Yeah, so we get a lot of like, wow, this is really different. Wow, this really feels like cycling outdoors. And
that's interesting.
Yeah. So and what you will notice, the way you notice it as the easiest is when you ride away from a stoplight in a normal going gear on your racing bike. It will take you forever to get up to speed. But while you're getting up to speed, you're really using your muscles. You're really building up strength,
pumping
right?
Hard.
You're pumping hard. And if you do that in a spinning class, 2 strokes and you're there. If you stop cycling on an indoor bike and on an exercise bike, 5 seconds and it stopped completely. But outdoors, you coast.
That's right.
So when you're riding outdoors, you're actually doing a lot of push and coast. So you push hard for 2-3 strokes, and you go up a little bit, pedal pushes, and then you kind of coast for 10 pedal pushes. And that gives you chance to recuperate. But that also brings in that strength element that you don't really realize that's there. So also on our bike, you also coast. You really feel that the bike just keeps going. And the true trainer also just keeps going as you're not pushing.
So from your studies, then, what is the effectiveness? That's the change. What is the change then? Are you getting a 50% improvement over a normal device? 20%? What are you seeing?
So that's very hard to
measure.
Hard to measure because those are longevity studies. So you need huge groups of people.
Right.
Because you want to eliminate the fact that some of these people have decided to start doing strength training as well and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So change their diet, whatever.
Sure.
So we haven't been able to do that. But what we do have is kind of like markers. We have an Olympic and world champion cyclist who invested in our company. When she heard about the company, she became an ambassador. We have Matt Russell, who's a professional triathlete, finished 6th in Kona recently. He only trains on our bike. He's had a horrible at Kona during the World Championships. He's had a horrible accident. He doesn't want to ride outdoor anymore, so he only rides indoors.
Wow!
And he only rides indoors on our bike because it just feels so much more realistic. And so the transition, because it's also that strength component, the transition, and that's also what our amateurs, so the people like you and me who ride that bike, they tell us, the transition from going outdoors to indoors and from indoors to outdoors is just seamless because it's exactly the same sport.
Right.
And hardly anybody realizes that, what they're doing now indoors is not the same sport.
If I ever get on a bike in the gym, I'm bored. It just is, okay, you crank it down, you make it a little resistant a little more, but it's not, to me, it's like, it's not even, doesn't even feel real.
Yeah, and if you think about it, we get that a lot. And for some reason, I find that the boredom on if the biking is real is not that bad. And if I'm honest, if I look at myself, I have a couple of these loops around my house. If I don't want to go too far, I just ride that loop. So that's just as boring as looking at a room, or it's even more boring than looking at a TV show or whatever, right?
True.
But if you're riding a real bike, you're not constantly fighting that bike to keep going.
That's true.
And that's that's really what makes time creep, is the fact that you're constantly fighting that bike to keep it going. You're using muscles that you normally don't use, because riding an indoor bike, because that weight is so low, it's like pushing an empty shopping cart. Right? If you push a full shopping cart, you put your muscle behind it, and it will keep going. If you stop pushing, if it's empty, it will go very fast, but just for a little bit.
And I bet your product's also going to help with bone density too then.
Of course, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Because it's like, people get old and they sit around, they get a sedentary life, and their bone density gets, because they're not using their muscles anymore. They're not putting force on it. All right, so retro kits, are you looking for partners? What's the goal here at CES? You're selling units?
So we're based in the Netherlands and Europe. The products right now is available in Europe, and despite the industry downturn right now after post-COVID, right, everybody's going outdoors again, and so the indoor market is struggling. The big brands are struggling. Everybody knows about it. Despite that, we're still growing in Europe, which we're very proud of. But we want to expand into the US, and we're looking for Series A funding round and distribution partners. Okay. And we've met some great people, and very happy to be here.
Awesome. TrueKinetic.com.
TrueKinetics.com, yeah.
And that's KINETIX, everyone. Yeah. So TrueKinetic, KINETIX.com. So you can go check it out online, check their product out. And who knows, maybe soon here in the United States, the product line will make it.
Yep. And if you're interested, help us by sending us an email, because that way we know that there's demand.
Right.
And that way we can show investors that there's demand. We might do an Indiegogo soon to also gauge that demand.
Awesome. Thank you for coming on the show.
Same
Appreciate it. All right, everyone. That's it's awesome that when people are thinking about the total science and trying to make things more realistic, and it's true. I could have never done a Roomba class to begin with. For me, it was it's the treadmill, it's the cross trainer, and it's free weights.
Right.
And I'm still fat.
Yeah, I'm not athletically challenged either.
The key is to push the blade away, right?
I see food.
All right, so let me go ahead and get back to my commentary here of stuff that I saw today. I'm glad I went out and walked around, or we'd be covering a lot of dead air.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, talking about that printer, and the thing I think it would be cool for is if people are doing fundraisers and stuff like that, and it's almost like if you go to a fair, it's fun.
They were here last year.
I think so.
Yeah, they were here last year because I saw them at Unveiled.
Yeah. So
I guess they're doing well because they're here for a second year in a row.
Well, I think it's one of those things. It's a unique product. It's you don't want one for your house,
right?
But if you're doing some sort of, if you're PTA or whatever it may be, and you're doing something, you could, and it would be something fun for kids and young adults. I don't think I'm going to want one of these.
He did actually. Marlo did get it. He did get it in 2020 when they were here. He did get it.
Oh, okay. So there is a crypto booth. And it's a little sparse over there.
Yeah, we all know about our discussion this morning.
So I went over there and I was looking for some other other information, which I really didn't get because they didn't know what the heck I was talking about. But yeah. People are a little bit shy, and people that are believe in crypto. But here's the thing: Bitcoin's Bitcoin. I personally trust Bitcoin. I don't trust any of the other crap coins or crap NFTs or any of that stuff. I don't. I'm not a. And I've said it many times on my own show that I'm not a big fan of this other stuff. All right, so this product, I guess, maybe is not a surprise. MyManu, MyManu, 37 languages, translating. I'm thinking, where has this product been? You basically put an earbud in, you click on your head, click on the earbud, you speak, and then it translates on your app and speaks the language you want to communicate with. If you have two people, it reads it back to them. So you can say hello or whatever it may be, and the app will say hola. So you can have a easier way to communicate instead of type, and then, but you do have to have a good internet connection. That's one of the things that this thing requires. $99 right now, show special, 37% off using the promo code CES23 at MyManu, MANU.com. So it's kind of funny. They had a booth babe over there, and
there hasn't been one here in
she, she knew everything about the product.
Yeah.
And was very knowledgeable, very nice, very personable. Wasn't traditionally what you would think but she was definitely someone there to help get people into the booth.
Okay.
Nice young lady. I had a great conversation with her. She knew the product upside down, one side, the other.
Good.
So oftentimes, people that are paid to come into booths to help attract people to walk in know nothing about the product. And so they did a great job. The product did SkyX make it yesterday here?
Who? I'm sorry.
SkyX, the ceiling mount company with the...
I don't believe so.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you straight up. I do not ever make investment advice, but I think this is a company to watch for. It's called SkyX. It's on NASDAQ. They have developed a fixture that, all right, when you put a fixture up in a house, they're usually up there for like till forever, right? Ceiling fan, it's going to stay up there until the ceiling fan breaks and you put up a new ceiling fan, right? What if you could change a fixture in 60 seconds? Let's say you get tired of that light that's up there and you want to upgrade and you want to change it. That's like, it's like, honey, will you change out this fixture? Oh my God! You're gonna be like, first go find the circuit breaker, and then get some tools out, and you're gonna have to have some wire strippers. It's just this is gonna be like an hour or two to change this fixture out, right? And this company SkyX has developed a fixture that goes right up in the socket in the ceiling, just like it does, fits into the box like anything else, that once it's wired up and put in, it's as simple as snapping in a new fixture. You just go up, turn it, lock, the new fixture is in. And, I have family members that change out decorations all the time. I can see now that there will be fixtures for Christmas, fixtures for Easter. There's going to be fixtures for parties. This company is going places. It's a plug and play to be able to change a lamp. You do not have to be technical. A 13-year-old can change out a lamp once the fixture is put in. This is an absolutely amazing product. SkyX. it's called Sky Plug. They've been everywhere on this show, advertising in the hallway.
Branding, yeah.
This company's going places, and they have 60 patents. 60 patents for a simple thing. It's going to, if I was any of these competitors down here with fixtures, I'd be like, let me sign the licensing deal now. Mm-hmm. And you can actually take the light off. You can touch the top of the fixture, it's fine, but this thing is crazy. Ties into Bluetooth, Alexa, Cantera. It's the full deal. I can see there is just this company is going to be big. And just I seen it in like 5 minutes of being in the booth. Once I saw the fixture, and what I mean by fixture is it's a little piece about 4 inches, has a hole through it, and around the edge, it's got the place to put your plus, your minus, your positive, your negative, and your ground, and fitted up into it's. Was blown away, really, and it's called the Sky X platform. Winner, chicken dinner on this one. Lots and lots and lots of companies doing battery solutions for homes. Huge, huge numbers of companies. Luna was a company I ran into. But all these power plants for homes have limitations. This one was 21.7 amps was the max pull. Now, do you know what your circuit breaker panel in your home is? Is it 150 amp or 100?
To be honest, you're asking me, I don't know.
So probably you're in. How old is your home that you're living in?
Built in 1930.
So you probably, if you're lucky, have 125. If you've been retrofitted, you might have 150, 150 amps. So in other words, when you turn on so most sockets, most electrical sockets for a normal house, that's on a 15 amp circuit. You may have 3 or 4 plugs in a living room that all run to a circuit breaker that's 15 amps. So you plug a light in, it's going to pull, 0.25 amps. You plug a hair dryer into it, it's going to pull, 5 amps. Different levels of power pull by device. A TV, a couple of amps. And you start going around a home, and in your particular case, if you never get to the point where you blow the main breaker, all of a sudden you run the hair dryer and the lights go out in the whole house because you've overexceeded the power of your power breaker. And usually that won't happen. Usually, because refrigerator's not running all the time, furnace is not running all the time. Usually there's a sequence of events that happen where not every appliance in your house is on at the same time pulling max draw. But God forbid you do pull too much power and you'll blow your house breaker. Now, that doesn't generally happen to most people. So what am I referring to here? Well, this Luna home power system has a maximum draw of 21.7 amps. So 21.7 amps, you can get there in a hurry. You can turn on the TV. You can probably do the refrigerator. But if you have an electric hot water heater, and that hot water heater has been off for a little while and it is going to pull some major amperage. So if you have a gas-powered hot water heater, it's not a big deal because it's not pulling electricity. But my main point here is I know what the energy draw is at the place I live in, and 21.7 would probably work for the average home, but you'd have to be real careful. If you're using this power as backup when the lights went out, I think you'd have to be conscious of what was running. What else? Ran into a company called Tenda. They do buy once cloud storage, pay once for a lifetime. It sounds a little shaky to me, but yet I found tiered storage plans from them that it looks like something people will sell from a kiosk. To give people storage, they don't have to use Apple like iCloud or something like that. But anyway, that's what I found this morning, running around for about this much of the room. And for those of you that are watching, there's only about 100 feet to the wall, all the way across. So I probably got a quarter of it covered in 2 hours. So there's more to see in this hall. What time do you get free? You 1 o'clock?
Yep.
Yep. You're gonna have to walk fast.
Yep.
To cover the ground you want to cover. But anyway, I think, let me see if there's any comments come in, see if there's anything on YouTube. People have had any commentary on YouTube. Of course, YouTube wants me to sign in. Come on now. Let's see if that password works. It did. All right. Well, you're complaining about...
Yeah, I didn't see. I was keeping an eye on both Facebook page, and I didn't see anything come in.
Yeah, nothing's come in.
No. Yeah, I'm looking on YouTube now, and I was the only person that responded. So I guess either the people ignored it, or didn't see it, or no one's on.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm on the Tech Podcast Live, and let me go over to. Let me see here. Let me go to your channel, and it's it's a Saturday. Oh, we got someone's watching. Justin's watching. So, all right. So let me. Hello, Justin. So hopefully, because we did a 2-for-1 there that was supposed to take up 20 minutes. It took up 10.
Mm-hmm.
So things went pretty fast.
Yeah, that was the CTA was here. It was over 25 minutes. A little over.
Oh, CTA was here with Don?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there was. We had it blocked out 20 minutes, but it went over a little over 25.
Yeah. So how did that conversation go?
Well, Don was not necessarily pressed her on what are you guys looking at, and she explained that they don't have anything yet. They're saying 100,000. There's been reports about 170.
Yeah. So they don't have the numbers.
They don't have the numbers yet. They'll have numbers from what she said. I believe late February, early March. Usually when they have the audit, it's late February, early March.
All right.
And they had over 3,500 exhibitors, 70% bigger than last year.
Of course.
He asked the demographics, and she really couldn't get
into that detail.
Couldn't really detail because of the audit. Also, it's 2 point covering the between here LVCC and various events. It's 2.1 million square feet.
Right.
Which broke the threshold last year when they have West Hall.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, the traffic even now, if I'm looking out, is really good. It took a little bit longer for the crowds to start, but I think what it is everyone out and drinking last night, had dinner, and maybe slept in a little more. So the show floor today, remarkably, right now, I would say is at about 75% traffic compared to what it was yesterday. So it's not noticeably different. Now tomorrow, it might be a little different around here. So, all right, our next guest is here, and be able to have a discussion. There we go. All right, I want to welcome James Lee from Mighty Health to our CES coverage. James, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Super excited to be here.
Yeah, so tell me what you guys are doing here at CES.
Yeah, so we are the home for healthy living for 50 on up. So basically what we do is we have an exercise, nutrition, and health coaching app specifically designed for adults over 50. And we're actually on the booth here at Tech West because we are with the AARP Age Tech Collaborative.
Okay.
And we were lucky enough to be included in their booth this year.
So I'm in that group. Actually, I'm only 18, but I just have anniversaries. So so the 50 plus. Why is 50 plus unique? Because now, in my opinion, 50 is the new 30. But
agreed.
So, why? What specifically is needed for 50
Well, let me
plus?
share just quickly why we even started Mighty Health in the first place. So, my dad actually had a heart surgery, unfortunately, and when he got out, he was feeling really weak, emaciated, and he was like, James, like, where should I go to exercise? Where should I go to, eat healthier? And it was funny because all the apps that I was looking at were all designed for millennials, right? There are people who are trying to bodybuild or trying to get a summer beach bod.
Yeah.
And looked at my dad's options. It was literally a Zumba class at the YMCA or go do like a nasty shake diet for Nutrisystem or, one of those types of weight loss programs. So he's like, I see him at home, speaking of CES, with like 3 different iPads and 2 iPhones. And I'm like, how come there isn't something that's designed for his body, given any, knee or joint problems or any, dietary restrictions around being low carb or pre-diabetic. So those are the types of, adjustments that we've made specifically for the population 50 plus.
And it's true. We don't want to say it, but, we've been going pretty strong here on the show. This morning, it was like, crawling out of bed, right? It is like, I need a few more hours of shut-eye.
Yeah.
And it's true, it's just natural. When people get older, they don't, some folks that are 50 plus, they've stayed in the gym for 50 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And you look at them, holy crap, but they've spent, I don't have time for the gym, and walking and those types of activities are lower impact and not as bad on the joints.
Mm-hmm.
So in the app then, you're doing nutrition?
Yeah, so we have over 250 different workouts to choose from. Things like chair yoga, knee strengthening, back strengthening, tai chi, any kind of more joint-friendly types of exercises.
Right.
We have a personalized nutrition plan. So we give you a grocery list that's designed around the foods you already like to eat. So we're not trying to force any kind of, bland recipes down your throat.
Well, it's just like I just subscribed recently to a service that delivered me meals that I picked on a certain meal plan, and oh my God. I was like, who eats this?
Yeah. I feel you. That's the problem with most of these programs, right? You do it for 2 or 3 months, and then you actually get your weight, you gain all your weight back because that's not a way you want to eat for the rest of your life.
It's designed. It's millennial food. It's not 50-year-old food. It was like, what is this? I don't even. I had to look it up online. What is that? So you've designed it so that.
But the most important thing is we actually give you a health coach because I think at the core of my dad's struggle was he knew what to do, right? But he had trouble actually doing it.
Wow, so you have a coach.
And you get a real human coach that's a board-certified health coach from our team that's texting with you on a near daily basis.
Wow.
And actually will be like, hey, I noticed that you ate this for breakfast, so why don't we make that small adjustment for tomorrow? Or, hey, we noticed we haven't done a workout in the last...
If he hasn't lied about what he ate, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or if you're at CES, you're getting 20,000 steps a day, and then your coach will be very happy with you.
Yeah. Yesterday was an 18,000 step day.
I was going to say, I don't think feeling bad in the morning has anything to do with age. I think it's just us being in Vegas for CES and just the dry weather and walking.
Doing the grind on the concrete.
Exactly.
So... when you said you get a personal coach, that means to me, I go, oh, how much is this going to cost? So it sounds like it's a great app, great program. You got someone there that's pushing on you a little bit without having to go to the gym and hire a personal coach, which is going to cost you a lot of money.
Yep. Not to mention also a lot of folks go to the gym, they don't feel super comfortable there.
Yeah.
Right? They feel intimidated or ashamed. They're like, I don't know where to start.
Yep.
But just to answer your question, so the plan starts at $15 a month, including the coach. Yep. And then we also have insurance coverage for 9 million Americans. So for 9 million people, Mighty Health is actually free for them if they join, and the insurance will cover it fully.
Is it under Medicare or what's it under?
Under Medicare Advantage, that's correct.
Wow. Oh, you figured this one out. But $15. All right, so I have to ask the question. How many people is a health coach managing?
So a health coach is managing about 500 people.
Okay.
But again, everyone's active at different times, so that they're not talking to all 500 people at the same time. And we've built our own system so that the coaches can keep track of everyone. They have notes on what your dog's name is and what your birthday is and all those things.
And probably some people need more attention than others, so some people's not, they're off track a little bit.
And some people also want more attention than others, right? Some people are like, hey, honestly, I'm kind of a hands-off kind of dude. You know, I just want to do my workouts. I want to read this content and do it on my own. So.
And you can probably script some of the responses. I understand this a little bit.
Yes.
You know, you script some of that.
Yeah.
To help.
So all of the responses are human, and you know, people are responding, but we have some templates that folks can, you know, depending on what path you're going down.
But at the same time, sometimes just knowing someone's watching.
Yeah.
or someone is tracking.
And not a chat bot or like a push notification.
Right.
It's an actual person who's getting to know you. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. So how's the success? How's he doing?
I'm sorry?
How's your dad doing?
Oh, my dad's doing a lot better now. Yeah.
So is he following the program?
He's following the program. He's lost about 30 pounds actually during the pandemic. So he started working out every day. Ironically, I think the silver lining is he's a little healthier now than he even was before the surgery. So
because sometimes that's what it takes, a little bit of a scare to go.
Yeah.
You know, you may not be here as long as you want to be here, and you have to change something.
And what we find is over 70% of our membership have at least one chronic issue, right? So if it's not, you know, being overweight, it's something like hypertension or pre-diabetes or something.
I think I've got like 3 or 4, Kirk. I think I've got. I'm already diabetic, so that's number one. Definitely the hypertension adds to it. So you know.
Well, I'll come back later and give you a free membership or something so you can try it out. We'll get the coaches to come over and talk you through. Yeah.
You know what my challenge is staying away from the candy bars.
Right. Well, if you're doing this 12 hours a day, I think you need the candy bars to stay awake, right? I get it.
All right, so where can you find Mighty Health at?
Yeah, so it's super easy, mightyhealth.com. We have a little questionnaire there. We could see if your insurance qualifies for free coverage.
All right.
If not, again, you could try it out for 7 days for free.
But for $15 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's well within most people's budgets regardless. Android, iOS app?
Android, iOS, desktop, and on TVs.
Oh.
So you can follow out your workout when you cast it on TV.
Wow, that's good. Okay. All right, very, very cool. Go check out Mighty Health, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
You know, and here's the thing I like about this story. Your dad needed this, so this is personal to you.
Very.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want him around to see the grandchildren grow up. And I don't know if you're married and have kids yet, and it's none of my business, but you want him around longer regardless.
Yeah. Well, he says, when are you going to start paying me for mentioning your stories? You know, he's like, I'm a brand ambassador now. You got to give me all the free T-shirts and swag and everything.
Absolutely.
So he's complaining him, you know, so I got to juice it as much as I can.
Yeah, cut him in for a percent. All right, sir.
Awesome.
Hey, thank
awesome
you very much.
Here. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You know, I like stories like this when there's, people have a personal motivation to make a product succeed that's personal. They're gonna be back. They're gonna do well. Have no doubt in my mind. It's very, very good. So, it's 12:48. That means I've got 12 minutes left. Hey, by the way, you need to listen to the one of the longest running continuous podcasts in the podcasting space, and that's Geek News Central. Twice weekly when I'm in Michigan, tech show. No content this week, just stuff on the website. But geeknewscentral.com is available on wherever you listen to podcasting. Come over to the website at geeknewscentral.com. We've got great content. We have writers putting content up on a regular basis. There's no regurgitated automatic chat GBT articles. Everything is handwritten by my team. And we do real reviews where we do real product testing, not something where we've just taken the press sheet and regurgitated numbers. We don't do that with any of our product reviews. And this twice weekly tech show is also streamed live It's available, again, wherever you listen to podcasts. Come to the website, you can follow, subscribe, and get on our newsletter as well. The newsletter contains all the information that I talk about, so you'll have a history of the commentary that's on the show. A typical episode will have 25 to 30 episodes. As a matter of fact, Kirk, who's our technical director today, is my executive producer of my show. He's the one that does all the research for the content and gets it ready, and then I go through and maybe cherry pick a couple, but yeah, we're pretty much synced up at this point, all these years working together. So get over to Geek News Central.com. Of course, you want to subscribe to GNC Weekly as well. That's Kirk's show. He does it with Scott, who is here from Plug Hits. The Gadget Professor as well. All those shows, minus the Gadget Professor, can be found at geeknewscentral.com. And then, of course, the Plug Hits is on Tech Podcast, linked onto our main page there to be able to get subscribed. So all these are great podcasts. Again, we do this live coverage, but at the same time, our bread and butter and the things that we do on a weekly basis outside of CES and other shows we attend are creating great podcast content. Most of us do both audio and video. Some shows are only audio, but yeah, definitely subscribe. What else do I have to talk about? I think that's about it, except jibber-jabbering just about nonsense here. We did get a response from James. He said, Justin, he said, "Hey, Todd and the team, you're doing great as always. Love these companies you're bringing on during the CES. Very inspiring. Makes you actually look forward to the future." I agree. There's some cool stuff here that is, and I was a little bit worried because, to be honest with you, I got more out of this floor today and Central yesterday. Downstairs in the innovative zone, it just wasn't as much as I normally expect from down there. We've talked about in the past how hard it is for these companies to break out, and anything that is in a pre-release or beta stage or, again, pre-production, you don't know if it'll ever make it to consumer shelves. There's companies here that have a long-time presence that test products at CES to see if they're going to get any buyers' attention. Because this is what these companies come here for. They come here to write purchase orders. Their dream is for Amazon to walk into their booth and say, "We want all of your product to be on Amazon. As a matter of fact, we want to make you a preferred vendor." So Amazon, Best Buy, all those big box and big folks, they're here in force. As a matter of fact, I walked into a booth, was talking to a guy, and an Amazon rep walked in. He was kind of scouting, and I kind of just got shoved to the side. And I don't blame him. It's like when Amazon walks into a booth here, it's like you might just about be ready to hit the lotto. And also, the offshore companies from China primarily, not necessarily Japan, because Japan has their own segment, but you'll walk by a booth from somewhere in Shenzhen, and they'll have a battery pack there that has no label on it. But 6 months from now, I'll be shopping somewhere, and I'll see that same exact product with a company's label on it. They come here and do licensing deals to put companies' logos on stuff, and they'll buy 1 million units, they'll ship it here, they'll put a common manufacturer's name that you know about, but it's really being produced by a company that sold them a license to license the product. We see that at NAB and other events as well. Companies here, and that's what they are. They're manufacturers. They've already designed it, they've created it, and they want to sell it and get it into mass market. Now, if you're in another country, you may see the same device with a different brand on, maybe a brand that's local and popular. So this is a truly global event, mass amount of money being signed here. We go looking for gadgets and cool stuff to talk to you about, but there's very, very serious business being done here, and oftentimes it takes one person to walk into a booth and write a purchase order that makes just one purchase order makes one of these vendors' entire show. And there's booths here that have nothing but cell phone covers in it, just 100 different designs of cell phone covers, and they will, they'll pick 25 designs and they'll buy 1 million units of each and put them in chain stores across the country. And so often I'll be in different stores. Let's say I'll go into a Dollar Tree or something to that effect. You'll be amazed when I see something and like, oh, I know where that came from. So, anyway, we're coming up here to switch out time about 6 minutes from now. All right, cool. Someone's taking pictures. Some show staff person. I don't know what that was about, but
yeah, got me
taking pictures for the view. I guess I don't know, but he was a CES official. I'm like, hey, okay.
CES broadcast team.
Oh, coming to see what we're doing, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Getting street cred, I guess.
Yeah. And see how we have things set up here.
Right.
I'm going to just brag. I was walking yesterday, and all the broadcast towers, and there was only one team that it looked like they might have been live. And North and West and Central, I specifically went by them all and was specifically surprised. Our team does the most live coverage of this show. Now, the exception might be the CTA. The CTA themselves have a couple of broadcast areas that they may do more, but no one talks to as many companies as us. There's no way. No one does it. And, in honesty, if everyone showed up on time, we would have someone in the seat every 10 minutes.
Right.
For the entire time we're live, and I wouldn't have to ad-lib at all. It'd be boom, 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 boom. But this, the fact of the matter is people just don't show up. They have too much going on. This place can become overwhelming.
Yeah, you cannot do this Venetian Expo and LVCC in 4 days. There is absolutely
not. It's impossible. You could have 2 or 3 teams covering each of these halls.
But even still scratching the surface.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, to be honest, I've been with the team since 2018. And it's like, I agree with you 100%. I may be biased, but I don't care. However, we're the only webcast or streaming platform or coverage all these years.
Yeah.
And a lot of the news channels or news stations like Fox, what have you, they're only going to cover a snippet.
Yeah, they come in here and do 3 2-minute segments and they're gone.
And they're gone.
Yeah.
Whereas, and it's very, they're scripted, and whereas with us, we're more, we ask, questions that they have never been asked before.
Yep.
Putting them on a spot, but it's like you're here.
Well, we don't necessarily put them on the spot.
No,
we let them tell their story.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I meant.
And sometimes when people leave, then we kind of have a discussion maybe afterwards about a product, but that's normally what happens. But so I'm about 3 minutes out, and we're going to do the swap out. But I want to thank everyone for being with me here for the last 2 hours. It's been my pleasure to bring you this portion of the coverage. We are here for another 4 hours today. And so we've got new team members going to be swapping in here momentarily. But I think what I'm going to do is just leave you with Hall View for a little bit while we're swapping out, and we can leave the live coverage up. We don't need to go to a dead screen but I think we can just show the hall coverage. You can see the traffic here, again, quite heavy. People lined up talking to different companies, and both Kirk and I are going to be amongst this mass of people looking around here for the next couple of hours. But we'll be back. I'll be back with you sometime tomorrow. I don't know exactly when. And then we'll wrap our coverage up for CES 2023 tomorrow. But again, 4 more hours today. Don't go anywhere. I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for your continued support. And definitely check me out at geeknewscentral.com.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Hello, Internet. I'm trying to blow the headphones off of Michelle. We've done our switch. We're here for the second half of day 3. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours. We've got a bunch of interesting companies coming your way. We've got I know the next guest, and I'm really excited about this one because they've been on the show in the past. But we've got all kinds of stuff coming up after my segment. Marla will be back to close out the day with you. We are only halfway into the 3rd day of CES. It's hard to believe that it's day 3, and yet also it feels like day 12. It is both exhausting and energizing, this show. We don't quite understand how it works. There's some sort of a magic field that's going on here in the building. But yeah, we've got a lot going on. Yesterday, Michelle and I did something incredibly scary. We handed over the control room entirely.
Yes, we did.
And we walked away. We'll talk about that a little later when we have a gap in the schedule. But we're back. We're doing what we do. Looking forward to 2 hours of really exciting guests. And speaking of really exciting guests, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Anastasia. I'm CEO and founder at Mosquito. Yeah, Mosquito, just will do a short introduction. Yeah, we are an engineering company to develop ecological and innovative products for pest insects control.
And, okay, so we've had you guys on the show before.
Exactly.
I don't remember if it was last year or...
Yeah, it was last year.
It was? Okay.
Yeah, actually we introduced first our product here at the Consumer Electronics Show in 2020. Then we had
I think we also had you on the show in 2020, if I remember
correctly. But I think we were not here with you that year.
Okay.
I think last year was
maybe
the
we
first.
invited you and you didn't have it in your schedule. No, y'all were busy. Your booth was always busy. So
yeah. So
let me help you out a little bit. We'll do
to,
this.
to manage the thing.
There we go. We got you. So tell us about the product.
Yeah, sure. So actually, we first introduced in 2020 our smart, eco-friendly mosquito control system. It is software-driven mosquito trap. What it does, it in an ecological way traps mosquitoes.
Okay.
That is a huge problem out there because they cause the problem to half of the world's population.
We're from Florida.
Yeah.
We know all about mosquitoes.
Yeah.
They're awful.
Exactly.
And in other parts of the world, they're even worse because they have things like Zika. And
Exactly. And in Florida, by the way, there was also a Zika outbreak in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. And thus, the problem is really huge.
Let me help a little stronger.
It's a big for me.
Is that better?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, and so the problem is only raising and expanding to the new territories, but it's not only mosquitoes are there are a lot of other pest insects that should be targeted in a more efficient, innovative way.
Okay.
Yeah, because there are lots of chemicals that are used, and actually the approaches are quite outdated in the industry, and thus our company targets to shake up this traditional approach in the industry. And
For sure.
Yeah, and since introduction of Mosquito in 2020, we installed the machines in 4 continents. And many people already enjoy the clean ecosystems around people's habitats, and this makes a really great experience for them. And that's why we want to develop even more in the new territories. We do it with strong distributors out on the market, because we understand this can help to make us real impact and to shake up really the industry.
Okay. So I notice here on the pamphlet that you've brought, I see 3.0. Exactly. So there must be some iterations of this. What have we got new in 3.0 that we haven't talked about before?
Yeah, sure. 3.0, we were working towards this. We always say that we try to make each new generation smarter
Sure.
and to bring new opportunities in this device. Now it is controlled via application. Now you can download this application from the Apple Store and Play Market.
Okay.
And operate it from here, your mosquito in Florida.
Awesome.
And also we, as we now make our steps towards US market, previously we introduced in India, in Europe, and our research and development team is back in Ukraine. We
okay.
Yeah, we opened, and we are proud of that, really, how they sustain and do develop the product. And we opened the office in Pennsylvania last year.
Okay.
And now we make go-to-market steps in the US. And
I'm going to pause you for just a sec because this is
Yeah.
killing me. Where?
I think it's better.
There.
Yeah,
There.
perfect.
I didn't want you to have to be managing a headset the whole time. So,
Yeah.
okay.
And about the new opportunities of the mosquitoes. So as far as we target a lot hotels, restaurants, condominiums, and we see that multiple machines should be installed in the territory. We understand that giving the opportunity to remotely control, to monitor the situation of your device gives the user experience really great user experience. And
Nice.
we work more to make it even smarter, to analyze mosquitoes that machine catches, and thus we hope that we can introduce even more news soon.
So what are we? So you're analyzing the mosquitoes themselves. What are we analyzing them for?
Actually, it's very important to understand the density of mosquitoes in this or that territory, and because, as you mentioned, that there is Zika, not only Zika, but dengue, malaria, and many diseases outbreak in the world, and only certain types of mosquitoes, species of mosquitoes, bring certain types of diseases. By analyzing which type of mosquitoes are there, you can preliminary understand the possible threat in this or that territory.
Okay.
So. It's the similar as we now analyze air quality, and mosquito index is something that we do not know, and our machine, by catching thousands of mosquitoes inside of it, can give really valuable data out there.
Sure. A mosquito index. That's not a phrase I was exactly prepared for, but it makes sense. Interesting. So you're able to determine essentially what type of mosquito is being caught, and therefore from there different types hold different possible hazards.
We eat a piece of cake at one time. So we started first to introduce really efficient machine for catch mosquitoes.
Right.
Then we made it smarter, and we did so that it can be remotely operated. So it is very efficient, and there are multiple ingredients that catch and attract female mosquitoes that cause diseases and bite. And now we are working more on analyzing the data and to make it even smarter. So in our vision, we do have this information. We provide this information within our application, so we are not doing it right away. But that's something you will get on the next phases of mosquito.
Okay. So, but it is something that's actively being worked on.
Exactly.
The technology exists. You're just working on rolling it out.
We are working on it. Rolling it out.
Awesome. So where did this come from for you? Like why was this the problem that you wanted to tackle?
In Florida. It came up in Florida.
Okay, of course it did.
Actually.
Where else?
And it came from chemicals, because the chemical threat that, again, back to that time where it was Zika outbreak, how it was treated from airplanes, just the chemicals were sprayed around to kill those mosquitoes with the diseases. But there is so many technologies out there for, and we understood that this is the problem, that is not targeted enough, because there are there are much more to be done, and that's how our engineering team in Ukraine started working along with the scientists to understand how we can target this machine. So what we do actually, we combine scientific background and software and hardware, combine it and bring the solution on the market. That's how we come to a really efficient product.
Okay. Fascinating. As far as rollout and availability, where are you on the product line? Obviously, you're on version 3, so there are at least 2 versions that are out there in the wild now.
Exactly. Those versions, they are widely available in India, in Europe, in Ukraine. We actually, as far as we introduced it in 2020, right before COVID approached us all. So our intention was to start from the US market, but we postponed our plans, and thus we got back them only now.
Okay.
Next markets for us are Brazilian and US market.
Okay.
That's what we are working on now. So we anticipate to make them available in the US within this year.
Okay.
And for these purposes, we are looking for strong distribution partnership because we understand that with good partners, we can bring real value on the market and to decrease this burden that creates both to the health, environment, and third, the economic losses, all of these problems that bring pest insects. Yeah.
You know, it's a lot of stuff that you're trying to target, and one device does seem like it has that ability. People are going to want to find out more about this. How can they do that?
Sure. Thank you. Please reach us with mosquito.com and connect us with Facebook, LinkedIn, and we would be happy to let you know more about our technology. Thank you.
Fantastic. And before I let you go, do we have a price point? If it comes to the U.S., do we have a...
yeah, we're going to have a rough of $2,000 for this product. Yeah.
Okay. And how big is it? Is it...
it's quite big.
Okay.
It's 120 meter, so I should transform it in inches. Yeah, no, it's quite a big product. Thus, it's for outdoor usage and to create all this mosquito-free ecosystem. But we do have some new products in line that would be released quite soon.
Okay.
So there are quite a lot of things to address, but we address them specifically with different technologies. So
very nice.
Mosquito is here. And some other products in line are coming up soon.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me.
It was great.
I love seeing how companies that we've had on before have progressed since we've last seen them. So
thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having us again.
And good luck getting a distributor.
Perfect. Thank you a lot.
Obviously, coming from Florida ourselves.
Right.
Coming from Florida ourselves, it's a big topic. Mosquitoes are a problem. It's not, we don't have malaria nets and things like that, but it's not a non-issue. It does exist for us. Like she said, we did have a Zika outbreak a couple of years ago.
True.
They're not safe. They're not deadly like they are in like Africa and parts of South America and stuff, but they can be.
I was saying, it doesn't mean that it
won't be.
That it won't be.
Yeah, doesn't mean that.
And even like West Nile virus and
West Nile.
What's I can't think of the other one. Think of it.
We'll get there.
Maybe. Yeah, and have we had them? How long have they been in existence?
2020 is when they released announced the product. CES 2020. And then we had them on last year.
Okay.
I don't remember if it was in person or virtual, but we had them on last year because I very much remember the product. And yeah, it's a cool product. It really is. There should be more of this in the wild. No chemicals to be able to deal with a problem like that. I think it's really great.
I agree.
So, All right, it doesn't look like we have a next guest ready, so let's talk about the crazy thing we did yesterday, my friend.
Okay. Which crazy thing?
You and I walked away from this building.
Yes.
Together at the same time.
Yes.
I don't know that I've ever been as nervous as I was when we stepped foot on that bus.
I know. You looked calm. I was freaking out.
Oh, I'm good at pretending. Show mode. It's something that we wanted to do. We wanted to be able to step away and know this has been our baby for years.
Yeah.
Basically, ever since we took over the tower in 19?
Yep.
Michelle and I have been doing this. This has been our thing. Todd did it for many, many years before that. And, when we moved up into the tower, we took over. Todd has had the wonderful pleasure of being able to step back and deal with more important things like keeping Blueberry running and,
True.
The immensity that has become Raw Voice, especially with the podcasting 2.0 stuff that's going on. If you're not interacting with that, you absolutely should be. I have spent all week with an earbud, including during this story, with an earbud in my ear, listening to the show on one of the new Podcast 2.0 apps. So he's got big things to deal with. He doesn't have to deal with this stuff. So,
right.
But this is the first time, legitimately, this was the first time I had stepped out of the booth, out of the studio, since we took over.
Yep.
So it's a real challenge to do, but we knew we needed to do it. We've put together a great team.
Yes.
We've trained up a great team, and they kept stuff moving.
They did.
It was a fantastic show
They
yesterday.
did. And we put together almost too good of a team because they've taken all my jobs away. But, yeah, no.
That, of course, is one of the problems with moving up inside of an organization, growing an organization, and staying at the top.
Yeah. But there was some hairy moments before we left, with the broadcast from Marlowe and having to redirect. And, so that just kind of added, because obviously the people that we have are amazing.
Yeah.
It's not that either of us thought that any of them couldn't do the job that they needed to do.
Right.
But there were some problems that we were troubleshooting on the fly right before. And so that just felt like, I hope we're not abandoning them if they need us.
And if you were watching yesterday, which you should have been, you may have noticed that Marlowe did one interview from somewhere else, and it didn't go. The interview went fantastic. The technology did not. We have done a lot of troubleshooting. We think we've narrowed down where the problem was, because we used the exact same technology about 2 hours later. So we think we've identified where the problem was, but it didn't work. And so he picked up and came and sat over here, and the show continued as if it was just 100% normal. Everything was good.
Which is a testament to our partnership with all of these other brands and our friendship. And luckily we're operating out of and around the same tower, so we can quickly go, yeah, you can use our space. Yeah. So that was great.
Yeah. So we went over to the other hall. Well, we went across town to the other facility. We went to the Las Vegas Convention Center. For those who don't know, we are currently in what is now the Venetian and used to be the Sands Expo. And so the Las Vegas Convention Center is about a 10-minute bus ride from here, depending on traffic. And so we legitimately left. We weren't in the building. In 2020, I stepped out for about 45 minutes, and I was a 5-minute walk down the hall. That was as far as I felt comfortable going.
Yep.
And I had you sitting there.
Yep.
Which was different. And we did have a problem. You called and we solved it, and we were off and running, which is exactly what could have happened yesterday with most of the problems. But we didn't have any.
No, we didn't have any.
Everything was solid. Everything was good. And
that's great.
I felt good about it. And it allowed us to go do some stuff, like see the new West Hall. Mm-hmm. You and I were here for the groundbreaking of the West Hall.
Yeah.
And we hadn't been in it yet, which was annoying. We got to do that together.
Yeah.
We got to go over and do the loop.
Yeah, the loop in the tunnel with the Teslas.
Yeah. That was cool. If you don't
That
know
was
about the
fun.
loop, Michelle, tell them about the loop.
So the loop, which was easy to find and not so easy to find because we didn't know. I mean, it was right there, but we didn't know exactly what it was. So I think a lot of people have
It's not
missed
well
it.
branded.
Yeah.
And even when it is, inside the West Hall, there were signs that said loop that way.
True.
What's that? Don't worry about it.
True.
I don't necessarily want people to know about it.
I know because we didn't have a line. So we get out of the bus, which the busing system here with CES is amazing.
Yeah.
Like you might think, oh, I don't want to take buses from, here. There's so much traffic, but they're truly. They get us where we need to be, and it doesn't take too
There
long.
was a cop car sitting outside
Yep.
that pulled out into traffic with its lights on to let the bus go and then slid back into its parking place and let traffic get going again.
Yep.
That was wild.
Yeah.
I wasn't prepared for that one.
No, me either. So that in and of itself, we've been using it for years, and we love it. We pull up in front of Central Hall because South Hall is closed this year.
Yep. Most of them are here.
True. And we get out. We're kind of looking around, and things just look different to me. I'm like, this looks different. Now, granted, there's some of the brands that aren't where they used to be over in the open area. But we go walking, where are we going to go in?
Central Plaza.
Central Plaza.
That's the name of it.
That's correct.
Because there's two plazas now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's a West Plaza as well.
Oh, I missed that one. As we're walking, and we heard it's a long haul to get from Central to West. Everybody's been telling us. We see this little
glass shack.
little outbuilding. Yeah.
That's new that we hadn't seen before.
And you're like, you think that's it? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it is. Why? What is it? Why would it be there?
Yeah. And then as we got closer, we saw escalators going into the ground.
So we're like, let's just try it.
That's got to be
Let's
it.
go. And sure enough, and we've got some video of it. I think Alante's already posted a video.
Okay.
Which we will probably resend out forward for him. And yeah, we went down the escalator. There was.
And the underground has these LED strip lights across the top, and they had it animating in the CES brand colors.
Yeah.
The same thing that I usually do with the lights in my wall behind me in the last 2 years when we've been from the studio.
Right.
I've had that do the CES brand colors. They had the ceiling doing that. That was wild.
It was neat. And we all know how much I like lighty uppy things.
Indeed.
So the whole little underground area was really cool. And they have little bays set up and going, I guess, I don't know what the other part of the loop, where does that go? Does it go to one of the hotels?
No, it goes to the parking lot.
Okay. So depending on where you're going,
central
you get in
to
line.
parking, central to west, west to parking, west to back to central.
And I think the second time when we took it back, our driver's name that time was Mark Anthony, and he was wonderful.
Yes.
Very informative, and I think he said it does go to one of the hotels now.
It's going to.
No, I think he said it already does. Maybe I'm
The
mistaken.
signage didn't say that. That doesn't mean that it doesn't. Maybe that parking lot is it pops up at the edge of the parking lot and it's right next to a hotel.
Maybe.
That
Yeah,
could
yeah,
be.
maybe.
But I think he said that.
And I know he said there's more comments.
That
Caesars
is coming.
Can't remember.
Everybody
the name
wants
of the hotel that he said.
Everybody wants to be part of it, though. Is what he
Yes.
said. Everybody wants to be part of it, which of course they do.
Yeah.
It was incredibly quick. I couldn't believe how paced it was. They really had it like us.
Yeah.
Your time's up, get out.
They tell you how many you got, go get in this number, go get in line 9, go get in line 2, depending on where you're going. And they're just continual motion. They handle it way better than Disney does.
Mhm.
Those continual motion rides there, you wait for an hour and a half, and you're like, why am I still waiting here?
Yeah.
But those were really, really good.
They were out in 3 seconds. It was unbelievable. So we get down there. They go to Bay 8. So we go stand in Bay 8. As we walk up to Bay 8, whoop, a Tesla comes around the corner. Doors open. Too many people got out of it. We'll ignore that. Too many people left the car. And then you just get in, you sit down, and the driver is just off and running. They're driving it manually in the in the inner loop, but as soon as you get to the tunnel, it seems like a computer takes over because the speed changes and you're gone. You're just, whew. It was such a speed change that Michelle even went, woo, because it was a significant speed change, but it was great. Danielle and Christopher were really annoyed because they had walked over to West Hall about an hour earlier, and it took them forever. And we got in the underground, and we were there in, Mark Anthony said it was a minute and 20 seconds, I think, is the ride. And we were there.
As opposed to, he said, a 45-minute walk.
Yeah, which is about what Danny and Christopher said.
Yeah.
That seemed about right.
Yeah, she was like, what? She's like, we've done this multiple times now already, and you guys just got here in a couple minutes. And we're like, yeah. So they rode it back with us.
Yeah, because we listened to Marlo when he told us during the setup that it's the only way to travel over there.
And I was worried that I wasn't going to get a chance to do it.
Yeah.
I figured the lines would be crazy.
And now you've done it twice.
It was so much fun.
With no lines. None.
Basically none.
The first
couple
time.
Minutes.
The first, when we went over, there was no wait.
line at all.
We went to Bay 8, a car pulled up, people got out, we got in, and we were gone. But when we were leaving west to come back to Central, there was a group of 3 in front of us.
Right.
And they got in the first one that had gull wing doors.
Yeah.
And then we got in one that didn't.
It didn't. So we're going to have to go do it again.
Sadness.
I actually told your mom if we can work out the coverage tomorrow morning. I told her I'd go over with her on the buses and to ride the.
Yeah, that sounds like a great
Nancy
idea.
really wants to go over and see a little bit of the stuff without the pace that we have to do when we have cameras in tow.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, you have spent more time on the floor than me. Not by a ton,
Not by much.
But certainly more than I have. Have you come across anything that has been like, ooh, that's the one? I know you liked the sconces
I
at
really
Monster
loved
yesterday.
those. I can't believe I liked them, to be honest with you. I loved them. Usually, like, David is always like, oh, look at this sconce, look at that sconce. And I don't really care about sconces. I'm like, okay, we should get some of these. No, I'm good. But when those caught my eye, and we'd been there a few minutes before they caught my eye, I'm like, oh my gosh, look at those sconces with the light coming from the top and the bottom, and made the little geometric design. And yeah, those were cool.
And they're Razor Chroma.
Yeah.
So you can include them in your gaming rig, and you can do all the Razor Chroma things, like make the whole house turn blue if you get a new tweet mention or whatever.
Yeah. So I guess the next round of birthdays and Christmas that comes in 2023, we're going to be getting those products. I'm finally going to get sconces. And they're indoor-outdoor.
I was surprised about that one.
Yeah.
I really like on the big one, I like the diffuser option.
Yeah.
Because the neon is one of my favorite products out of the Illuminescence line, and it's because of the diffuser. So the idea that she essentially took the neon and turned it into a sconce, definitely a win for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's cool. And I even liked it when because she would like just pop the bottom diffuser in, and it even looked good with just one diffuser.
Yeah, half and
so
half.
they were a little bit different,
Yeah.
but the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I loved those. Definitely.
We saw some really great speakers at Altec Lansing yesterday.
I was so shocked. Like, I don't pay that close attention to speakers anymore. Every once in a while you get a good different one. But when she walked you over there and turned on that big speaker, and it thumped the way it thumped.
At 229.
Yeah.
So, fun story. For people who watch our other stuff, you may know that we've got a couple of really big PA speakers, and they did not call them PA speakers. They called them party speakers.
Right.
They wanted to make sure that we knew that they were not professional grade. They are not PA speakers, but they are. They
definitely are.
I'm under no obligation to use their terminology. They are absolutely PA speakers. They are so heavy that one of the members in our group, Noel, screwed up his back lifting one.
Oh no.
For the AMROC reopening.
Oh.
So they're wickedly heavy.
They are.
And we put them up on these big poles that are taller than our head. And so my first question to her, I did not even ask her to turn it on. I said, how heavy are they? And her response was, oh, they're pretty heavy. Can I tip one over? She's like, sure. Honest to God, it's like they were empty.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how lightweight it was. Because ours are at least 6 times that weight, at least. I could carry one on each side of those. Yes. And ours, it's a bend at the knee, up and over.
Yeah.
Is the only way to move them.
Like I could probably lift ours, but I couldn't carry them. I couldn't walk with them.
Yeah, I've seen you up onto a flatbed, and that's about the extent of it. You couldn't put it on one of the towers. I put them up on the sticks, and I hate it. This, you could not just pick it up. You could carry it. You could lift it up onto the top of a pole.
Yeah.
I think all of that would be incredibly easy. $229 for these things. They really, really thump. And the Bluetooth daisy chain. And I verified with the lead engineer for the product, and he told me you can run a line in, so out of my mixer into one speaker, Bluetooth link to the other speaker, and both of them will play. So no longer do I have to run a 200, 300, 400-foot XLR cable across an auditorium to be able to get sound for Roboticon or something like that. I can legitimately, if you do it right, you should be able to Bluetooth hop at least a short distance, 33 feet for sure, but Bluetooth goes up to 300 feet. Theoretically, you should be able to put them a long distance plug, hardwire to hardwire, Bluetooth to Bluetooth, and be good to go. I mean, come on. That's fantastic.
It absolutely is. And the sound was phenomenal.
Yeah. We got it real loud, and we didn't adjust the equalizer on the back, but we got the thing real loud, and we hit just a little bit of distortion.
Just a little.
But about the same as our $800 speakers.
Right.
So.
And she cranked it higher than when we got to that level.
Yeah.
And there was just a tiny bit of distortion. That was cranked.
Plus, it was from Bluetooth.
Yep.
So there's going to be distortion in that anyway. And it was not like mixer live audio. It was, something off of Spotify or whatever. So there's already compression in that. So you're compressing it and then compressing it for Bluetooth and then turning the volume up really loud. We were going to get distortion. And it was fine. I expected it. I didn't expect as little, in fact.
Right.
So, not a problem. Really cool. Excited about them. But, all right. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, Scott.
How are you doing?
Okay, I'm good. Thanks. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Brian, the co-founder of MyFirst, and we're from Singapore.
Okay. So tell me about the company.
So MyFirst enables kids to do whatever you and I as grown-ups do with technology. So we've got a whole series of kids tech products.
Okay.
It's a kids tech ecosystem. We've got headphones. We've got cameras.
Oh, wow.
We've got kids karaoke. We've got kids drawing pads, 3D pens, but our flagship product is the kids smartphone. It's a wearable smartphone, just like this. So whatever you and I can do to stay connected with a smartphone, the kids can now do the same.
Okay. How do you accomplish that? Is this the product here?
This is the product.
Okay,
yes.
Fantastic. Thank you for bringing a show and tell.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the product. It's a fully functional phone.
That's correct.
Worn as a watch.
Worn as a watch. There's a SIM card slot. Right now, it's a physical SIM card slot, a nano SIM, 4G LTE. You can voice call, video call, message, emoji, social sharing as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of social sharing?
So the usual evils with social network for grown-ups, it's even worse for kids, right? So we've created our own social circle.
Excellent.
And at the core of that,
Much
it's
better.
the family sharing with each other. And if they want to expand that circle to friends, their besties, their network, they can. So it's up to the parents. The parents have oversight as to who their kids hang out with. And so it's safety first.
That's fantastic, because obviously that's what's missing with any of the other socials, is any kind of oversight of any sort. I think all of them are under suit. You know, TikTok has been sued by everybody at some point for encouraging kids to violate.
That's correct. Right.
Both the law and their own terms of service. So, you know, social networks can be problematic because parents have no idea what's happening.
Yep, that's correct. So it allows the parents to see who they hang out with. You can create a whitelist who can contact your kid. It's got GPS tracking. You can also set who can see where your kids are. Geofencing, so if they leave the school zone, sends an alert. There's also an SOS function, so if the kids are in any need of help, the parents are alerted.
Okay, that's great. What kind of price point are we talking about on this thing?
So the square model is $169 US.
Okay.
The round model, it's always more expensive because the screen's harder to get. That's $199 US. Yep.
But it is a smartphone.
It is a
capable.
smartphone, so it's way cheaper than a normal smartphone that you and I would buy.
Yeah.
Yep. And
it's cheaper than most decent prepaid phones.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, so it's almost a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the availability?
Currently, CES 2023 is our launch in the U.S.
Okay.
We're all over Asia, 3,000 retail points.
Oh,
and
wow.
parts of Europe as well. So this is our first push into the U.S. Because we want to help U.S. kids as well stay connected. Amazon's chasing us to put this on.
Excellent.
And with CES has been really useful, so we've met a lot of sales reps and big retail. So maybe
Fantastic.
coming to a big box retail soon.
And is that what your main goal was here at the show, was to find some sort of a distributor, some sort
That's
of a
correct.
retailer?
Yes.
Okay.
So a lot of them have come by. Our booth is pretty well lit. So and it's
That
happy
always
and cheery.
helps. That always helps.
so we've made a lot of connections here. So let's see what happens.
Excellent. That sounds fantastic. Now, it's a kid's product. We know that our watches don't usually come in interesting colors, but I see that yours is all kinds of colorful. I imagine that's probably the norm. There's probably all kinds of color options.
Yep. So this is cotton candy.
It
we
sure
also
is.
have a space blue, which is a bit darker and looks almost like black. So it depends on what school the kids go to. So this one will stand out in some schools. Some schools are okay with that. Some schools are not. So that's why we provide a more monotone color option. Straps are all replaceable. You can swap them out. You can choose and customize that. Kids love that. Watch faces are animated, so they can customize that as well. You can take a selfie with the camera, and that can be your own wallpaper as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are they specialty bands, or is that the standard watch band?
These are specialty bands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the band, or is it?
No.
It's just a.
Out in Asia, we have specialty bands where there's e-payments, so kids don't have to carry a credit card or a wallet anymore.
Wow.
So it's integrated with the watch. They just tap. Yep. You want to buy a drink, just tap.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So, how long has the product been on the market?
So this particular model we're launching at CES this year.
Okay. So this model is brand new.
This model is brand new. Well, it's 2 days old.
That's pretty new. Well, I mean, I guess in the technology space,
yeah,
you've aged out already
yeah,
in 2 days.
Yeah, it's too long. Yeah. We've got an eSIM model that's coming out in a month or so.
Okay.
This is 2 meters water resistance. The eSIM model, because you don't have the physical slot, has 20 meters water resistance. Wow. But don't go diving.
Sure,
yeah.
sure. Too much pressure.
Yeah, that's correct. So don't need to worry about forgetting to take it off in the shower, or if you need to just jump in the pool, that's fine.
Or any of the weird things that happen with kids and water.
Which happens a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you were to get, if you mentioned Amazon, let's say Amazon says, let's go tomorrow.
Yep.
How soon do you think you'd actually be able to have the product in the wild?
Probably by March.
Okay.
We're only held back because of China and the COVID delays.
Yeah.
We've been chasing them as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So as soon as anybody wants to take us on, we're ready.
All right. So pretty quick turnaround.
Yep.
Once you're ready. Yep. Once somebody's ready to put them on a shelf.
So I mean, with the telco bans in the U.S. and Europe and the rest of Asia, it's slightly different. So this is a U.S. specific. We've made sure we've got U.S. specific models, which will work throughout the U.S.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, very cool. I know people are going to want to know more about the product.
Yeah.
If they do, how can they get that information?
Yeah. Yeah. They can find us on our website, myfirst.tech. Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming and talking to me. It really is a great product.
Thank you, Scott.
And I hope you're able to sign one of those deals.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You too. It's a good idea.
It is a good idea.
We've seen like kids watch phones, but they're usually incredibly limited.
Yeah.
In fact, they normally don't even have like dial pads, let alone, you know, you get a couple of names that you can tap and that's the extent of it. You certainly don't have any kind of a kid-friendly, kid-focused social network.
Very true.
So that's a really cool product. And, you know, that's the kind of thing that and I know Todd talks about it a lot too. It's one of the interesting things about this show. We can talk about killing mosquitoes and then protecting kids.
That's so true. Yeah, just the luck
Legit
of the draw
back
who's
to
gonna
back.
come up.
Yeah. And then in like an hour and a half or an hour and 15, we're going to talk about lights. You know, you simply don't know what you're getting yourself into at CES.
It's true.
The whole show is very erratic, but in a good way. It's not like you're walking down a row and it's like, this is a watch, this is a watch, this is a watch, this is a watch. Because by the second or third one, you're like, okay, I get it. It's a watch. Moving on.
Exactly.
But when you've got a structure like this where you've got, you know, lights and toilets, there's no like visual tiredness.
Okay.
That's not the word I was looking for. Exhaustion. That's what I was looking for. There's no visual exhaustion where you're just seeing digital camera, digital camera, digital camera, digital.
Right.
So.
And you're better to better differentiate between, like, I saw this watch over here, and 4 aisles over I see another watch, and you can actually see what the differences are rather than they're all right next to each other.
Right. Exactly. So you can go to Casio.
Yeah.
And see the Casio watches. And then you can go to Garmin and see the Garmin watches. They're not right next to each other. They're not trying to compete for floor space and floor attention.
Right.
But they are close enough that you can get a comparison between them.
True.
So, and then we always invite weird companies up here. We love a wide variety of products, and the guests get to pick, give or take, when they come on.
Right.
It's all based on their schedule. It's not based on, well, today we'd like to talk about IoT. Nope. Today I'm going to talk about whatever sits down over here. And you never know what it's going to be.
So true.
So, let's see. It says, My First is the safe and suitable tech ecosystem for kids with fun devices, safe apps, and connected services, and a kid's social platform, My First Circle, specifically designed for kids, their friends, and the family to stay connected. Yeah, that's a great, concise description of what we talked about. I would like to see...
Where does the karaoke come in?
Right? I'd love to see some of the other products. Obviously, this particular one is particular, right? Like it's a
specific.
It is a very focused device.
Yeah.
And then karaoke is a much wider product.
True. I was waiting for him to start singing, though, Into the Wild.
Yeah, I was hoping for that, too. Just saw Min Ming go by.
Oh. When are we going to talk to them? Today or tomorrow?
Thought it was today.
Yeah, because Gina was going to come, too.
Yeah, because I think it's in Marlowe's slot, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Ming Ming is delightful.
She is.
If you're watching us right now, make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the show. We don't stop till 5 o'clock. And after Scott is finished with his shift hosting, we got Marlo Anderson coming. He's always a hoot. He's going to have a lot of fun with Ming Ming. And the product that she's bringing. So, yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun.
He's a hoot?
He's a hoot.
Hoot, hoot. Oh, my goodness. We've had an interesting day today.
Agreed.
The show has been...
Let's show the crowd.
The show has been stop and go today.
I have it cropped down on my favorite lighty-uppy thing. Let me back up.
We've had some sections of the broadcast that have been high intensity.
Yeah?
We've had some that have been very slow. Unfortunately, right now appears to be one of those very slow times where
a little bit of a lull.
Where we don't have as many guests as I would like. But things happen. It's if you've not done the show before, the third and fourth days always slow down a little bit. But this year, and I had a whole conversation earlier with CTA about this. This year, having the show fall on Saturday and Sunday has slowed it down more.
Even more.
Because we have the Jewish companies that aren't able to be open today and part of tomorrow, which obviously causes problems. We've got a lot of press that's already left.
Yep.
And tomorrow, I'm not going to lie, we might be the only ones left.
Yeah.
From everything I've heard, it might just be the Tech Podcast Network out here. It is what it is.
Watching a lot of things close down there behind us in that crowd shot.
Yeah. So it's definitely slowing down, and when it slows down, we get more no-shows.
True.
So it is what it is. But I'm going to ask for one of those waters, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So I'm already getting there because we are, 3 days into this thing.
Yeah.
And you can hear it in Michelle's voice. You can hear it in my voice.
I've lost my voice. Like it started last night. I'm like, what is happening? It's so dry here.
Oh. Yeah. That sounds like a plan to me. I'm good with it.
I think we should get Nancy up here. Go ahead,
Nancy. Yeah, I think so too. She's got a face on.
You need help with that headset, Nancy?
You need help with that headset? Or you got...
She's the one who puts the headsets on everybody for us and gets them seated. So I don't know if maybe she needs help getting her headset on.
If you can make it work.
I can.
There you go.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
I want to thank you for everything that you're doing for us and with us.
My
this
pleasure.
Week. We could not do this without you.
Behind the scenes person.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that people don't quite know about this is how many people you don't see. The people who are watching the stream are forced to see me and Todd and Don and Marlo. Over and over. But they don't get to see, technically they could see you, right? But they don't get to see Christopher. They don't get to see Terry and Steve. They don't see Nancy. Mom.
Mom.
They don't see you. There's all kinds of people. Alice and Don's wife.
Enza.
I always want to flip those letters around because of
Xena?
Assassin's Creed. There's all kinds of people. Scott from the Tech Ranch. There's all kinds of people that you guys don't get to see. That without all of that, Kirk, without all that happening behind the scenes, none of this is possible. Adam Barker.
Adam Barker.
Although we did show Adam and your mom yesterday.
It's true.
For a minute or so.
Where?
When you were sitting there with Steve during our first Friday.
I never knew that.
Yeah, you guys were all waving at the camera.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I guess I
you knew
didn't
why you were waving.
I never know why I'm waving.
And Adam was just barely on it because he was over.
Adam's on the balcony.
His hand came up over the top at first, and then he pulled himself around.
Yeah, that's true.
So that was during our first Friday coverage with Amrock out of Tampa, Florida, that everybody should go take a look at.
That's an awesome space.
It really is. If you're into Fab Labs, go check it out.
Is this still running? Is this timer still running?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's getting pinker and pinker and pinker.
I started to turn it off when you were reading it, and then I listened to you read it and I forgot.
It's getting pinker and pinker. So we have a system, and another member of the Tech Podcast Network that doesn't do the live show with us suggested that we talk about kind of how it works up here.
Yeah.
So we have a system that we built in-house that is big and complicated, and without it, we wouldn't know who we are or what we're up to. It is our scheduling system. It is our broadcast system. So we send out a link to, we'll step back one. We get 1,000 to 1,200 emails about, that went a little sleepy time on you. I don't know why. We get 1,000 plus emails from companies pitching their products to us. We go through those emails and decide whether or not they make sense for our show, for our audience, for our own personal interests, right? Because sometimes you look at it and you think not a single one of the four of us would be able to bring ourselves to talk about this. This is just not, this is not going to happen. Oh, you've got a cell phone case, do you? Right? Great. Another cell phone case. Oh, this one's blue.
And sparkles.
You know, I cannot talk about another cell phone case. I have one exception from Showstoppers that I had somebody sell me on the idea of a case.
Really?
Yep.
Did you do the interview?
No, it was at the end of the night.
Okay.
And we were running out of time, and they are not a CES exhibitor. They were only a Showstoppers exhibitor.
Oh, gotcha.
And so we couldn't have them on the show. So we're going to do a segment with them after CES.
I'm very intrigued.
We don't do any interviews up here for anybody who is not CTA approved.
Right.
Now, they don't require approval of our guests, but they have never asked for approval. They've never given us rules.
Right.
But we try to do media guests and exhibitors and their press and nobody else. We've got our next guest, it looks like, coming up soon. But
should I leave?
Not yet. Wait until they get up here. So we find what we want. We send out a link to the scheduling system. They can pick times that they're available and then put in all their information. Who's going to talk? Who should we contact when we're done? What's the company's name? Who are they about? Where in this sea of crazy do they exist? And then we go through and we approve and we build the schedule. Then when they get here, this is why I know we've got a guest here.
I was going to say, how do you know there's a guest here?
It is Vault Safe Inc. because they've been checked in. So when they get downstairs, whoever is down there, right now Christopher, goes and finds them on the list and says that they're here. That information comes up here to the studio. Then when they come upstairs, they come see Michelle and say, "This is me." and then they come sit, headset and all the things, and then when we start the interview, Michelle hits start, and I get all the information over here on company name, person's title, a short blurb about the company, and then I get a countdown timer. And because some of our hosts like to talk, the screen gets redder and redder and redder the longer you go.
Nice.
As a reminder that time is up or time to move on. And so when I made the comment that the screen was very pink, it's because the timer was still running, and we were at like 17 and a half minutes.
Gotcha.
And it had gone so far that the background was so pink that the white text on top of it was illegible.
Oh, wow.
Which is the point. The point is that you shouldn't be able to read it over time because you should be
way
gone.
Long.
Yeah. With the exception being the CTA earlier,
Right.
which was a really interesting conversation with Dawn. I really enjoyed that one.
Oh, cool.
She's always good. She wasn't here in 2020, but she's always good. How has your experience been, and where is our guest?
I don't know.
Yeah.
There they are. I've been busy keeping up with what you send up the stairs and going down the stairs if I can't find them. So.
Yeah,
That's
you
funny.
you kind of sit in that middle position from check-in and Michelle.
Yeah, and make sure I get their badges off, which
so
I
the-
didn't do to mine because you grabbed me so quick.
So we take the badges off because they jingle.
They rattle.
And sometimes more. There
Like
we
this.
go. Well, not like
No.
not quite like that.
Okay.
Not on the microphone.
That's true.
But yeah,
I
so
didn't mean to do that.
that's okay. So yeah, you sit in the middle between all this. Really, your job is kind of a traffic cop.
I'm a cat herder.
Yep.
This way, you go that way, you stand here. Don't cross this line if
Make
you're going to
sure
take
they
a picture.
don't come in to get a picture. I take it for them because I can come in because I know how far I can go. So
That's a good idea.
I do it.
Yeah.
I say, if you want a picture, I'll take 10 pictures. Just don't come past the chair.
Yep, because we've got
I know where to step.
what you don't see is we've got 5 cameras pointed at us right now. And one pointed out at the crowd, and
Right.
it's real easy to accidentally kick something. The lights,
Yeah,
the
it is.
cameras, the computer, so.
And it's a great view from up here too. I mean, you got a good sight on this studio.
Yeah,
To
of
see
course,
what's going on.
Of course, for me, I am looking into dead cameras all
And walls.
all this time. The people that I get to see the most are you two, and then when I have a guest.
His
So
two favorite people.
it's true.
Absolutely.
So you guys who are watching at home get this amazing view of what's behind me, but for me, it's behind me. So,
Right.
but we do that on purpose. We've always done that from the beginning of the live show. We've always had the active hall behind us, and it's one of the reasons why the CTA liked us so much, because it was a different approach. Most people are like, well, I'm going to put up a big thing that's going to have my logo, and then why be here?
Yeah.
Yeah. They want to see that.
Yeah, so you get to see this. Being in the North Hall was great. Being up here in the tower gives us an awesome view. So
Absolutely.
anyway, I think our guest is here, so I'm going to let you get back to
I'm
work.
out of work.
But yeah, so there's a lot of technology up here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 computers, 2 aimed at me, 2 aimed at Michelle, about a dozen phones between everything that's going on.
Yeah.
The 6 cameras. It takes a lot to get this show put together. A lot of people, a lot of technology, and we are grateful for all of it.
Absolutely.
All right, in just a moment, we're going to be ready. Looks like maybe we are now. And we've got our next guest here. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Fantastic. Very energized.
You know, that's a good place to be on day 3. Most people are starting to drag hard.
Yes.
Well,
It's a hectic show.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So my name is Sanad Darida. I'm the co-founder and CTO at VoltSafe Inc.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
VoltSafe is a new technology that we've invented that allows us to get rid of the prong plug.
All right.
We replace it with something much safer, as I brought a little sample here with me. It's always exposed and off and safe to the touch.
Okay.
And only after hot, neutral, and earth touch does it allow the power to flow through.
Okay.
So it's very convenient, very simple to use, very safe around children, water, dust, you name it.
Okay.
This one is the home unit, so it's quite simple to install. All you have to do is remove the decorative faceplate on your outlet. You push the adapter in, reinstall the same 2 screws.
Okay.
Then you can put the decorative faceplate on. We've also got a couple fun ones here.
Nice.
So you can match your home decor, make it look a little bit more modern.
If you're a big fan of Google Home, you've got the Google Home version.
Someone came and said, I like this speaker. When is it selling? But yeah, it looks, it's a bit of a modern design fabric.
Yeah.
This one's made out of wood. And then every outlet comes with an adapter like this that allows you to convert any pronged interface that you have into this outlet. And then as you can see, it's 3 concentric, so it can rotate all the way around.
100%, it's the first thing I noticed.
Yeah.
Without question, because obviously, what a pain.
Yes.
Right? Especially before you came on, we were talking about the insanity that is our studio up here.
Sure.
And, you know, this plug plugs in like this, and this one plugs in like this, and this one comes in like this. And
you could just orient it.
You've got all this power up here. You're trying to put it into surge protectors and stuff. Well, how do you orient everything to make it work? You don't. You end up with dead outlets that you can't use.
Exactly.
Because they're covered by some stupid design cable.
Exactly.
I go out of my way to buy adapters that allow me to do this, but it's just this to this.
Exactly.
And, I mean, how easy this goes on, but then also stays in place.
It's pretty strong, yes.
Yeah, that is.
There's something satisfying about using magnets. We saw Apple brought back the MagSafe onto their MacBook lineup. People love to connect something magnetically. It's satisfying. You get that nice click every time you connect. The safety aspects are all there. Plus, we have 35 to 40 million people in North America that have moderate to severe physical disabilities. So they have issues trying to connect a pronged plug 18 inches off the ground, especially because the standard now, as of 2009, dictates that everybody has to use those tamper-resistant outlets.
Yeah.
That have those plastic flaps on the inside. So you got to force the prongs open.
I can't get a plug into that.
Yeah, so with this one, you'd be able to, even behind a couch near a bed with a side table, you can just dangle the cord and the magnet will do the rest of the work for you.
Yeah.
And of course, by nature, this is a smart plug, so you can control it with your phone. It has energy monitoring on both outlets, so and it can classify the load that it's connected to, so it can tell a TV from a toaster to a kettle.
Okay.
So at the end of the month, you can see a full overview of every appliance that's been connected in your home and how much energy each one consumed. And I know that's a big concern for those that have solar panels and battery packs on the side of the house.
Yeah, yeah.
If you think about it, on your phone, if you go to settings, battery, you'll see how much battery each app consumes. We'd be able to do the same thing now in our homes.
That's an interesting analogy on that, because some people, I've got a friend who, I mean, way before the technology was ready, was working on a product for a power company that was able to do all of that.
Right.
Nobody understood what they were looking at.
Right.
But and today there's a lot of that problem too. People don't know. I don't know what this chart means. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But if you say it's just like looking at how much power the apps on your phone take.
Exactly.
It's exactly the same thing. That's clever.
And really, most of the smart meters right now are installed on your panels. So you're looking at the overview consumption of the entire home, and it's got its uses.
Sure.
You can make sense of that information, but when you put it in a granular sense on every outlet, you really start to get control. Especially because every outlet that's measured is monitored and controlled. So you can switch it off, schedule it, run your loads off peak hours so you pay less for energy. And it helps you save money at the end of the month. And it helps you save the environment too.
So they're have been products, right? Kilowatt and things like that. But, I mean,
Chunky.
that was a box that big that had to plug in. You
And it
had to
just
have one
monitors,
for
that's it.
everything.
Yeah.
It didn't do anything past that. So this is doing that, plus it's got the smart stuff and
the safety aspects.
And I don't have to worry about plugging in a thing and getting, is it a polarized plug? Oh, let's hope not, because you're going to get it wrong the first 3 times, like a USB port, right? You're always, it's going to be the third way you try.
Yeah.
You're always going to get it wrong.
Right. In
There's
the
no
dark,
way to get this wrong.
No.
Oh,
no.
yeah, in the dark?
Yeah, forget about it.
Never going
right?
to happen.
Yeah, and our tech by nature, because it's a sensing technology, we've been able to deploy the same sensing technique on many other different applications, including marine, including robotics, to be able to autonomously charge stuff. Right now we have a lot of autonomous driving things. We see them all around CES this year.
Sure.
And the only thing not automated about it is the charging process. So you can get rovers that require zero force to connect. They don't need to get accurate positioning to be able to dock and get good old metal-to-metal connection that gives them the high-power charge that they need. No inductive, nothing like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll pull it into place.
Self-aligns, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got some headphones that have a magnetic with the shut-off and all of that.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic headphones. That is one of my favorite parts of the entire product is the magnetic charge on it and the fact that it's got that safe shut-off. So I'm guessing, because Volt safe, I'm guessing that water's not going to be a problem. It knows that it's not actually connected, and it does a full shutdown, just like their headphones.
In fact, the whole connector is sealed up. On the marine application, our connectors are full IP68 rated. So at the dock, when you're trying to charge your new fancy electric boat, if you accidentally drop the charger in the water, you're not going to have to worry about water ingress. Full IP68 rating. You can just fish it out, dry it, and you're ready to connect again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Now, obviously, for this to really kick in, we've got to get this to kick in.
Correct. Yes.
So where are you on that project?
So that is why exactly I'm showcasing this adapter model. These ones are relatively cheap to manufacture and sell to our customers.
Okay.
Each unit that we sell will include multiple of these.
Okay.
So they're going to be very easy to replace if you misplace them, lose them, break them, etc.
Good.
And this outlet doesn't require you to hire an electrician or touch your breakers or anything like that. It simply adapts on top of existing outlets.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about touching anything live. You don't really need to be a technician or an electrician to install it.
Okay.
So very easy to move, very easy to install. It's going to be done in steps before we go in wall, before we replace the cord end. And I know our CEO always says this, jokingly of course. He says the day I walk into an IKEA or a Home Depot and I see an appliance that has a VoltSafe thing at the end, I know that we're $1 billion company without even thinking twice about it.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, it's going to be a work in progress for sure. Yeah.
So any chance some of the more standard cables might be in the future, like the standard computer cable or you know the figure eight or the Mickey Mouse, kind of your standard replaceable cables?
Yes,
that would be really
absolutely.
cool as like the next step.
I'm so glad
that
you
I could
mentioned
pull
that.
those figure eights and computer cables, replace them with this at the end, and just
100%.
go.
Yes, we're working on it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I figured that had to be your next step.
Yeah.
Excellent. So obviously people, before I get to that, what's our price point on these guys and what's our availability?
Right now we're opening up the pre-orders for these. This is our first appearance at CES, the first time we're showing it to consumers, and the response has been phenomenal.
I bet.
So we're trying to ramp up this product, and we're hoping to commercialize it early next year.
Okay.
So end of this year, early next year, when it will be available, and we're going to open up a pre-order on our website very soon.
Okay.
Yeah. Price point wise, it's going to come in at the same mark as power metered outlets. And keep in mind, this is a duplex. Usually when you buy them online, it's 1-to-1. This one, you'll get 2 smart outlets out of one.
Okay.
So, yeah. And the faceplates will be separate, like an extra accessory that you buy on top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. And so we expect to see them hopefully at the beginning of next year?
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, if people want to find more information and follow your journey, how can they do that?
You can go on voltsafe.com or follow us on Instagram or Twitter, VoltSafeTech. Please reach out. We love hearing feedback. We love engaging. We're also an R&D house, so we can customize our technology to fit all sorts of solutions. And we've met some incredible people that are working on some heavy-duty industrial applications too.
Nice.
So anytime safety is in mind, convenience, you want to eliminate tripping hazard, we're the group to come to.
You know, I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why people like the MagSafe on Apple products is that
it won't send your MacBook flying off the table.
You're going to trip over it.
Yes,
Michelle's going to trip over it. Guaranteed. Just here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you know, you don't want the laptop to go flying away.
No.
Because those aren't cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, that's one of the big things about the magnetic chargers.
100%. And in workspaces, it's crucial.
Yeah.
If you can save someone from a nasty fall, it's a good thing. So, yeah.
For sure. Very cool. Well, I appreciate you coming and talking. This is a cool product.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of your show.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Before he goes, hand that to her and let her see it in action.
Yeah, I was over here like captivated.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, definitely you've got to see this thing in action, Michelle. It's so easy to snap together, the actual power. And you can see how strong it is. Yeah, I'm really impressed.
I've already texted my husband back in Florida to look up the website while we were talking.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little annoyed that all of my stuff isn't already this. To be honest, because it is a great idea. Yeah, very cool. We have from a previous CES a couple years ago. We had Aftershocks, which is now just called Shocks.
Right.
We had them on, and all of their charging is done the exact same way. It's all done with magnets. You can't get it wrong. It snaps into place. With my headset, I don't know if you've seen my setup back at Mission Control. I've got them hanging on a thing, and I can kind of throw the charging cable at it, and it just goes and clicks into place the correct way. Yeah, it's wildly satisfying. And when I inevitably get my finger caught in it next to my desk and pull it, I'm not going to pull the thing off. I'm not going to have the headphones go flying. And that's one of the big benefits of the magnet. And then the concentric circles that they were doing on this, that is a step above what Shocks is up to. The concentric circles.
Yeah.
Because that's all three, and it doesn't matter how it's configured. You can just spin it around in circles. Whew. What a great idea. So phase 2 is getting me cables pre-made for regular computer power, figure 8, flathead,
yes,
Mickey Mouse, all with that adapter on the end, and then a surge protector.
Absolutely.
Those are the next steps.
We're going to go visit our booth. Maybe we'll do a floor interview too.
Okay, sounds good. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
All good, thanks.
Excellent. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, so I'm Roberto Iannone, CEO and co-founder of Zandrim, which is a Swiss health tech company.
Okay, so what are you guys up to at the show this year?
Yeah, so we are meeting customers and potential investors. So basically what we do in Zandrim is that we use AI to analyze baby cries. So we're talking about babies, let's say 0 to 1 year, 1 year and a half. And we can say not only why the baby cries in real time. So for example, if the baby is hungry or sleepy, we translate that, so to say.
Okay.
And we can also, going forward, identify potential signals of pathologies or development disorders based on the sound of the cry.
Wow. Okay, I think I remember seeing a pitch email from you and finding this really fascinating. It's kind of like a language translator for cries.
That's correct, yeah. Baby language is actually a language, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. What a fascinating concept. Where did this idea come from for you?
Well, actually, I became a father 5 years ago.
Okay.
My first daughter. Now I have a second one as well. And yeah, the first period for me and my wife was not an easy one, as probably, a common story of many parents around the world, so not only me and my family. And therefore, I started thinking about how that could have become easier for other parents around the world. And I also discovered at some point that, whenever my daughter was crying, she was actually communicating stuff, and she would have cried differently if she had certain pathologies and development disorders. So that's where basically that triggered the entire thing.
Okay. So personal experience.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a common story, and I love to hear that something in your life made you go, it's got to be a better way.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea, as I became a father, I also realized that whenever my daughter is crying, she's communicating information, and it feels even wrong that, we are not really listening or paying attention. And in some cases, some information could save lives of, babies all around the world, could change their life forever if, in case, you identify that there is a certain development disorder much earlier compared to when this is often done. Yeah, and that's basically the value that we believe, the mission of Zoundry, the mission of the company itself.
Okay. So currently, how do you accomplish this? I imagine there's some sort of a device involved?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So our product is basically a software, a cloud software.
Okay.
And we interface that software into multiple devices that people have already at home. So we don't want to sell an additional device, with microphone, because I think we have already more than enough devices listening and microphones around the house. So we rather integrate with...
2 in my pocket right now.
Yeah, exactly. I also have 2 in 2 different pockets. And yeah, exactly. So we don't need to add microphones, frankly. We just integrate in devices that people have already at home. So being baby monitors, being other baby products, but also, these days, not only phones, but even TVs or Alexa or Google Home. So, yeah.
Okay. So you're integrating with existing products.
Correct.
So how wide is this integration? Is this something that you're working with the manufacturers on? Are you building software for, say, Alexa and Google Home?
No.
Where does this fall in?
Yeah, so basically we work with different companies, let's say home consumer electronic companies, starting from baby companies, but some of our customers are not even baby companies anymore.
Okay.
And then we work directly with them. So we just need to interface, so it's a small project that we need to do, and then they can offer this feature as part of their product.
Gotcha. So you can go out and buy... theoretically, you could buy a baby monitor from company A, B, and C. All 3 of them could have this as a feature. It doesn't matter which one you choose. You still get the capability of being able to analyze the cry and get the translation out of it.
Exactly, correct.
Okay.
And going forward at some point, because baby monitor typically is only used where the baby sleeps, but that's not, the baby, of course, doesn't spend 100% of the time of his time in that room.
Let's hope.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where, we want to integrate also in non-baby products, so like TV and going forward Alexa and so on. So basically grouping up all this information to monitor the baby wherever he is.
Very interesting. Where in your company's process are you?
So we are launching now some companies that I cannot mention the names are launching products with our technology inside in different geographies, including US in 2023, so in some months. And that's where basically then we have to scale up, so to integrate in additional companies going forward. Yeah.
Okay. So the technology is in place.
The technology is already tested 4 years.
Okay.
Well, actually, the part about pathology and development disorder, no, not yet. That part we are developing. It's also a medical device, so we're working with hospital and research institutes, but that's a long thing.
And that requires things like the FDA.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. That's part of the process that we are already doing. The other part, instead, is not a medical device.
But the core bit.
Yeah, the detection and translation of baby cries in real time, that's what has been already developed and tested for 4 years. So that is ready. Yeah.
Okay, so that's there. You're currently working on partners.
Correct.
To be able to start putting it into products.
Yeah.
Do you have what you hope to be a timeline where we might see this out in the wild?
Yeah, so US, it should be July this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're pretty far into the partner process.
Yeah, it is. It has already been tested, so now it's a matter of interfaces and starting the marketing activities, etc. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so there is a product that you've already got. Somebody has already got ready to go. Now we've just got to get into manufacturing and all the things that come along with that.
We were calculating, I think, families used our technology for about 120,000 hours of use. So let's say it's more than tested.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's completely mature. Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of.
Yeah.
A lot of time out there.
Yeah.
So was that through like a beta process?
Yeah, so
Okay.
at some point we had a device running our technology. We were not selling it. We were giving it for free to whoever has a small baby and wanted to try it. And we have done that for about 4 years now.
Okay.
So we were giving devices for free for the last 4 years.
Gotcha. So super tested, long-term tests, in fact.
Correct.
And now you've collected data that can be used even to move into your next phase of the medical stuff.
Partially, yes.
Partially.
The other part is, since that is a medical device, you have to go through
all kinds of mess around that.
Yeah, clinical trials, etc. Yes.
Yeah, I have worked on a medical device. It is an absolute mess to go through. It's so not easy.
Partially, we monetize from our first product in order to finance and develop the other part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. So if people want to find out more about this, because I guarantee they're going to want to, how can they do that?
So our website, soundream.com, there is also a link where if they want to test our technology, they can apply. Of course, we can't serve 100% of the parents who apply because we are limited, we are still a startup. But yeah, they can definitely apply and ask. And then very soon they will also be able to buy baby monitors with our technology from US and actually in other parts of the world.
Super cool. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this out in the wild. It really does sound like a great technology.
Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, have a great rest of your show, and thanks for taking the time to come talk to me.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Wow.
That's really cool.
Yeah. I was thinking of the company that's been on a couple of times that makes that live translator earbud for language to language.
Yeah.
This is essentially, he basically pitched that, but for baby cries.
Yeah. So my mom was a nurse, and a really good nurse. And she worked in the OB department and delivered babies and the whole thing. And there were times that we would go like to a friend or a family member would have a new baby, and we would we'd go visit, and my mom would hear the baby cry. And we'd leave, and she'd say, that baby has a neurological problem. She could hear something in the voice.
Wow.
And she knew just because of her training and how many babies she's around. And so when he said that, I was like, wow. Like,
she was right.
Yeah.
100%.
It's a real thing. And yeah, I mean, as a mom, we all know that there's a different cry for hungry and hurt and all of that stuff, but it does go well beyond that.
But you don't know at day one, for one thing. You don't know what the difference is.
No, but she did.
Yeah. Because I'd imagine that there's a common pattern, because the crying is something that's natural and innate, and so therefore two babies would have, I mean, maybe not the same sound or intensity. We know some babies are, cry at an intensity that they could hear it next door, but something about the tone or the cadence or something is internal. There's something inside that taught them that this is a thing that means something. You need to know who it is?
Yeah, because who Kirk told me and what this says are different.
Yeah, so I've got Silvox Vision Inc. Golden Yang is what I'm seeing on my system right now.
That's who Kirk told me it was, and she confirmed she was 210. But let's just make sure.
I'm going to confirm with you real quick. What company are you with?
Oh, actually, my company is Vision Pro, and we are Silvox brand. But my badges, when I apply for the booth, we use contact electronics to apply for the booth. So my badge is contact electronics.
Okay.
So it is Silvox Vision.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Thank you.
So that company right there is correct. Silvox Vision Inc.
Yes.
Perfect. We wanted to make sure that we weren't getting this wrong.
Sure, I understand it well.
Perfect. All right. We all set? All set. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Pretty good. We have really busy day today.
Well, that's good to hear, because over on this side of the hall, it has not been that.
Yeah.
It has been very slow on this side. So I'm glad you've been having a good day.
Yeah.
Let the audience know a little bit about yourself.
Okay, my name is Fiona from CES Vision. And what my company do is that we offering the full scene TVs. I mean TVs for kitchen, TVs for outdoor, TVs for bathroom, except the living room.
Okay, so let TCL have the standard, put it in the living room. You guys focus on the specialty things.
You are absolutely right.
Okay, I remember getting your email.
Yeah, for sure.
So you've got like TVs that have waterproof features for outside and the bathroom and all kinds of stuff like that, right?
Yes, indeed, that's what we do. And exceptional from waterproof, we have the TVs at very high brightness. Then you can use at outdoor directly.
Okay.
Dustproof, waterproof, high brightness things.
Okay, I hadn't considered that of course you'd need a higher brightness than you would in your living room if it's on your back patio.
Yeah, for sure. Living room, you don't need to be so high brightness. But at least at the outdoor, you need about 7 to 8 times high brighter.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot brighter than you would need for indoor. Okay. So how wide is the range of your product line?
Okay, take for example, for the outdoor TVs, we start from 43-inch up to 75-inch. Because because for outdoor, you need the TVs to big enough, then you can have parties and with your friends.
Sure.
Yeah, and for the bathroom one, we have smaller one because it doesn't need to be so big.
You mean you don't want the entire wall in your bathroom to be just one giant television?
Yes, indeed. So for the bathroom one, we have like 18.5-inch, 24. The maximum is 32 at this moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And what kind of price point are we looking at on something like this?
Oh, take for example, 32-inch bathroom TV. A retail price the audience can check from Amazon or Walmart. Price is probably like 700 something US dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about for something outdoor?
Oh, for outdoor, we have different series. Like we have 700 nit brightness and 1500 brightness. The price range is kind of differences. But a basic price for reference is like $1,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have priced outdoor televisions before, and that is below the average price that's in my head. So that's a great price point.
Yes, indeed. We are a new brand in the market and target to bring more values to the consumers. So our price is in this middle level.
Okay.
Not that high, but reasonable.
Okay. So kind of I had picked a brand out of my head earlier, but kind of in that TCL level where lots of capability on a lower price point.
Oh, that's TCL. What TCL do is they have only the living room TVs.
Right, but I mean, but you're kind of in that category where you offer a lot, but you're not trying to charge a lot for it.
Yes, indeed, you are right.
Which is kind of their brand too. So it's got I had picked their name just out of the air earlier, but that actually worked out well.
Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of availability? Like, are they out in the wild now? Can I go buy one today? You mentioned Amazon, so I suggest. I figure probably.
Yes, you can do it right away today.
I think we might have one here.
So, the one we have here is we call it portable waterproof TV.
Okay.
Where we have the TVs is waterproof and it's battery built-in, especially
There's a menu up I'm trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So, for this one, it's waterproof and also is a product that can be used in bathroom or even you go to camping.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hadn't considered camping.
Yes, and it's also an Android TV. You have Netflix, Hulu, YouTube, whatever things you have in your living room. But you can put it outside for camping or put it in the bathroom as you like.
Okay. And what's the price point on this one?
Oh, price point of this one, I will check it for the retail price at like $500 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, waterproof, great quality, full Android TV. Yeah, that's not a bad price point at all. How did you get into this business? Why is this the product that you wanted to tackle?
So I will make a brief introduction of my founder, our founder Golden Young. He actually has over 30 years experience making the TVs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 30 years experience. At the first beginning, he's doing the living room TVs at the first beginning, but he actually noticed that not only living room, people actually need this kind of product in the other areas. But actually, not too many companies offer this kind of product to the consumers. So he made decision that we're going to offer this kind of products to the TVs for anywhere people need it. And then we start.
I mean, it's a solid, it's a solid background. That's a long time in any industry, especially the television industry.
Yeah.
And it seems to have paid off because seriously, it's a really solid picture. I know camera to camera, it's hard to pick up, but seriously, the picture quality on this thing is solid. I know we're watching like a rendered video and all, but it's still a really solid picture. It's bright, it's clear, it's really nice.
Yeah, indeed. And you worth to have one when you camping. You worth to have one when you camping.
Yeah. It's great. This is a great product. I know people are going to want to learn more about it and almost certainly are going to want to purchase one. How can they do that?
Okay, this is new one.
Okay.
So we're gonna launch probably at April to Amazon, Walmart. Then people can go buy there.
Okay, and if people want to see your whole lineup of products, do you have a website or anything like that?
Sure. They can go to silverstv.com.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you coming and talking to me today, and I really appreciate you bringing one. Show and tell is always better than not. So
yes, I agree that, and appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
It's really nice talking to you.
Yes, you as well, and I hope
See
you have a
you.
great rest of the show.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Wow.
Way cool.
And I guess the thing that we didn't mention is we didn't really strongly mention it's just sitting here. It's not like it's plugged in. This is running on a battery.
That's crazy.
It's a full portable television.
So my in-laws built this little outdoor space, and they took a TV from the bedroom and put it outside. and we're in Florida.
And by Thursday.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, it's fine. It's fine.
False.
The other ones are too expensive. Right? They said, we don't want to go spend that much money on an outdoor TV. But this would be perfect for them.
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to them.
Because it's not. I'm telling you, I have priced outdoor TVs, and this is not in a crazy price point. This is below the median.
Right. Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah, it really
quality.
is.
The picture was good quality.
Yeah, beautiful picture quality.
Yeah.
When they started talking about the price point, I wasn't expecting quite that product quality.
I wasn't either.
I was expecting
especially when that lightweight thing came up the stairs and made its way to your table.
Yeah, I was expecting a good quality TV.
Right.
I wasn't
Decent.
expecting a great quality.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect, right? It's not a $50,000 Trinitron. You're not going to use it for You're not going to use it for professional editing or anything like that. It's not a reference monitor.
Right.
But it is a fantastic display for taking outside, taking camping, putting in the kitchen or in the bathroom, and knowing that if it gets splashed, it's massively
resilient.
Steamed.
Right. Okay.
The water's not gonna get into it. You're not
Right.
gonna get yourself in trouble.
Little photo op there. If you folks at home are wondering why he's making that crazy face, they're taking a picture in front of the setup.
It's always possible that I'm just going to do that anyway, though.
I mean, true. At any point, you can just pop into weird smiled mode.
The possibility of my making a perfect. That's what I was going for. The possibility of my making a funny face is pretty high anyway. So.
Agreed.
So we can probably kill this one.
Yep.
And it looks like we got 2 on deck already, including Min Ming.
Ming Ming is definitely on deck. I don't know who else. You're going to have to put some of the capabilities of that
That's
screen onto here.
That's what I was saying yesterday or earlier today, that screen should filter like this one does, and you should only see the ones that are coming up.
Okay, he has not told me about Ethan yet, but
Okay.
obviously he must be down there if he's checked him in. He has told me about Ming Ming, and we're going to need to plug in the device, the vacuum.
Yeah.
So here he comes.
We got power right here, Kirk. This next one is going to be a lot of fun. We got to see this guy in action last night at an event after hours. It's fascinating. I cannot wait for people to see this thing. And more important than just see this thing, I can't wait for people to hear this thing. Because we were all shocked at its lack of volume.
Let's show Kirk putting it together there.
Yeah, Kirk is bringing the product up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull all this stuff to the front, and I'm going to move this so we'll be able to see her.
Yeah, Kirk came up and he's like, they're bringing a product as big as a crock pot up here. And I'm like, I already know what it is. Let it come up.
Other way around. We don't do a whole lot of plugged-in product demos.
True.
So we do sometimes struggle with getting it all set up and configured. I watched a demo last night. I know all how this thing goes together at this point. So if you're looking at it and wondering why it looks a little fuzzy, you'll understand in just a minute. Yeah, of course. We know you've got some time to set up. But so I guess, so last night, a good friend of ours, Gina, invited us to an event. She's working with this company, Genhai. She has been for a couple of years. We've been to an event with them before.
Yep.
They have fascinating products.
They do.
Everything we've touched, everything we've seen has been really, really interesting.
Agreed.
And we've had the pleasure of getting demos of every product. See, that's the thing. We've gone to events before that have had product, and we don't always get a demo.
Yeah.
It's just a thing sitting, doing, and
right.
And
but Genhai and Gina always make sure
everything is on, everything
and
is
it's very
testable.
personalized too. It's
Yeah.
not just some demo like you see in infomercials. It's actually them interacting.
But
with
wait,
us
there's more. Yeah, it's not that. This is way more interesting than that. When we get to spend time with Gina, you're going to want to pull this way further back. There you go. That looks like. Does that feel like it's going to stay on your head? Yeah. Excellent. Okay.
Well, it's a little bit big for my head, though, but. And I forget to bring the fur. Do you guys have a few more minutes, or like I have to do it right now?
Just shave Scott.
Where's Alante when we need him?
Right? Where's Alante?
How far away are you?
I'm just right there. Right. Okay, I'm going to grab.
For you, I gotcha. All right. So
Get
before we. Sure. Yeah. Now the question you may not have heard her ask was, "Can I go get the fur?" Which is quite a question, especially when you don't know what's in front of us. And I don't want to ruin it for her. I want to confuse people with the question, "Can I go get the fur?"
Yeah, you got to go get the fur.
Yeah, you got to have the fur. Yeah. Otherwise, we got to use Kirk, and I don't think
No, this is fine. Up here,
It's harmless.
I believe we decided that
Won't even make a mess.
the manual probably has a line in it that says, "Please do not use on humans."
I'm sure it does.
So how's your day been going, bud?
It's been going well. Yesterday I was on TDing for 6 hours, which I come here. I've been coming here for 2018 for 4 years. My fourth live CES, and I have a ball. I have a ball. I joked to Scott, and this is like my New Year's, my Christmas, and my birthday. All rolled into one.
All rolled into one.
So it's a blast, but it's been a great week. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Last day.
Yes.
Last day.
And
here comes the fur.
Here comes the fur.
So we don't have to shave Kurt.
Here comes the fur. Do. YouTube, please don't take us down.
That was a parody.
That is parody. It is definitely under fair use.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We're a comedy show, I promise. Okay. Oh, my goodness. All right. Here comes our friend. All right. There you go. That feel solid? All right. It's in the right place. You're good. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay, my name is Ming Go. I'm the co-founder of a company called Gen High Tech, and the company is focused on home cleaning devices. So we are doing like full house, starting from designing, engineering, manufacture, and sales and marketing for innovative products in the home cleaning sector.
I didn't know you did manufacturing and everything.
We do have a factory.
Okay.
Yeah, spend a lot of money on that.
I would imagine so. That is information I did not have, even though I've known you for a couple of years now.
I know. Like it was like happened literally just 1 year ago. Like we just want to make sure the quality control is there, and also we're able to bring the cost down to provide, affordable products to our customers.
Sure. And I know that's been a big part of
Yes.
the company's focus.
Yes,
so.
that's right.
All right. So we've teased the live audience with you asking the question, can I go get the fur? So but we didn't tell them what it is we're looking at.
Yep,
So I'll let you do that.
So at my company, there are two product lines. One is the home, like the floor cleaning sector, which we're not going to talk about today. But the second one is a pet cleaning. So people are asking me, what is a pet cleaning line, right? So I would say, do you have pets at home?
Yes.
Your dogs?
Yes.
Yeah. Do they shed a lot?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So what's your biggest pain of being a pet parent?
Killing vacuum cleaners with the amount of hair that comes off of
it's
a dog.
everywhere, right?
Yeah,
everywhere in the house, right?
Doesn't matter what you do, you're always going to have pet hair showing. You can wear black with a black dog, and it's not going to stop it. You're still going to be covered.
Yeah. So I'm also like a big pain for myself. It's also like after I do cleaning or brushing the hair, I just need to clean it.
Yeah.
And it like literally causes me back pain. I'm not kidding.
Sure.
Yeah. So our idea is really simple. Like instead of you use a vacuum, right, to clean the floor, how about just let's prevent it, the pet hair like dropping on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because like we're trying really hard to like think about a way of fixing the issue basically. So we come up with this idea, which is it's a vacuum. It's also a pet grooming kit. What it does is super simple. The hair sucking to this hose and then goes into this vacuum directly, right? Okay, so we provide 5 different attachments.
Okay.
This is the clipper. You can clip,
Sure.
do at-home grooming. De-shedder.
Okay.
De-shedder. Okay.
Yeah. See, that solves
that's
solves
important.
my pain point of the hair being everywhere.
Yeah, part of that. Yeah. This is a daily brush.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't really go that like undercoat as the de-shedder, but you can just brush it every day. And these two, they are the cleaning brushes. So for example, this one you can use it on your couch. So this one you can just like vacuum your like jacket or something like, which is, it's useful. It's like daily tour, right?
Covered in hair.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, so this product comes with like 3 different suction powers. I know we understand that a lot of pets are very sensitive to noises.
Yeah.
Some pets are not, but some pets are, and especially for cats. Yeah. So we have improved the suction power. If you guys can hear it, Can you hear anything? This is the first level.
I'm having to get right up in it to pick anything up.
Yeah, it's super, super
Yeah.
quiet, right? And this is the second level. You can clearly feel the difference.
Yeah.
And this is the max.
And even that, it's really not that. I'm putting my head back where it was. It's
not that bad,
really
right?
not loud at all.
Yeah. So
It's certainly not the sound of a vacuum,
No,
which
it's no way near.
famously dogs will run away from or
Yeah.
bark at.
Uh-huh.
There's none of that here.
All right, let's go back to the second level.
Okay.
And then, guys, okay, this is where the magic happens. You see the hair just sucking there? Like, oh, crazy. Nothing left. Nothing left.
Yeah,
It's pretty long, right?
nothing. I came away with nothing from that.
See? We also provide like 5 different measurements for the clipper.
Okay.
For you to be more convenient.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
So let's change another attachment. The one attachment I really like using is the D-shader. And also it's super fun for me to demo. Like I
Okay.
really enjoy demoing it. All right,
You
let's
can always
go.
tell when somebody really likes their product.
Oh, I do. I am. Yeah. See here? Do you see it?
Yep.
Do you guys see it? If not,
Yes.
I'm going to do that again.
Were you able to get that, Michelle?
Okay.
A little lower. A little lower.
Little lower.
Right
Okay,
there.
Right there. You see it?
Yeah.
Let me do that again. You know, I just I enjoy this. Okay, I really do.
Oh my God.
So it keeps the hair on the brush.
Yeah, and then just like
And
press
then you push the button and it sucks it up in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So this is actually it's called Nikasa P2 Pro.
Okay.
So Nikasa is my brand, which is a play of it's NEA KASA, but it's a play of neat casa, Spanish casa. So it's meaning like cleaner home, clean home. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, it like that makes sense, right?
I was wondering that last night.
Yeah, I know, right?
where-
yeah, I have
where the name
to
came
explain to
from.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of a play of that. So
And it's interesting because I struggled to remember the name,
Uh-huh.
and now I won't.
Cool, awesome.
It's stuck. It's there.
Okay.
The company name, I'm solid on. We've known you for a
Yeah,
while.
yeah,
but
right.
the brand name I was struggling to hold in my head, and now it's
Yeah, cool.
it's locked.
So this is called Nikasa P2 Pro. So
Okay.
why it's P2 Pro? Because it's an updated version from the P1. P1 is the first generation we launched about 1.5 years ago, and it became the Amazon top seller within 6 months.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like 6,500 reviews. 6,500.
Reviews.
Yeah, reviews.
Wow. And
And-
obviously, if it's a top seller, they must be good reviews because people keep coming back.
4.6.
See,
4.6 out of 5.
you can't even. Gordon Ramsay's restaurant can't even get a 4.6.
You're very right. So it is like very rewarding. Like we sold just a ton of them. People love it. People love it. But this is an updated version, which
Okay.
meaning what are the differences? It's bigger. The tank is bigger. It's like double the size of the P1.
Okay.
It's higher suction power. However, it's quieter.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason why we're making all these changes is because like we get so many feedbacks from our users, and they're great. They're like, if you check on the Amazon page or our official website page, there's a ton of feedbacks and suggestions.
Yeah.
That we seriously consider them. Yeah.
That's fantastic because you have a product that people love,
Uh-huh.
and they're saying, "I really love this, and I'd love it a little more if."
Uh-huh.
Right? Great. So on the next version,
Mhm.
let's get rid of the if.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. Do you want to try this?
yes.
Have some fun, like
I
driving
absolutely
it.
want to try this.
Okay,
Am I in the shot, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I go for the longer one, longer hair.
so over here. And then, I mean, basically nothing in the grand scheme of things, and that may have already been there, because you were pulling it off.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Guess how much it is.
There's nothing here.
Guess how much is the retail price?
I don't know. Let's go for $200.
$200.
Yeah.
So this particular one is 179.
Okay.
The first generation is a little bit cheaper, like 159.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So you can still buy the first.
what?
You can still buy the first generation if you want to.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course, definitely. And if you send your dog going to a professional groomer, that's somewhere between like $100 to $150, including tip.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So.
The price has gone through the roof in the last couple of years.
Oh yeah, definitely. But like, I mean, just spend the cost of one grooming session.
Yeah.
Why this one? And I can guarantee you, it will not only solve your problem, your pain the ass hair everywhere problem, but also save you a ton of money.
Yeah.
Because think about that. If previously you send your dog to a groomer, like let's say 6 times a year, now you only need to send her to the groomer twice or 3 times a year. How much money are you saving? Like $400 or $500, right?
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
it.
that's fantastic. It's a cool product. It's really compact, and I like how it's obviously designed so that you can keep it all together.
Yeah, so everything included. You don't have to spend extra on buying different attachments. It's just everything included here.
Yeah, that's a great deal. And I love that you've got different lengths.
Oh yeah. We
of
also
guards.
have this little thing. I cannot remember the name for that, but it's kind of just like prevent the hair like dropping off. All these small tiny details, like for example this one, right? There is a button here, like you can just press the button and then take it off. Versus the first generation doesn't have the button, so there's just like a lot of details in there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I think I heard that maybe the hose was on it originally.
The original version, the first version, is the hose is connected to there, so you cannot take it off.
Yeah.
So just in case, like, if your dog bite the hose and then
Right.
broke the hose, you have to just like replace with a new one, right?
Yeah.
But this one is like all the details are considered.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And
So-
and they're available now or coming soon?
Yeah, it's available. It's available
Okay.
on Amazon. It's available on Nicasa.com.
Nice.
So
nice.
if at Amazon
nice.
you search Nicasa P2 Pro, you will be able to find it. And in fact, we're doing a promotion right now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So it's a new product. We want our Amazon rating to be higher. Yeah. So that's the reason we're providing right now, but it's just for a very really short time of period. 129.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's not gonna be there forever.
You heard that, right? 129?
$129. That's a really good sale price.
Like it's
Bargain.
$50 less
Yeah.
than the original price. But we're gonna
It's-
pump it up but like pretty soon.
It's $30 less than the first gen.
Yeah. Is that crazy?
The reason to get the first gen is because it's less than the second, and
Well-
now it's not.
Well, the Amazon has a different rule. However, it's not gonna be 129 forever.
Right.
It's gonna be just a very short amount of promotion
Okay.
time. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. Definitely go check it out.
Yep.
It's a cool
Mhm.
product. You watched me demo it here. That's the first time I've touched it, and it works amazingly well.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you for coming and talking to me.
Yeah, thank you
And
for having me.
Thanks for showing it off.
Okay. I'm glad you guys have power plug here. Otherwise, I cannot demo.
I had a lamp here earlier, and yeah, we're prepared for you.
All right. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show. Hello. There we go.
Hi.
I'm back.
You're back.
You muted me instead of her.
I did.
Oh, okay. So we saw this a little bit in action last night.
Yeah.
But this demo was way more detailed.
You got to play with it.
I got to use it. Yeah, and it really does. It works really well.
I would love to see how it works on my Chow Chow.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
I'm going to have to test it out.
I would have liked to have seen it in action on Duncan.
Yeah.
Particularly that undercoat
Yeah.
thing. I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah. Agreed.
So, do we know what happened with Land Energy? Did that person actually exist, or
Ethan is here.
Ethan is here. Well,
Yes, he's downstairs.
okay. Are we like backed up or are we early?
With Ethan, we're a little backed up
And a little early?
because Ethan was 240.
Okay.
And it's 3.
Okay. And Frederick with DeMont is
Very early. We'll squeeze him in if we're able to.
very early. Okay, I was going to say, because I think Nanoleaf is like now is 3.
Okay, so I'll tell Kirk to go get them after, like
Yeah.
in the middle of
Well, also,
Land Energy.
it's theoretically it's time for me to hand it over to Marlo, but I haven't seen him, so
Where's that pesky little Marlo?
I don't know, but I'm ready to keep going
That's good.
in case he's tripped and fallen into a hole or something.
Can't get up?
Yeah,
Be tragic.
it would be tragic, but
All right. Well, hopefully Kirk's going to bring up Ethan here in a minute
I'm hoping so.
so that I can forget to hit start and then forget to hit finish.
It does happen.
If only I could grab it from the screen, throw it onto another screen.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's a story for off air.
Yeah.
And maybe in the back channel at some point. Fascinating situation. Kirk. Hey, Kirk. Do we have our next? But I see we also have a Marlowe, so I don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Are we going to get you out of that chair before we get Ethan into his
I
chair?
don't know. We'll find out. Depends on if I see Marlowe come up first. I do not yet see a...
Think you can go ahead and take Ethan since he waited?
Absolutely. I'm
waited
ready to
for
go.
the fur to get here?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Oh. All right. It's been an afternoon. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Doing very well, thank you. It's been a great show.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. My name is Ethan Cohn. I am the Chief Financial Officer of Land Energy.
All right. And what does Land Energy do?
Land Energy makes an e-moto, which is a software-defined vehicle. It can be a pedalless electric bike, an electric moped, an electric motorcycle, or an electric performance motorcycle. You simply choose the driving experience you want, and the bike does the rest.
Okay. So it's one device with these seemingly wildly different modes.
It is one device with 4 different ride modes, and that's one of the beauty of electric vehicles. In gas vehicles, you need different sized gas engines to do it. In the electric world, you simply need to use the software to define the riding experience, and that dictates how quickly the bike will accelerate and the maximum speed that the bike can achieve.
Okay. And what does this device look like? Does it look more like a bike? Does it look more like a motor?
It looks a lot like a motorcycle,
Okay.
although a relatively light motorcycle. The bike only weighs about 230 pounds
Okay.
in its heaviest configuration, which means it's very easy to ride. Basically, if you can ride a bicycle, you can step on it, you can put it in bike road, you turn the throttle, and it goes, and it's very easy to ride. And then if you want to go faster, which everybody does once they get going on it,
Of course.
they click the button, and next thing you know, you're in a moped. You can go about 37 miles an hour.
Okay.
And then as long as you have a motorcycle license, you can click another button, and before you know it, you're on a bike, motorcycle, and you can go 70 miles an hour. And it's a ton of fun.
Okay.
And one other thing is, since it's electric,
Uh-huh.
you get the torque that you get with an electric vehicle that you don't get with a gas vehicle. So it actually accelerates incredibly quickly, which makes for an awesome experience.
Fantastic. Now, it being an electric vehicle, obviously we've got batteries involved.
Yep.
So what kind of a battery life can we expect in the different modes?
It has a very dense battery capacity to
Okay.
it. The battery lasts thousands of cycles, but I don't quite know the exact number. And here's some other magical things about the battery. The battery is swappable. So If battery technology evolves and someday you want to put in the next generation of battery, you don't have to replace the bike. You can simply pull out the battery, pop in a new one, and it's like upgrading your engine without having to buy a whole new car. It is also all IoT enabled. So the bike has 4G and 5G connectivity, which means you can constantly track what's going on with the bike. You can know where it is. If you're a fleet manager, you can manage its performance. If you're a parent, you can lock the bike down so your kids can't ride it at high speeds, but you can. So it all these capabilities you get with an electric vehicle that just aren't possible with a gas one.
Wow. Okay. So and that explains why it's got the cellular connectivity is so that you can check on and change settings remotely.
That's correct.
Okay.
We can also use it for security. We can geofence the bike. So if it gets moved, you get warned about it. We can even shut the bike down if it moves into a location where you don't want it to reside.
Okay. Obviously, immediately comes to mind hitting an invisible wall and whoop. Well, but I can't imagine that that's what it does. It probably.
No, this is more like if the bike were to get stolen. You could lock the bike down, and whoever had your bike wouldn't be able to ride it. It'd be a worthless vehicle to them.
Fascinating.
And you would know where it was, so you could call the police and they could track the bike down for you.
Okay. So where did this idea come from?
Scott Colosimo is the founder of the company. He actually had a gas motorcycle company for many years, and then we were looking at the electric vehicle market, and we decided he sold off the gas company and decided to double down and focus on electric vehicles because they were just so incredible in terms of what you could do with them versus the gas vehicles.
Sure. I mean, yeah. It makes sense because none of this is possible on the gas. Like literally none of this is possible on the gas side. It's only because it's an electric.
Only because it's an electric bike. And you're looking at someone. I've never ridden a gas motorcycle. I have no desire to do so. And I got on this thing and just absolutely loved it. I just got on it, turned the handle. It was quiet. It was easy to ride. It was smooth, and I could adjust its performance to levels I was comfortable with, which made a great experience.
Yeah. So I'm with you. On the whole, I'm not particularly interested in a motorcycle for lots of reasons, not the least of which is roads are unsafe with them. But I imagine you don't have all of the noise that comes with a gas bike, which has so much of the danger because you can't hear what's going on around you.
Yes, it is a very quiet vehicle. In fact, we actually added a little noise to it just so the rider can sense when they're going fast. To add some safety to the vehicle.
Okay, that makes sense. I think Tesla and Toyota both had to do the same. They had to add sound for safety reasons as well.
That is correct.
So it makes sense.
Yes.
Because they're so almost comically quiet, as if it's a prank.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. In fact, one thing I forgot to mention, and since you mentioned Tesla, like Tesla, we can do software upgrades over the wire. So as we come out with new capabilities, we just download them onto the bike and re-upgrade it, and you're all set.
Okay. So being able to do it over wireless, right? Means, and being able to make changes and all of that thing, is there a subscription in that's required, or how does that work?
There is currently no subscription, although down the road we'll probably charge for certain upgrades. But at the moment, we just put everything on the bike since it's such a new release.
And so, like the cellular connectivity?
That is all included for at least the first year, and it may be the first couple of years. I've forgotten what the exact number is.
Okay. Well, that's fantastic. What kind of price point are we looking at on this guy?
$8,000 to $12,000 is the price range on this. Actually, $7,800 to $12,000, depending on the configuration.
Okay. And is it available now? Is it coming soon? What are we looking at?
It is available at landmoto.io. You can order it online. I will tell you there's a several-month backlog right now. Our greatest challenge is we just can't produce enough of the bikes right now. We're trying to raise more money so we can produce the bikes more quickly.
Sure, and I would imagine, production in general, especially with vehicles, has been a pain anyway over the last year or two.
It has been a pain with COVID. I will say our supply chain has been getting much better.
Yeah.
Our main challenge really is capital more than the supply chain right now.
Okay. Well, that's
a good problem.
Yeah, for sure. So what has been the goal for the company here at the show?
A goal of the company's show is just to let people know about the bike. I mean, hardest thing is, there's a lot of noise out there. We want people to experience it. The best thing about it is when people get on the bike and ride it. They just absolutely love it. But at least they've been able to see it at the show, and a few of them have kind of gotten on it and experienced it a little bit.
Okay. Well, it really does sound like an interesting product and one that may change my mind on, the idea of being on a bike like that.
I hope it does, and it's certainly worth giving it a try.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I really do appreciate you coming and talking about it. I would love to put my hands on one at some point. Where are you at the show?
We're downstairs at the show. We're in booth 60901 and 61701.
Okay.
So either of those two booths, and we have 3 bikes down there, and you can sit on it and play with it a bit. And it's worth the visit.
Very cool. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming and talking to me today. Hopefully you'll have a great rest of your show.
Thank you so much, and have a great day as well.
Take
care.
Thanks. All right.
I have to have that.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be.
I have to, yeah.
Yeah, I had a feeling
It was all I
that-
could do not to butt into the middle of your conversation because, my nickname is Mimi Andretti. I gotta write the fun stuff.
Yep, for sure.
I'm definitely.
All right. Well, as surprising as this is, my 2 hours is already over. I'm done. So we're gonna have Marlo up in just a minute, I guess. So I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live. You can check us out at plughitslive.com or f5live.tv. I will be back on tomorrow, but for today, I'm going to be handing it over to Marlo, and I'll see you then. Bye.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of CES 2023. I'm Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek, coming to you from the Tech Ranch. It's been a very interesting couple of days as I'm handing stuff off as they're transitioning things around here. And I want to welcome everybody back to our continuing coverage. We've had some great interviews throughout the day today already. And let's see. I think we have some people already coming on here. You can follow me at thetechranch.com. And let's see. I had a great interview this morning with actually, I've had a lot of great interviews today in the artificial intelligence space. Well, you'll be seeing a lot of videos coming out in that realm at thetechranch.com and on Plug Hits as well as TPN. All of our great collaboration that we have going on here to bring you this continuing coverage of CES. So check those out when they're coming out. I guess we have a backlog of guests already. They're just getting everybody situated so that they'll be coming on. You can also, let's see, tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Marlo.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm losing my voice.
That's okay.
But I'm good.
I can't believe mine is still as strong as it is.
I know. You've been talking a lot.
A lot.
Especially after yesterday.
I'm really surprised, actually, because usually it gives out by this time. So I don't know if you know this, but Jane Pauley and her crew showed up at our office about 4 months ago with CBS Sunday Morning. and they spent about 4 days filming a National Day calendar. So that episode will be on CBS Sunday Morning tomorrow morning.
Get out.
Yeah. So
that is so exciting.
If anybody watching wants to check that out, it'll be actually about National Day calendar, my other little, I guess, I can't call it a side hustle anymore. It kind of was for a long time. But check that out tomorrow and your local CBS affiliate. I don't know. I think you'll have to just check out what time it is. I know Central, it's 8 o'clock. But I think out here it's 6:30 is when they start. It's an hour and a half program. So we might actually be able to watch it before we come here in the morning. I was thinking we should have a watch party here, actually.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Is that possible to do that? Can we bring CBS into the building here? I suppose we can stream it, right? I have Paramount.
Yeah, I would think so.
We should be able to figure that out.
Yeah.
It just depends on how early everybody wants to get rolling, or if they want to just
true.
watch it in their rooms, I suppose.
So you think it's going to be 6:30 a.m. here?
So I think it looks like it's slated for like the third or the fourth story. So I'm going to guess it's going to be around 7 a.m. Pacific time. But I don't know that for a fact.
Okay.
I'm just looking at how the list is on their schedule. I don't know if they follow the schedule as they list it. I'm guessing that they do. So we'll see. We'll see. I would think so too.
Yeah, let's discuss that.
But it is listed. So I'm getting a little nervous about this now. But anyway, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Marlo.
Serena. Nice to meet you.
Serena. So you're here for a reason, I'll bet.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably to talk about something that you have going on here at CES.
Definitely.
All right. So fill me in. What do we got going on?
All right. So I'm from Nanoli. We're a smart lighting company. We started doing a lot of decorative stuff.
Okay.
Actually started doing green technology, moved to really those, triangle panels that you've probably seen, RGB panels.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we did a lot of decorative stuff, but this year we're taking a step into the next stage of lighting for smart home. So we have two new sort of innovations coming out. One is a product and one is a technology that we're showing in the booth. So would you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just go ahead and put it right there. And
all right. This is our actual floor model, so you can see the wear and tear.
Yes.
But yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah. So this is one of our new line. It's called Sense Plus Controls. So this is a sensor switch that works with our new technology. So it's not only a switch, a manual switch. It has brightness control. You have programmable slots.
Oh.
You have programmable slots. Ta-ta. I can be your stewardess today.
I should be looking at the other direction here too, right? See what everybody else wants you to do. Though there you go. Give us your.
I'll just hide
there you
the
go.
part that I accidentally destroyed. But yeah, so there's two programmable buttons as well as brightness control and power. But the cool thing about this is it's a sensor switch.
Okay.
So it's not only a switch, it has built-in motion and ambient lighting sensors. The great thing about these is we have one wired version, one wireless version that runs on battery. They both run on thread, and they're both going to be Matter compatible. So the coolest thing is that if you already have a light switch, you can hardwire this in its place. If you don't have one, or there's a space where you don't have a light switch already and you want to have a new one, maybe beside the bed or somewhere else, you can install the wireless one.
Okay.
The coolest thing when it comes to
it gets
these.
cooler.
It gets cooler.
All right.
It always gets cooler.
Yeah.
So the coolest thing is we have this technology called Nala. So it's Nanoleaf's Automation's Learning Assistant. That uses a learning technology. It's a smart assistant within the app.
Okay.
So it uses something we call learning technology, but combines with the Sense Plus controls. The whole point of Nala is that it gives you the most seamless and natural smart lighting with personalization for your home. So, for example, have you ever set an automation on like an iPhone or something like that? It says when you set up a new smart device, you say, Monday to Friday, I work from home, 9 to 5. I want my lights bright white at my desk, right?
Okay.
Sometimes you like take a bathroom trip or you go somewhere else, a long breakfast. Maybe it's like, a little sleep in. Why are your lights turning on at 9 a.m. at your desk when you're not there?
Right.
Sorry, 8 a.m. 8 a.m., right?
Okay. Whatever you say. 10
exactly.
a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
So why are they turning on when you're not there?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Even if it's playing exactly the scene you thought you wanted, you're not there.
Right.
So that's where this system comes into play. So it combines that learning technology. So you set your lights automatically. You don't have to set the automation. You just set your lights one time with the switch, with the app, with voice control, and it automatically sets it for you, and it learns that in the system. So you can choose. The whole thing is really you can choose however you want to use this. So it can either suggest you automations or implement the automations automatically. So let's say you always turn your lights on 9 to 5 at your desk. It's going to do that. But again, because of the sensor technology, if it's super bright outside and you don't need lighting, it's not going to turn on when you don't need it. And it's not going to turn on when you're not sitting there. So if you're grabbing a snack from the kitchen, it's not going to be turning on.
Yep.
Because that makes no sense in terms of power, in terms of money, just in terms of practicality.
Right.
You don't need that light there. So with this, there's tons of really cool features. For example, like because it remembers states, it's not just lighting on and off. It's also states and colors. So let's say, have you ever gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night?
Never. You know,
we've never even gone to the bathroom.
I'm old, so that never happens 2 or 3 or 4 times a night. Not at all. Yeah.
So you're probably familiar with the blinding experience. You know, the second you walk into the bathroom, just like full eyes closed, and you try to like, you know, go about your best business.
I won't even tell you about the broken toes I've had because of that.
I also won't tell you about the broken toes.
Well, there we go. We have something to share then.
Our common casts under the table, but. Yeah, so one time you go to the bathroom, again, you have brightness control on the switch. You say, I don't want that to happen again. You turn the brightness down. Then the next time you go into the bathroom, it's not going to be full of brightness.
So it knows. It just learns and knows these
It
things.
learns exactly what you're doing. So, and again, the great thing about the learning is that it's the most natural way of setting automations, because you're not setting, let's say you're like, oh, I want my lights 25% brightness. Do you know what 25% brightness looks like when you're tired and you've been asleep? It looks like 100% brightness.
Yes.
So when you're walking to the bathroom, you don't have to say, I want it 25% bright. You're setting it down, and it sees how low you want it, and that's the same state it's going to give you the next time you come to the washroom. And it's not going to turn on when you're not there, and you don't need to touch the button. You know, you don't need to find the switch. You don't need to do anything.
Right.
But again, you could if you wanted to. If let's say it's a night you decide you want to get up and you got a flight, whatever, and you need to have your lights on, you can turn the light on with the button, with the voice assistant, with the app. It'll turn on, and it doesn't learn the things you don't want it to learn. I think that's what a lot of people are worried about. Like, oh, I don't have the same routine every day, or I want to turn on a colorful light once in a while, right? It's not going to learn those things. And again, because it's suggesting automations or implementing them, you can choose how you want to use the system. So when you first,
go ahead.
When you first set it up, you can obviously have some standards if you want, but as things go, it'll just learn from your behavior, and it's really intuitive.
I think you just answered my question. There's obviously a place that you can go to see what the automation is, right? Okay.
So again, this is really in early progress, but at the same time, we're going to be releasing it this year, so a lot of work's already gone into this, and a lot of the bugs have been smoothed out. I'm honestly personally really excited for this for my house.
Yeah.
I have some of those, dinky light motion sensor light switch.
Right.
But again, 25% brightness is not 5% brightness when I want it to be, right? So yeah, the whole point of the whole system with the switches and with Nala, the Nanoleaf's Automations Learning Assistant, is that ubiquitous control. When you want to set it in the app, you can. When you don't want to set it in the app, you don't have to. When you want to touch the switch, you can. When you want to use voice assistant from the bed, whatever, you can put the switch by the bed. It's wireless. So it's basically the most complete smart home solution that you probably never know you needed, but you're not going to be able to live without.
Is this able to work with current lighting that you have in the house now, or do you have to switch over to your system for all of the lighting if you're going to use your...
So you would be using smart lighting products. However, like I said, this is the wireless light switch, but there is a wired light switch, which you can use to turn your dumb bulbs smart. But for this one, of course, because it doesn't wire into the wall, you need to have a smart light bulb. I believe at the beginning it's just going to be working with Nanoleaf light bulbs.
Okay.
So we actually just released at our booth a whole new line of our essentials lighting, which is like our everyday lighting stuff.
Your light bulbs are wonderful, by the way. I am and I know you don't know this, but I'm nuts about light bulbs.
Oh yeah.
So I have your light bulbs everywhere.
I also have our light bulbs everywhere.
I never would have dreamed in a million years that I would need Wi-Fi enabled smart light bulbs. But it's not true. I need them. And they make my life so much easier. I just can't get over how, you're talking about automations, right? Not to get so sidetracked here, but one of the things that I do is with my phone, when it reaches a certain GPS coordinate, it turns the lights on in my house, right? And I use if this, then that to do that, right? And I just think it's so cool that I can be driving down the block and all of a sudden my outside lights just turn on.
Exactly.
And that would not be possible if it wasn't for your product in a combination with my product or with my phone. So and IFT. So there's so many things you can do because of connected light bulbs that make your life better, safer, all of that. So
I agree. And I think it's again, I was kind of, despite working for Nanoleaf, I was sort of a late adopter to smart technology.
Yep.
So it's I don't need a smart assistant. I can do my own thing. I have it turned off on my phone. We like our privacy, right?
Yep.
So it's I don't need it. But then when I had it, when I was testing, our products, when our first Essentials light bulbs came out, and I could be in my bed turning off my light with my voice assistant,
right.
You can't go back from that.
Right.
I'm not doing, like you walk to the door, you turn it off, and then you do that scramble back to that. I'm not doing that ever again.
And when it's Valentine's Day and you want to just turn your light bulbs all red outside, or when it's Easter and you want them green and yellow,
it's like you never have to
easy.
decorate again. You never have to do anything. You're going to hang a banner again? Never again. Like, going to hang Christmas? Like, never again.
Yeah, it's great. It really is. So, well, it's been great having you on the program. How do we find out more information about what you got going on?
So you can check out nanoleaf.me is our website, .me, and we actually have a whole page of like CES, walking through our booth, breaking everything down, but also we have our online shop. You can find all the product information and shop the products.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being up here today. So, and have a great rest of the CES.
Thank you. You too.
So check it out, everybody. Nanoleaf, and get over to their website. Check it out. If you nanoleaf.me, and can you get a shot of that from here?
Oh, it was every time we went to her. It was above her the entire time. Yeah.
I
wanted to break in and say something so she could like do this. But yeah, it was right over her head.
That's hilarious.
It's been over everybody's head that we've interviewed. And this one was actually perfect.
Natalie, come back here just for a second. I need to get a picture of you doing this. This, the coincidence of this is just crazy. So right there. You got to love. Oh, there we go. Yep. So hang on. All right, you got to go that way a little bit. And leave your hand where it's at, but tilt your head a little bit this way. And everything over a little bit more. There we go. Perfect.
And can you see over here?
It's not, you know what? I wanted it to be my crown, but I'll take it as my beret.
Okay, perfect. That's amazing. What are the odds of that happening, everybody? So check it out again, nanoleaf.me. They do make great products, by the way, if you didn't figure that out already. I'm a fan of theirs myself, and I love the color changing things as well, like Natalie was talking about with the ability to change the colors of your light for different holidays. Their new switch, though, looks pretty amazing. Are putting some artificial intelligence in there, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm
some
sure.
Machine learning, whatever it is they have going on. So, yeah. Do you have colored lights?
I have some.
There's a whole booth over here that you could go to.
Where? Like, I don't want to go too far, though. Like, my feet are killing me from this show.
Yeah, I guarantee you don't have to go too far to check out their booth.
Oh, is it just? Oh, it's right.
Just right there. It's actually those lights that they have on the inside there too. I don't think you can get a shot of that, but I need to.
Look here.
I need to.
It's right in the shot.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, they have great products, and I'm glad to meet them, I guess. So, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Are we doing the interview?
You can hop right into the hot seat right there.
Is it with video?
It is with video.
Oh my God, you should have told me.
And it's live, so we won't even go there. You have a headset right behind you.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. So.
Ma'am. Yeah, I just need you behind the cameras.
There we go.
Are we on air right now?
We are on air right now.
Oh my God, that's nice.
This is the thing about live television, right? Especially when we have to do switchovers sometimes. It's
I've been told. I always thought that podcast was like a radio medium where you basically listen to people instead of looking at their tired faces.
So so that's true. But this is a combination effort of a couple different entities. So we have video as well.
Great, because I brought a demo, so I can actually show you something.
So even better. So if you thought it was my first question, if you thought this was audio, why did you bring something to show off? That's really interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to make a good impression on you.
I gotcha. All right. So tell me a little bit about your company.
Yeah. So I
work for you first of all. Who are you?
Well, my name is Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Thanks for asking.
Marlo, by the way.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. Yeah, really nice to meet you, and great to be here actually. My company is called V-Relax.
Okay.
And we specialize in relaxing people from stress. We do this with a virtual reality technology.
Okay.
The one that I have in front of me. Because, the WHO, recently they published new figures stating that over 1 billion people in the world are struggling with stress, anxiety, and other mental issues.
I was not expecting this to activate. There's stuff in here.
It's high tech, man. And so a lot of people are struggling with stress in the workplace, because of Corona and everything that's happening in the world.
Yes.
And what we are able to do, we take those employees out of the workplace, put them in a nice forest, put them with some nice animals, relaxing exercises, and completely relieve their stress. We give a 40% stress reduction in only 10 minutes. And then they can go back to their job and be productive again.
I'm actually looking at a... Oh my goodness, this horse is about ready to lick my face.
It is all fake, so don't be scared.
Okay. Yeah, there's about a dozen horses on a green pasture with a little stream running through, a little fog in the distance, and it's quite immersive.
Yeah, it is.
That is very, very cool. And so you had about I'm guessing about a dozen different tiles in there.
Yeah.
So all I did as you were talking to me is I just put my head on one of there, and there's a little pointer. I'm just explaining how this experience was. It was very intuitive. That's why I want to explain this.
Wow, and you know your tech. That's true.
And I just pointed right to the horses, and it just for about 2 seconds, it was doing the thing. And I'm sure it's just because the internet is so crazy bad in here. And then the horses just came up just like that. I heard the birds chirping in the background, the whole bit. This is very, very impressive.
We could actually also hear them on the stream. So
really?
This was pretty nice. Yeah, I could hear what you were doing.
Interesting.
No, but you're right. It's all proprietary, and we make all the videos in-house. So a lot of camera people running around in our office. And we have created around 60 of these interactive worlds. So you saw 9, but there's a lot more to explore.
Okay.
And we like to make something for everyone. So some people like to go to nature, some people like to go at the beach, and others really love horses. And this is I showed it before to a woman who also was really in love with the horses.
Yeah.
So everyone can pick what they like, and we really just try to distract them from their daily life activities, be it their job, be it maybe an illness or maybe a mental disease can also be the case. And we take them out of that place, and we just totally relax them.
So give me a case study. Do you have something that you've experienced yourself, or do you have a customer maybe that has related a story to you?
Yeah, well, we work in 2 different ways, and one is in healthcare, so with patients, maybe oncology, maybe psychiatry, and we help them with anxiety, basically. But another really significant use case that we do is in the workplace. So, for example, recently we signed up with Philips. Perhaps you're familiar with them.
Yep.
They're a Dutch company, actually, and not everyone knows.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they are Dutch. They used to be very big with light bulbs, but now they are all over the world. And they bought a couple of these glasses, 30 actually, and they are using them for their employees. So what we did, we distributed them around their different offices in the Netherlands, and we created relaxation spaces. So an employee that's stressed, that's not making it to the end of his workday, he can just go into the relaxation space, relax, sit down, take a 10-minute mental break. That's what we call it, a 10-minute mental break, and then go back and be productive again. So by doing that, you enable them to make it through a whole workday, be that 8 hours, be it maybe 10 hours. You just give them maybe the equivalent of an entire walk in nature, but we can do it in 10 minutes. So that's the use case right there.
Very cool. A couple quick questions then. So is this preloaded onto the glasses?
Yes.
It is?
Yes, it actually is.
So you buy the whole unit as it is?
Yeah, you buy just like that, and we prepare it in, with our distributor, really. So everything is on there, and what you noticed is as soon as you put it up, you're going into one of these environments.
That's actually what stunned me the most about it, is that it was just right there. And I'm like, how are you doing this? That's why I asked you that question. So So when you come out with new imagery, am I able to download that into the glasses?
Yeah, you will. It actually all goes automatically. We picked up on this from Tesla. So every day when you start it up, you never know if there's going to be something new
in there. Interesting.
Yeah, this is really nice,
Okay.
and we do a bunch of updates every year. But everything is in the glasses. You don't need a computer. You don't need an internet connection. It just works like that. So what we've noticed, and we've done a lot of research, and I'll tell you more about that later, but what we've noticed is it's super important to have a great ease of use. So you don't want to have to start up things when you're already having a busy day. People they want to do it, but then they just don't. So you need to keep that threshold extremely low.
The last thing you want to do when somebody is stressed out and you're trying to give them some type of stress relief is to stress them even more, right? Right. So I can see where the ability to just pick it up and relax is great. So
yeah, and all of the navigation is also really intuitive. So you move around with the head. You don't even need a remote or anything. We've just programmed it like that. And this is something we picked up on our early research, actually. So one of our founders, he's a professor in psychiatry, and we've done a lot of tests with his psychiatry patients. And this really taught us that it has to be super easy to use. So we got rid of all the remotes, and you're just controlling it with your head. And this is really important for usability. Like
it's very cool.
It's key. Yeah, it is.
So, and you have a little R&D, you said, that went into it?
Yeah, pretty much, actually. We get a lot of money from the Dutch government. And we have investors, of course.
Okay.
But this allowed us to really build a good scientific program. And together with our professor, we also have a lot of access to patients as well.
Okay.
So the scientific way of doing business is really in our DNA. And this is why we do a lot of research. So we did a trial, for example, with those patients. We recently finished up on a trial with a healthcare insurance company, and they asked us to look at the business side. So how does this work for employees? And we did a really cool trial with around 150 ICU nurses. So they are super busy throughout the day, right?
Yep.
And they could use VRelax during their working hours in the hospital in a separate relaxation room. And that's where we scored the 40% stress reduction.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that was very significant. And they became a big client of ours.
Yep.
So we're really happy with them.
Very cool.
But we do a lot of research. And when you operate in healthcare, this is paramount. You need to tell the truth. So you need to do this research.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's very important to us.
I'm assuming, so are they available for sale?
Yes, they are. Yes.
And then go to your website, or are there other places that we can get them?
We would love for people to come to our website, and we will refer them there.
Okay,
yes,
and your website is?
It is www. Okay, it's www.vrelax.com, and VRelax is VRALAX. So
VRAL.
It's basically VRelax.
So it's VRELAX.
Yeah, sorry, that's my accent there. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. I gotcha. Yes, yeah.
But let's just say it again. So it's it is vrelax.com.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
very good. Very good. Well, it's been fun having you on the show today.
Yeah, it has been, actually.
Very impressed with this product. And again, I love the ease of use of it. So I think that you really have, really scored well, in my opinion anyway, about the fact that you can just pick these things up. And there are my horses again. That's really, really clever. So thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, and thank you very much for inviting us.
Absolutely.
This has been a great opportunity. It was nice talking to you. Thanks a lot for that.
You bet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody, check it out again, vrelax.com. vrelax.com. And they don't fit in my pocket, so I'm thinking he's taking it with. Always trying to steal things up here, but that was very impressive. And if you've never put on goggles before, virtual reality goggles, it can be kind of trying sometimes to get all the stuff set up and whatever. I know myself, I get a little disorientated sometimes. That was really impressive. Whoever's doing their camera work is doing a great job too.
Did it look good?
Oh my goodness!
I'm serious. You lit up.
As I'm looking over here at about those dozen horses, right, and I turn like this, and here's a horse right here. And I thought he was about ready to lick me in the face.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness! It was so real. Yeah,
it's cool.
It's impressive.
We'll have to have Scott ask for some B-roll on that. If we could get that exact moment.
Oh yes, there you go. That would be good. So yeah, that was that was quite the thing. you know, if you ever wanted a sample of something, that would be a good thing to get a sample of and try out. Actually, do
that
an
would
unboxing.
be fun to do a review. Yeah.
Yeah, you should do that. You should see if they would do that because
That would
it's
be great.
cool. Yes. Yes. So anyway, thanks again, everybody, for joining us. This is continuing coverage of CES 2023 right here in the Venetian Sands Convention Center. We are high atop the CES Live Tower, overlooking the convention behind us. It's a little slower today, but it didn't drop off as much as I expected it would. So that I guess is pretty impressive of the fact that people are anxious to be back at CES this year. So, and with that, I'm getting Lucas all mic'd up here. Hey, Lucas.
Marlo, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, pretty busy.
Yeah?
CES has been great experience. So first time for me here.
First time?
Yes, first time.
I can tell by the gleam in your eye. You haven't lost that yet. The rest of us is like, you know, we're always excited to be here too, but usually by day 3 we're like, you know, exhausted.
Yeah, I'm keeping up. It's the adrenaline, right, of the good conversations.
It really is.
Here,
it really
so many
is.
interesting inventions here, so that's great to see.
Yeah, and of course, it's not ever about just the convention. It's all the stuff, you know, there's always meetings before in the morning, and then, of course, way into the night. I just, you know, I was at one the other night that started at 11 o'clock, and I'm like, you guys. But they can't fit anything more into it, so it just keeps, you know, it's around the clock almost, you know, so it's crazy. So, Lucas, I'm guessing that health, is it Heated?
Heated,
okay.
That's what it's called.
Okay,
yes.
so tell me a little bit about it.
So Heated is a medical device to treat insect bites using your smartphone. So imagine you're outdoors having a barbecue, and then you're bitten by a mosquito, and instead of scratching yourself, you can now use your smartphone to stop the itching and pain.
I have no idea how this is going to work, so
I'll present it to you.
All right,
okay?
all right.
So Heated is
a
very, very small device. Yeah.
Okay,
good,
there we
good,
go.
good.
I guess got bit.
Yeah. So and this is Heated.
Okay.
It fits to your keyring, so it's super small, super handy to carry wherever you go.
Okay.
But you need your smartphone.
Okay.
I imagine you have that with you anyways.
I do.
I'll show
right
it to
here?
you on mine.
All right, that'd be great.
So let me show you. You take it off the keyring.
Okay.
You plug it into the charging port of your smartphone. That opens up our app automatically. And then in the app, you can select if you want to treat yourself or a child, for example.
Okay.
If you are very sensitive or not so sensitive. Are you a sensitive person?
I'm, you know, I cry sometimes.
Then let's start with the sensitive setting. I don't want to like overwhelm you, and I don't want to have you crying.
Okay, fair enough.
So, and then you hit start. It preheats for a couple of seconds, and then you press it onto the bite, just like that. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So do you feel the temperature?
I do feel the temperature.
Depending on the settings, it's on the edge of being painful, but that's enough in order to stop the itching and pain.
Well, I didn't have any pain on that one, so I must not be as sensitive as I thought, you know. But but interesting. So the heat actually dissipates the pain.
Yes, that's right, and the itching. So mosquitoes, horseflies, bees, and wasps, any kind of like annoying insect.
I've never heard of that before. That's interesting.
It's a German startup. I founded 2 years ago. And now we are launching in the US. So we have had great success in Germany, tested it with lots of Germans, have more than 250,000 of customers already, and now we feel ready for launching it in the US.
That's actually, I mean, don't sound surprised by this, but I was like, what kind of device is this? But it's really clever.
Thank you. I was introduced to the principle by a friend, and she showed it to me, and she was like using a hot spoon.
Yeah.
Right? Have you heard of the principle?
I've never heard of this before.
Okay. Some people use like a lighter, and I was like, oh, this is super unhandy, and you might burn yourself.
Yeah.
So I invented Heated in order to have a like safe medical device to use to stop the itching and pain.
Now you got my mind racing about other opportunities with making a heating. I'm sure you've thought of that too already, that there's probably other things you can use that if you can heat that up and, you know, defrost my windshield or something.
You can apply for an internship in our company if you.
Where do I do that? I'll give you ideas.
Take a look at justheated.com. And it's been called the best German invention since beer.
Well, you know, beer is a big deal.
Yeah, but I'm not saying
since beer,
yes.
You're not replacing the beer thing.
No.
Yeah, that's clever. That's really, really cool. So they're available in the United States as well?
Yes, we just launched on Amazon, and REI is our first retail customer.
Okay.
So REI will have it listed in March.
Are you getting that there, Michelle?
I can also turn on the screen.
So, yeah, that'd be great. I want to do let's see here. I think the key would give you a good idea. I'm just going to hold the key next to it as well.
We can also do the full thing, like take it off the keyring or...
I want to give them kind of because it's tough sometimes to tell the size of things, right? Are you getting that okay, Michelle? Okay. So it's really, actually it's about the size of the top of the key itself.
Yeah, like
it's really there you go, thumbnail type of scenario. It's pretty small, so...
I mean, that's why I invented it, right? I wanted to have it with me all the time, not thinking about it, because I mean, you don't plan to get bitten by a mosquito, right?
Right. So. Well, unless you're, So that is really, really clever. So what do they cost?
$40.
That's it?
Yes, $40, one-time purchase. And the app is for free, very easy to use, installed in seconds, and that's it.
So are there times that you might need to do it 2 or 3 times or whatever to get the itch away? Or
we did a large study, and it turned out that almost always the itch is gone forever.
After one treatment?
After a single treatment.
And how long do you hold it on there then? For
depending on the settings, between 4 and 10 seconds.
Okay, so that's what the child or the adult is about.
This is what the top row is about. The child and adult is about the temperature it hits. So it's between 120 and 125 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. And then what would determine how long you want to do it for?
We typically recommend to start with like a short treatment in order to get used to the principle. But when you have a very, very severe bite, you might want to choose the longer treatment.
So is there any other health benefits besides just the itchy part is a big deal. So I'm not trying to mitigate that at all, right? But I mean, is there like the transfer of disease?
No, we don't make any claims about that. But what is really key is to basically break the circle of you scratching yourself, because that increases actually your urge to itch in the future. So one-time application of the device and the itch and the pain is gone.
Well, and I think the itching itself causes the transfer of disease a little bit too. So
and it might also cause you to basically get additional bacteria into the wound and things like that. So it's really helpful.
So very, very interesting, and for $40. And is there a lifespan on this?
No,
I mean, like 20 times or 100?
No, thousands of times. It's
really?
made in Germany. We produce it ourselves, so we have built up our own production facility. We don't depend on like other ones producing it for us. And that's where it's shipped from. It's available for Android and Apple. So you are an Android user?
I am.
I brought you your sample with you.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, no.
Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
That was really nice of you. Are you putting these in like first aid kits or anything?
Not yet, but that's actually a good idea. So
see, I should be on your intern program.
This is. That's what I'm saying, right?
No, I'm serious. You should see if you can partner with a first aid kit because for $40. I'm just thinking about all kinds of
and I mean it's perfect for families too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it can destroy
it's
any
multiple
trip
use.
It is. Unlimited lifetime.
Could you? Is there any damage? Like if I put a sanitizer, if I wipe it down with a sanitizer wipe, for example, in between uses.
Sanitizing is fine.
Okay.
Perfectly.
I'm just thinking like if you're in a multi-use, like in a first aid kit, you could just sanitize it, put it back in.
Yeah. So.
Wow, it's really, really cool. Yeah,
thanks.
I'm really impressed. I get bit by mosquitoes a lot.
Yeah, then you need to try it out.
So this is, and I'm always the guy, right? Like after.
Same for me though. I would be wondering what happens if we go to the same barbecue.
Nancy too. She's like, magnet. do they bring you to parties just for that? I feel your pain, Nancy, but I feel the same way. Like, see, you could use this too. So, yeah. I just, I used to laugh about this because they would bring me to like the only reason you want me on your baseball team is because you want me for afterwards because the mosquitoes only come to me. So it's crazy.
Now you're prepared.
I am prepared.
You can go to even more parties and baseball games.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All right, so do we go to your website to order these?
Yes.
Amazon?
It's just-heat-it.com or Amazon, just search for Heat It.
Okay, simple as that. So, Lucas, it's been great.
Thank you so much.
Really, really great idea.
And let me know what you think.
I will do that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you gotta check this out, everybody. This is if you have challenges with mosquito bites or horseflies or whatever. Horseflies are the worst, by the way. I hate horsefly bites. I'm telling you right now, especially around the ankles, right? Yeah, they're always tough around the ankles. So, we got Oh, it just gets better and better and better around here. So, yeah, go check this out. Heat It, just like you see, Heatit. Amazon, you can go to their website and get it as well. And it's justheatit.com, just-heat-it.com. Yes, Scott?
I need to put a cord in front of your knees.
A cord in front of my knees. I thought you wanted to get personal for a second there. I'm glad you're not. 'Cause I know. So we have even more of my friends coming on board here now. Do you need me to scoot over a little bit too? Okay. 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 So anyway, as we're transitioning here, again, this is continuing coverage of CES 2023. We are live, by the way, if you haven't figured that out yet. So you see all the transitions going on and everything around me here. Make sure you continue with us tomorrow. We will be back. We're just in the last final hour or so of today's broadcast. And the people that are surrounding me right now, I might even call them friends. I don't know if they call me that yet, but I've had the pleasure to visit with you guys a few times. How you doing?
Hey, it's going great.
I can't believe I get to twice at this CES now. Are you kidding me? Oh, by the way,
yeah.
It's good seeing you.
Yes, it's good seeing you again, Marlo.
Good seeing you as well, man.
Good seeing you.
So I don't know if you want to go like this or not, but anyway.
I'm just going to take a sip of water real quick.
Okay, you do that. You do that. If you're all wondering what's going on here, well, this is just, why don't you guys introduce yourselves and who you're with? Let's just start with there.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm Adil Akhtar. I'm the CEO and founder of Psionic, and we develop advanced bionic limbs that are affordable and accessible.
And I am Dan St. Pierre, and I'm a user of the Ability Hand.
Yes, yes. So how long have you had this hand, Dan?
I've had it now for 3 years.
Okay. And what I find the most incredible about this, everybody, is that you're not actually controlling this by any other gizmo. You're just thinking about that, right?
Yeah.
So that to me is just absolutely stunning that you can just say or think, just like you and I think, that to move your hand or whatever is just incredible. And now you are developing hands that are being used on robotics as well. I mean, so this isn't just about helping Dan anymore. I mean, it's about helping humankind, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so NASA and Meta have purchased hands from us, and they're putting them on humanoid robots. And eventually they might be in space, and you might be here controlling, a bionic hand on Mars, on Earth, right? How cool would that be?
So, I mean, it's cool. You guys just blow me away all the time, and I know where this conversation is going, which is going to blow people away even more. Oh, you got to be kidding me. There's a piece of wood underneath the table. Are you expecting me to hold another one?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know how we roll, Marlo.
I know how you roll. I know how you roll. All right. We'll get to that demonstration in a little bit. So, all right. So you have a new device this year as well.
And so
this is, if everybody's blown away already, this is unbelievable about what you're going to see here.
So Marlo's going to be able to control this bionic hand just from where he's sitting.
Yeah.
And so if you just place your hand in front of the camera.
Yep. So are you able to get that, Michelle? You seeing it right now? All right. So I'm going to put my hand in front of the screen and watch what happens here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, thumbs up.
Yeah.
Is that incredible or what? So what uses do you see for this?
Yeah, so I was just telling you one, right? So where you can do teleoperation if the hand's up in space.
So I would be like in front of a screen or something, and I could actually, it's almost like teleportation, right? Where you have something on the other side that's 20,000 miles away from me in space, 250,000 miles away from me on the moon, right? And I'm just saying, all right, grab that screwdriver, and I could actually take my hand and shape it around the screwdriver, and yeah, it's incredible,
exactly.
Right?
And so just a couple of months ago was the X Prize finals for Avatar robots and controlling Avatar robots. Okay. And 2 of the top 5 global finalists were actually using ability hands to do these tasks, like operate a drill on Mars, for example. And it was just incredible. the same hand that Dan is using right now is the exact same hand that's on these robots. And the reason why robots are using them is because they're trying to do human tasks, and we've optimized our hand for humans to do human tasks, so it makes sense.
It really is amazing. I am just, every time I talk to you guys, the implications of what you're doing is just, it's just amazing. I mean, I don't even know another word to use than that. So,
hey, Marlo.
Yes.
Can we do that test again? Because I think your hand may have been in the way.
Oh, okay. Absolutely.
Of the screen.
Absolutely.
So I'll do it from this camera angle.
All right. Tell me when.
Go ahead.
All right. So, hand is closed. Thumb is out.
Yeah.
2 fingers. 3 fingers. 4, 5. Saying, yeah, hello, everybody.
There you go.
How's everybody doing today? Peace, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is just so cool. So, yeah, and
You're speechless.
I don't want to reach down below here, but I know I'm going to have to sooner or later. So we did this yesterday. Are you serious? Are we doing this again?
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right. All right.
We're live this time, right?
Just think, you have to do this again in another 8,000 hours.
That's true.
Okay.
You did remember that from yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think I should sit for this, right?
No.
You should probably stand.
Because I'm going to guess you're going to knock me over if we do this. So, Michelle, if I get out a camera shot, you let me know here. So just like this, right?
Exactly. Just
All right.
like that.
All right.
So
we are going to break.
You're out of camera shot.
I'm out. Okay. How about the board? Can you see the board?
I can see the board.
All right. That's the most important thing. All right.
There we go.
So,
right here. There we go.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
Still works. Look at that.
I'm more concerned about mine than yours. Just saying, every time we do this, you and I have a trust level that is growing every day.
That's why we're friends now.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true. That's true. Is that unbelievable, everybody? Just unbelievable. I was a fan of the $6 Million Man when I was a kid. Have you guys ever watched that?
I know about it.
Okay.
I've
seen reruns of it.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah, and I think it was Lee Majors that was the. We can make you faster. We can make you stronger. And every time I see you, Dan, that's the image that I get. And I'm not making light of your injury. It just blows me away. It really does.
I think if anyone out there takes anything away from this, it's the fact that this hand is still working after doing that.
Yes.
I don't know any other hand out there on the market that can. So,
including my own hand. Now I know there are professionals that can probably, if you're into martial arts or whatever, that would break that pretty easily. Not me, though. I'm just telling you right now. I mean, this is not. Well, I mean, this is what, 1-inch wood?
Yep, it is.
yeah.
Unbelievable. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. So, where do we find out more information?
So you can go to our website at psionic.io. We're actually in the middle.
Why don't you spell that?
Yes, that's PSYONIC.io.
Okay.
And we're in the middle of an investment round right now too. So if you go to psionic.io/invest, we have an equity crowdfunding raise. We've raised over $700K already, and we're super excited to have everyone join our Bionic.
Is there like a
revolution.
minimum amount, or can anybody just go in there and do whatever they want?
$250 to
Really?
join in. Yep. Yeah, and you can be a part of our revolution.
Yeah. Alice was excited yesterday. She's like, "Where do I go invest in this?" So that's great. I'm sure you'll be getting some investment from us for this. So that's just really, really good. So yeah, go check this out, everybody. This is for real what you're seeing here today, and it just keeps improving year after year after year. So gentlemen, it's always a pleasure seeing you. So glad I got to bump into you yesterday again, and here you are again today. And I'm taking home my souvenir.
All right. Do you want him to sign it for you?
That would be great, actually. You want to sign that, Dan?
Yeah.
All right. Why don't you both sign that?
Right.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Anybody got a marker? Here we go. Thanks, Michelle. Oh, it's already ready to go.
Oh, nice.
As you can tell, it's all ready to go. Fantastic. I'll put this up on my desk, you guys. This is so cool. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You take care and have a great rest of the show, okay?
You as well.
All right. Yes. Bye-bye. Go check them out, everybody. Sciatic. Spell that again for me. P-S-Y-O-N-I-C. I'm going to write that down too. P-S-Y-O-N-I-C. And then .com, .io, and then /invest. Okay. All right, so PSYONIC.io/invest. And if you want to put a couple dollars towards this or whatever, to make sure that this project continues to move forward, you need to do that. So it's absolutely amazing to me. And what they have going on next that I'd love to be able to tell you more about, but they'll be announcing that sometime over the next year, is unbelievable. And that's all I can say about it. I mean, you think that was crazy? See you guys. What you're going to see coming next is just yeah, I just can't get over it. Anyway, I don't mean to be so stunned by what those guys do. Michelle, I just think that any time that you can take and use technology to make somebody's life better.
Agreed.
And what that has done for Dan is just
Life-changing.
unbelievable. It's life-changing. Yeah. He told me the other day that he can feel his daughter's hand grabbing his artificial limb. I don't even know how that's possible.
I mean, I don't really either, but I've heard that, like, when something like that happens, you still feel the nerve. The nerve endings still kind of give you phantom.
But
so is that a similar thing?
Well, it is, but they're actually doing nerve implants with that. That's why when he thinks to move his hand, that's why he's able to move his hand. So
yeah, that's so cool.
It's just unbelievable. So, and we have one guest after the other rolling in here. So let's get you all situated in the chair there. And this looks like another fun little topic, especially since he's smiling already. So that's always a good thing. There we go.
Good stuff.
How you doing?
I'm good.
I'm
good.
Marlo.
Hey, Marlo. I'm Frederick.
Frederick, nice to meet you, Frederick. What company are you here with?
So I'm here with Demont. We do hearing aids.
Oh, okay.
And we have been doing hearing aids for 100 years.
Okay.
So on the contrary to some of the other companies here, we have been in business for a long, long time doing hearing aids.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of companies in this room that have been around for 100 years.
No.
Just saying. And 100 years, not just on hearing aids for 100 years. Or have you been hearing aids for 100 years?
Hearing aids for 100 years.
That doesn't even seem possible.
It is. But in the beginning, we were not developing hearing aids and the technology like we are today. But
yes.
We were sourcing in components.
Of course, when I'm thinking of hearing aids from 100 years ago, I'm thinking of the things that they used to put
Yeah,
beside
but actually
their
back
heads.
then it was a device, and you were wearing like a battery and wires and...
Really?
Yeah, but you had an earpiece.
Yeah.
Not like a big tube.
Yeah. Like you see in the movies or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's really impressive. So my guess is things have been miniaturized over the years.
True.
And, one of these days, I guess I'm going to probably be joining, the people who have to have a hearing aid. I've listened to music a little too loud over the years, and,
we all have.
wear a headphone maybe way too much. But yeah, I mean, it really is it's a miracle of modern science, actually, when you think about it.
It is.
And I would imagine most people, as they age, have hearing difficulty.
Yeah, it's something that comes with age.
Okay.
But it can also come, like you're referring to now, with if you have been exposed to loud sounds. But that's a minority. The majority is people getting old, and then, the hair cells in the ear, they fade away, and you lose your hearing.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it is.
I didn't know that. Okay. I just thought it was rock and roll. So
no.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's good to know.
It comes with age as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you have something here that's new this year, or something that obviously that you want to talk about. So let's get into that.
Cool. So the reason I'm here and talking to you is that we won an award for our latest product. So I'm super happy about that.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah. Cool. And the product is what we call an ITE, in the ear product.
Okay.
So you know the products that sits behind the ear.
Yes.
They come in different sizes depending on your hearing loss.
Yep.
The ITEs are the ones that are made custom and sits in the ear, made for your ear canal. All ear canals are different and individual, like a fingerprint or eyes. So it's made custom to you. And what's different and exciting about this product is that we're bringing the latest hearing technology with this product to that product form factor, and it's made very discreetly, and it's robust, and it has connectivity as well. Some of the folks in the industry would go, so why is it not rechargeable? And that's the elephant in the room. But the point with rechargeability is that would run up the size of the product. And that makes it less appealing, because when you choose an ITE, you want something that's small and discreet.
Right.
That's the reason you go there.
Are you able to replace the battery, though? Do you need
yes.
to, or do you have?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. So there's a battery door. You can take it out and,
Gotcha.
and replace it.
And how long do they last then?
The battery lasts for like a week.
Okay.
Depending on your usage.
Okay.
So the product comes with connectivity, as I said. So you can stream your music, you can pick up your calls, you can do all of that, and that drains the battery. Of course.
Right.
So depending on how you use it, the battery's gonna last you however long.
I do think it's clever that, it's one of these things that, when I was first introduced to Bluetooth headsets, that 10 or 12 years ago or whatever it was, right? And people are talking, I just thought, these are people are talking to themselves, and you find out that they're not. It's really evident when you have a hearing aid in, because it's hidden.
Yeah.
And then you really have to look pretty hard to if the person is actually talking to somebody or not. But it's cool.
It is.
It's ultra convenient, and in fact, so much so that I was talking to somebody that I have coffee with occasionally who has a hearing piece, and I have no idea whose brand it is, but the convenience of, in fact, he said, I would rather have my hearing aid in and have that connectivity of taking a call, because he said it's just like sitting next to a person instead of having the phone up to your ear or whatever. So that in itself is such a cool feature.
It is, for sure.
Yep. Okay, so let's get into how do you scan the person's ear canal then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can do it in two ways. You can fill in the ear canal, or you can fill in silicone into the ear canal and do an impression in that way.
Okay.
So you do it you take out the material, and you have to sit really still, and then based on that, you do the hearing aid.
Okay.
And the you sculpt.
Okay.
The material going in, where you put in the hearing aid actually. So that's the shell.
So I'm assuming you partner with doctors that do this then, or is this something you do yourself?
We do that ourselves primarily. We have made a big factory in Mexico servicing the U.S. Doing that.
Okay.
And it's something, it's quite a craftsmanship actually to make the shell as small as possible, and then still place the hearing aid in the right way so that you play the sound into the ear canal and not into the wall of the ear, right? So we're actually kind of proud of what we have achieved, because you want to make the walls as thin as possible and then still have something that's comfortable, because a hearing aid is not like a headset that you wear for a couple of hours.
Right.
You wear it for the entire day.
Right.
So it has to be comfortable.
Yep.
But it also has to sit so that it doesn't fall out.
Okay.
And still, it should not annoy you or itch. So that's actually kind of tricky.
Yep.
To get to that.
Yep. I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that. It's really clever, actually.
It is.
I'm just
it takes a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's the time frame? After you have your ear measured.
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes from a week to 10 days.
Okay.
Something like that.
So not too bad.
No.
And do you? Is it a kit that you send out, that how they measure it, or and then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would go to a clinic.
Okay.
To a hearing care professional.
Okay.
They would have the material. They know the process of doing this, and then they will send the scan.
So they'll do it for you at their office.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. They're trained.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's kind of similar if you lose a tooth.
Yes.
Right? They would scan it and make an impression.
Yeah.
It's a similar process.
Yep.
In many ways.
I was just thinking, looking in the ear, and I'm like, I can't get the mirror here just right. So this is something you need help with.
Yeah. There's no way you can do that yourself.
Yeah. Exactly. So very cool. How do we find out more information about this process and your company?
So I would urge everybody to go to oticon.com. That's oticon.com. We have a big sales company here in the U.S. And ready to serve everybody. And hopefully we have some information on the website where you can find answers to the questions you might have as if you are somebody with a hearing loss, or you know somebody with a hearing loss, or maybe you are already experienced with the product, so maybe you want to find out more about this new and exciting product that we have out.
Very cool. Oticon.com, and I hear you have a special going on right now. So if you get the current model, you'll send the 100-year model out as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have kind of like a kickback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is there extra shipping and handling on that? Because I bet you shipping that 100-year-old model might cost a little more than the
it probably does.
Yeah.
We'll be happy to take that on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So
Yeah.
it's been a pleasure.
Good talking to
you. Yeah,
you.
you take care of yourself. Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you.
Oticon.com, OTICOM. Okay, .com. Check them out. It's really, really clever, isn't it? That you can have a hearing aid that's molded to your ear, easy fit, convenient, lightweight. You won't even know that it's there. So you'll want to check it out, Oticon.com. I'm going to get a little more comfortable here. Since they broke the boards, my chair is not the same.
Yeah, you're not
So-
you're not in the right position
Well,
anymore.
Actually, I'm not the same since they broke the board. But that's kind of a mental thing, actually. So I'm still not right here, am I? How is that, Michelle?
That's good, Marlo.
Okay. Here we go. So thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage of CES 2023. And like I said, we are just backed up with interviews here. And I'm speaking to
Lara from Virtusis.
Lara. So thanks for being on the show today.
Thank you for inviting me.
And your company name again is?
Virtusis.
And spell that for me.
VIRTUOSIS.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about your company, since I know something about your company already.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, basically what we do is that we provide feedback about anxiety level, stress level, burnout risk, just by analyzing the voice, the tone of the voice, the pitch, the frequency, during calls and meetings. So our first product is being released on Microsoft Teams. So it runs on the background when you are having meetings, and then you directly get your insight, which are personal and confidential to you.
So were you surprised when I came up the stairs and I'm sitting here?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I was like, okay.
We just had an interview. We filmed in their booth here, a couple hours ago or so,
Yeah,
I suppose.
exactly.
Yeah, part of the Switzerland pavilion downstairs here. So your product is very, very interesting. And I know I was giving you a bad time earlier about chocolate, for reducing stress and that type of thing. But truly, when you're having a video conference with somebody, like in Microsoft Teams, and that stress level can really, really amp up a little bit, right? So your product is actually going to analyze the voice and then tell you that your stress level is up, or if you're sad or happy, or right. So what range of emotions and stress do you actually detect?
Sure. So let's say all the spectrum of stress. So we analyze stress, anxiety, happiness, you mentioned it, anger, and we analyze these levels. And then we also provide actionable suggestions depending on your levels of stress, anxiety, so you can improve how you are feeling. And also we can run during all your meetings, daily, weekly, so we can detect any change when it occurs. So if you start being a bit too stressed before you even become aware of it, we can notify you, so you can maybe do some breathing exercise before it becomes a problem and you start like being maybe a bit mad with other people.
Yeah. Like your boss or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
Avoiding
so
conflicts.
This has been my stress relief today. This was a complete board before, and I'm just kidding, by the way. But you do have actionable things that you can do to help, relieve anxiety, stress levels, those type of things, which I think is really important. So, and you've partnered with Microsoft.
Exactly.
And with Microsoft Teams, and this is kind of rolled out as a beta right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's on invitation only.
Okay.
But so if you visit virtuosys.ai, you can still register to be on the waiting list to try it.
Okay.
Before it's officially out there.
Yep. Yep. And there is some artificial intelligence. I mean, this is what drives the whole thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So after we analyze about 400 parameters from the voice, we run machine learning algorithm on it to be able to predict this insight about well-being, but also communication to help you be aware about your speech, how you communicate with others.
How long did it take for your team to put this together?
So it has been mostly about research at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology of Switzerland, of Lausanne. Where I worked as a researcher, and we collaborated with psychologists. So it has been a bit over 2 or 3 years that I worked on that, and lately we have been focusing on integrating the technology in Microsoft Teams, and soon on other platforms such as Zoom and more, to make it available to the public.
Okay. Okay. And am I missing anything? Is there something else that I feel like, because I'm not real familiar with this, so I don't want to not ask, I guess, the right question here. So is there something else you'd like to share with the audience?
Maybe that we have this insight, which are, as I mentioned, personal and confidential to each individual. And then we can also share aggregated data that guarantee anonymity to managers, HR, C executives, so they can know what is going on in the team while preserving anonymity to take better action.
So that's really interesting to me. So not that the rest of this wasn't, by the way, but so I'm a manager, and I noticed that every time we have a meeting, that 80% of the people that I'm meeting with have higher than average stress levels or anxiety or whatever. So that should be some type of message to me as that manager that something's not right here, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if you implement some change, you can immediately see if it was effective or not.
So if I send Swiss chocolate to everybody, that might help a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You will see it.
Yeah. All right. It's been a pleasure again. Thanks for stopping by today. And your website again is?
Virtuosys.ai.
And I want you to spell that one more time.
So Virtuosys is VIRTUOSIS.ai.
All right, very good. You got to check this out, everybody. And it'll be available to the general public
in the coming weeks.
Okay, very good, very good. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. And thanks again, everybody, for joining our continuous coverage of CES 2023. It really is interesting, and the use of artificial intelligence at this show and the unique ways that you're seeing it being utilized here. And in this particular way, this is, basically for the workspace. When you're doing a Microsoft Teams, they did talk about they're starting to look at Zoom and other companies that do video conferencing as well, so that you would actually have an idea about, if you're having some anxiety or stress or whatever, that you might not even be, that you might not even know is going on. And to me, that is certainly a big way to help maybe diffuse situations that might be arising because of stress and, the ability to get along well with each other. Michelle and I should use this product, actually, because we're always stressed out talking to each other.
Oh, my, I get so stressed out talking
to
you, Marlo.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I don't understand why we don't have that going on right now, Michelle, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm stressed out.
Why are you stressed out?
Oh, I'm not actually. I enjoy talking to you.
Yeah. Why are you not over here yet? One of these days you're going to sit next to me up here, and then we
I was supposed to, and Kirk was going to come up and run the board.
Yeah.
So that I could sit with Scott and you.
Oh.
But I didn't know how my voice would be.
Oh,
I'm losing my voice.
yes, you are.
So I told Kirk, don't rush back to help, because if you're doing something out there, I don't want to stop you, and then you come back and I'm, I have no voice.
Yep.
So
that makes sense.
Next year you have to make me do it the first day.
Okay. That sounds fair.
Because I really do want to sit with you guys.
Yeah. You'd have a lot of fun over here. Not that you don't already,
No, I do have fun, but I'd have more fun asking questions. Because, some of the stuff, I'm back here going, I want to break in and go, wow, are you kidding me? Yeah.
I can relate to that.
That bike that turns into a moped, that turns into a motorcycle. Have you seen that?
No, I think I was just in front of that. So
He told us his booth number. I want to.
So explain that to me again. It's a bike that turns into
Like a moped.
a moped.
An electric bike.
Yes.
That then, if you have a motorcycle license, you can kick it another gear, and it's as fast as a motorcycle. And then there's safety precautions as well. Like, let's say you bought one for, your 18-year-old.
Right.
But you're like, my 18-year-old's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So you don't let him get to the motorcycle stage. You know he doesn't have a motorcycle license, and you're not going to let. So you can actually keep it with parental controls and things.
And these are available for adults as well?
It is for adults.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, like I want one. So in my household, I would get it and I'd set it all up. But when my husband went to drive it, it would stop. Like he wouldn't be able to go over a certain amount unless I up my insurance, and then
Got you.
maybe anything goes. But
Yeah, you're at moped speed, bud.
Yeah.
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 That's exactly how that would be. But I'm at cruising speed.
yeah, I'm gone. Yeah. Oh, Tall Boy's downstairs. Do you know Tall Boy?
I do not.
If you peek over, no, Tall Boy's not coming up. I think Danny's gonna interview him
Okay.
downstairs. Yeah, he came.
Okay. Cool. Anything else you've seen today that you thought was pretty cool?
The light switch thingy.
The light switchy.
I guess Tall Boy is coming up. No. So there's this, and Scott might have to help me actually describe it. It's like a power switch that you put over your regular power switch.
Okay.
And then it has its own little pieces that magnetically go to it, and they like swivel. They have different covers. And Scott asked him.
So you
Go
grab
see.
a mic here then.
Absolutely.
No sense describing things when I can't even hear what you're talking about.
3 concentric circles.
Okay.
In 3 sections.
Okay.
For each one.
Okay.
The piece looks a lot like a round Molex connector.
Okay.
Except it's flat.
Okay.
And so it goes on, clicks in place. You can come in. You could drop a cable down and it'll find its way, and just click in. You can spin it all the way around, no problem. So no more. Well, this power cable goes like this, and this power cable goes like this, and this one goes like this. There's none of that. You don't have to worry. Is this one?
Wow.
Is this one polarized, which is the dumbest thing in AC I've ever heard? Because like USB-A, it's always going to be the third try.
Yep. Which is always hilarious to me, right? Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Oh, now it works.
Yeah. But
How's that possible?
But it's always that way, and polarized plugs are exactly the same stupid way.
I've never. I mean, is there some being out there that's just having fun with us
Yes.
when you know? How can it be the third try every time?
Changing the laws of physics as
Yes,
you try and do it?
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I'm going to let Alante come in and talk for
What?
a while. Yeah, I know.
I'm excited about this. Oh, he's dancing over here. He's doing the Alante dance. I didn't know there was such a thing until just now. Alante.
Oh.
How are you doing?
I am doing pretty well, Marlo. How about yourself?
I'm doing well.
Good,
doing
good.
well. It's about time you joined me up here.
Yes, I finally.
In the tower 50 feet above the floor.
The Tower of
Yeah,
Power.
that's right. That's right.
Yes, sir.
Don't
Yes,
lean
sir.
back too far. No, I'm just kidding.
Or it's going to be the Tower of...
yeah, of Doom maybe, yeah.
Tower of Doom, yes. Yes. Day 3.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Yep.
And I'm sure everybody's just like, oh, he sounds exhausted, and so does Alante. But
yeah.
I have to admit, though, well, first of all, I cannot believe I still have a voice.
Me neither.
I don't know what we've been drinking or what we've been doing right, but usually by this time I have nothing left.
I think we've got just pure adrenaline.
There's no doubt about that.
And caffeine. That's
There's
it.
no doubt about that as well.
That's it.
And bagels.
And bagels.
But they ran out of bagels this morning,
What?
too. I was there at 8:30, and at about 10 to 9, there were no bagels left. And it wasn't even that busy in the media room, so I'm not sure what the deal was there.
I mean, a lot of people went home, right?
Not to complain about the fact that, us media people get special privileges here, but
because we do.
Yeah, we do. We do.
They treat us really well.
Then we get cool free stuff. No?
Right?
Did you see this thing?
No, what is that?
Oh my goodness. This is pretty cool. So I don't want to destroy the box here.
Yeah. I see.
There we go.
There's-
Okay,
this
so
is the literature
yeah,
that
yeah.
goes
So what it is, and they were just on. So you see that little device on the bottom?
Yeah.
So that plugs into your USB-C.
Okay.
And it heats up to 100 to 125 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you have a mosquito bite, you plug this thing in, and the app just turns on when you plug it in. So it just self-loads, and then you pick if you want, if it's for a child or an adult, and it's got short, medium, and long, which is 3 seconds to 10 seconds. It heats up right away.
Yeah.
And then you just put that on the mosquito bite, and that heat dissipates the pain.
What?
Or a horsefly or whatever.
I need
right?
that.
And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
Because
that's
he's
insane.
like, you're trying to, it says bye-bye itchy insect bites. I mean, there's nothing worse than getting bit and you just scratch all day long.
I tell you, a lot of bugs are attracted to me.
I thought you said you ate a lot of bugs.
Not quite. Not quite.
So anyway, bugs are attracted to you.
Bugs tend to be attracted to me because my body temperature is a little warmer.
Okay.
Than most people. I always run around 99, and that's just normal.
Okay.
But bugs are attracted to that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why I have the same issue.
Bugs are attracted to that.
We were just talking about, when I used to play baseball, that's the reason that
You
they
were
wanted
the
me to
guy.
play, because you just stand over there, Anderson, and we won't get bit over here.
If I'm standing around people, we're outside by water, having fun, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's like, oh, we're having a good time. And I'm like, I'm fighting bugs. And I'm like, you guys aren't getting bitten?
Yep.
And they're like, no. And I'm like, well,
yeah,
I've got the battle scars to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
interesting.
It's a really, it's
yeah.
awesome.
So it's $40 for this thing. So, and just to have this in your first aid kit in your car or something like that.
Keep it
I think
close to the.
I think it's fantastic.
That seems pretty neat, honestly. It's either that or I'm whenever I get a house, I'm planting citronelle plants.
Right.
Right. I didn't even.
So so much AI here this year.
Yes.
It's crazy. I was down in they're not in the French pavilion. They're right next to the French pavilion. Let's see if I can pull up the company name here.
Okay.
This thing is unbelievable if you're a content creator, which a lot of people are. If they're not, they're wanting to be, right?
Right.
So let's see here. Oh, my fun photos here. Okay, so it's called Rephrase.
Rephrase.
REPHRASE.ai. So
Okay.
rephrase.ai. So you sit in front of a camera. You talk for 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. You send this to their AI, whatever the mysterious miracle dust that happens with artificial intelligence,
Indeed.
right?
Yeah. Send it to the void.
Wherever it goes, yep. And then within a day or two, you will get a clone back of yourself, a virtual clone.
No way.
Okay? The virtual clone looks like you and talks like you.
What?
So then you say, I want to create a video of, I want to create a tutorial on how to put this table together.
Sure.
Okay? So you write a script,
Yeah.
right? You put the script into this thing, and all of a sudden you are on the screen, and it automatically puts like background scenes behind you, highlights some words on the screen or whatever. You've just created a tutorial on how to put the table together.
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
You have a blog, and you're writing your blog all the time, right? Every day you write a blog. Or every week or whatever, you could make a video version of that blog now by just simply copying what you just wrote, put it over here into your virtual cloned self, and it will make a video that you could put to YouTube or wherever you want to go.
Hey, Marlo.
Yeah.
Can I make myself 25 pounds lighter?
Sure.
Hopefully.
I need that thing then. I'm going to get that.
Where would you lose 25 pounds from?
Oh, stop it.
I'm like,
I love you, but stop it.
I'm like, can I make my face longer?
That's what I was thinking too, right? Yeah.
You know, get rid of my insecurities.
It could be the building of my empire, but skinnier.
There we go.
So I don't know the answer to that. I would imagine that those are some possibilities, right? If you can get rid of the bags under my eyes on day 3 of CES, that would be fantastic, right? But it's just, when you think about what's possible with that, and then I'm thinking to myself, right, you got that, and then you have, and I'm just going to pick on ChatGPT because that's all the rage, but there's 100 other AIs around here that are doing very, very similar things. So I could type in a story about Alante and Marlo and our little adventure at CES 23, and it would write the story, right?
Right.
And our little dancing maneuvers that we got going on, right? And put that in there, and ChatGPT would write that story. I would take that story, put it into repurpose. Was it repurpose? No, it's not repurpose.
Rephrase.
Rephrase. Yes, rephrase. REPHRASE.ai.
And that's why you were going to the P sound because of PH. Yeah.
So go to rephrase.ai and drop that story in there that I just in 2 minutes created over here with ChatGPT, and within 5 minutes I got myself a video of this story on the adventure that you and I had at CES 2023.
That I mean, that sounds incredible. That is future to me.
It's not even the future anymore. It's here right now.
And that's what's hard to believe, right?
It's hard to believe.
We're here.
So I've really made a goal of mine to really get into the AI spot here this year because I knew that it would be. So there's another one called Ask Polly.
Ask Polly.
Polly. Okay. It's an AI on market research. Okay.
Interesting.
So you're a business, you have a company. So you want to know today is National Bobblehead Day. Okay. So I actually phrased this to her. I was just like, all right. And then I just mentioned that and then a person around me had asked, just out of the blue, are bobbleheads still a thing? So we asked Polly if bobbleheads are still a thing, and then within like a couple minutes, had crawled all these social media things and came back with analytics on. And they had a line, and anything above the line meant that it was higher use than normal, below line. So that demographic, 25 male, the number was way high on this, right? If you're 42 and female, pretty low, right? And that's what it was showing, right? And you're just like looking at this, and then it was mentioning all the different social media things, the places where in the Northeast are really strong, but not so much in the Southwest.
That's insane.
Yeah. So you got all this market research, and right now they charge $5.
What? So everybody should be using this.
If I had a research company. I'm just saying, I mean, if I had a research company, I'd be really thinking right now about I need to subscribe to Ask Polly so I can really, and
do it.
And the results. But if I hired a research company, it would probably cost me $30,000 or $50,000 at a minimum to get back the information I got for $5.
Yeah. See, I was thinking that if I were a research company, I would be, for a lack of better words, dropping bricks. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying with that, and I get that analogy a lot. That these places, creatives should be really concerned right now too, because this stuff is just taking over everything, right?
Sure,
But this is how I look at it. You're going to have, if you're not willing to adapt to this technology, then yes, you're probably dropping bricks.
That is understandable.
If you're a person or a company that's adapting. In fact, that's what's going to happen. The ones who do adapt are the ones that will survive. The ones that don't, you better either be really niche-y, or you're probably just going to go bye-bye.
Or extremely talented.
Yes.
Like you're offering something that
exactly right.
It just can't do.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, I know people like that. I know people who can draw in a certain way. I mean, you can't replace some of these people, because they have very, very unique and special talents, right?
Yes.
I guess I shouldn't say that you can't replace them, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
at least, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but I look at this technology, and everybody always asks me. I'm not sure what's right there. Ask.
Yeah,
ask.
I guess
is ask
it's still
plural?
It's still presently happening, right?
So that would be an ask.
Asks.
It's asks.
Yeah.
It just seems weird
Don't
when you
make
say
me
it,
come
right?
over there, you
all
guys.
right, thank you.
It's day 3, all right.
But I get asked this question a lot.
Yeah,
there we go. About I don't even know where this is going now. What? Oh my goodness. We were talking about AI and the replacement of jobs, and they ask me all the time about how do I get so much stuff done.
Sure.
Get this question all the time. How do you do all of this?
I
right?
mean, a lot of it can be done using AI.
And the adaptation of technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even before AI, I mean, the adaptation of technology has allowed me to, and in fact, I look at National Day calendar, we're a pretty lean staff, right? But we couldn't, the ability to have a lean staff that does a lot is only possible because of technology, right?
Yeah.
National Day calendar probably couldn't exist because we don't bring enough money in to staff 100 people.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So in order for the company to exist and employ 15 people, I need to have these technology in place or we're gone.
Totally makes
right?
sense.
So when you tell me that jobs are going to get lost, I'm going to come right back and say what's going to happen is that there are going to be way more opportunities because the cost, the barrier of cost has gone down so significantly that now I can afford to bring this idea forward or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
And then that will employ X amount of people because of that.
Yeah. No. You make a good point because I'll tell you I'm an artist myself, right? And when these things started to surface in the art space, yes, it seemed very scary.
Did you ever look at like DALL-E or anything like that?
I didn't see DALL-E.
Okay, but so you've seen some AI though creating some art.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it definitely looks nice, and it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's definitely something you can tell that it's AI art, right? It's got its limitations.
Sure.
But you make a very solid point of they can be maybe like there needs to be an adaptation of both things to where like these things can be used with artists to make projects easier and move faster.
Yes.
For the future, for these large scale, beautiful projects that that we come to kind of expect.
And I think even in your space, what kind of art do you do?
I do illustration and like logo graphics design.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, to me, these tools are about ideation.
Yeah.
I'll punch something in, and all right, give me 18 examples of whatever, right? And I'll look at all of those, and I'm like, I like this, but I kind of like this a little bit over here too. So how do I merge those together? Well, now that's the point that I call you. Because
that makes sense.
What I've put together, it can't do what I want to have happen. Yep. But at least now I have an idea in my head about what's possible with this, right?
I'm on board.
Okay.
I'm on board.
Good.
You've definitely.
You didn't take long to convince, quite frankly. So.
I mean, I like to think of myself as a very practical person.
Yeah.
And I try not to take hard stances on things because I'm like, as long as you present me with something that makes sense, it can change.
But you are one of those creatives that is probably going to get dramatically impacted by what's going on right now. Yeah. So you have to figure out, if you're going to stay with what you do, you're going to have to figure out how do I adapt to this to create my own little niche or whatever. And I can say, so I did this thing the other day, and it's just kind of a fun thing. We've had a lot of snow where I'm at this year, just a crazy amount of snow, and I just had this idea about some cows going home in the snowstorm.
Yeah.
And maybe because nobody could get snow plows out to their places quick enough or whatever, I just thought about this idea of putting some snow blades on the back of cows, right?
Yeah,
So I typed into Dolly, cows going back to the barn in a snowstorm, pulling shovels or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And it created this graphic, and it was just hilarious, right? And it's clearing this pathway back to the thing, right?
Yeah, because it comes up with like several
of them, right?
Yeah,
But the shapes of the cows were kind of weird or whatever, right? It was hilarious for a joke, but if I wanted to do something that was like professional quality, again, I would say, Alante, you need to take, this is what I created with Dolly. Now make this something amazing, right?
And you know, and I never. It's like now that you've given me a perspective that I've not thought of before. I've been thinking of people like that don't have the talents, trying to use this to sell as their own.
Sure.
Right? And because
guarantee you that will happen.
Yeah, and it absolutely will. Because I mean, there are a lot of people who they already steal artists' art.
Yes.
And you know they'll throw filters over it. We call them. Oh man, what is the word? I can't remember, but splatter. Well, yeah, jerks. But it's
You're too kind, Michelle.
They are jerks.
Yeah.
We can say that here,
Yes.
but we can use other words.
Yes.
But like, we call them splatter artists because they'll take like let's say something for a video game, like Nintendo's Legend of Zelda. They'll take a promotional artwork and throw 15 filters over it. So it looks kind of cool, it's got splatter effects going on and pixelation and all this stuff that like looks artistic. It'll look kind of cool to like the average person, but to the other artists, we're like, wow, that just has like 15 filters over it and it looks like crap, but they sell like crazy. So that's where we're at. We're like, these people that have been stealing artists' work for so long, they're just going to use this thing to, I don't know, I guess do it with less effort. But I love the idea of someone saying, because I've been commissioned work before, and sometimes people have difficulty, expressing what they either see in their head or.
Yep, and I obviously have that problem because when I try to explain something to somebody, it always comes back way different than I envisioned it. And so I need to be able to give something visual to somebody to explain what I'm at.
And the fact that you can take this tool and say, all right, these are the elements that I want to be a part of the picture that I want you to do, and then generate a couple of things that are around that idea. This one's the closest. Hey, can I commission you to do something that's like this but better?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
And I think more artists would be on board. As long as we're all kind of on the same page, having more of an open mind. But
and I think it does allow you to get through things faster. I mean, if you're good at something, one of the challenges I think of with people that are good at what they do is there's not enough time in the day.
Yeah.
So if you can figure out ways to streamline that a little bit more, it can be way more profitable for you too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
All right.
So
Marlo.
one thing that I'm really good at is letting you all know that our next guest is here.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
very
we
good.
like that.
Well, Alante, it's been a pleasure, as always.
As always.
Join me again, my friend.
I will.
All right.
I will.
Sounds good.
Just give me a holler.
Okay.
And I will return.
Okay. Sounds good. And thanks for joining us, everybody, at the continuing coverage of CES 2023. We have our next guest joining us shortly. We're coming to you live from way above the show floor here at CES Live. My name is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek. And you can find me at thetechranch.com, or you can just follow me on any social media platform. Just look for Marlo Anderson or Marlo Anderson USA. You'll find me on Twitter and on Facebook and Instagram and
all the things.
I think even Pinterest, TikTok.
I follow you on TikTok.
Do you really?
I follow National Day Calendar. And I like your little posts for what's happening that day.
Well, thank you. I'm going to get a little more engaged. I think you and I were talking about that this year.
Okay, after this, I have to tell you something.
Okay. Well, tell me now. We'll give them another 10 seconds to set
So
up.
when I looked the other day, you were at 996 people. So we needed to go on a campaign to get you those last 4.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I looked it up on purpose because of what you said.
I thought we were at 1,000, but okay. Then you're right. No, you might be right.
Oh.
Maybe I've just made somebody mad and they all left, huh?
Maybe. I thought you were still trying to get there.
So 996, huh?
Wasn't as good as news as I thought, but I'll check it again.
No, I believe you. I 100% believe you. So join my TikTok. Well, hi.
So you tell us how you want to set this shot up, because the seal that has to be tapped is on the actual wine bottle.
Okay.
So I don't want it. I think we can do it like maybe right here. And then we also have some Yves Saint Laurent cream.
Okay.
So how does that?
Oh,
That's perfect.
I like these people.
I know. They brought wine.
Look at that.
And then we brought caps for your whole crew.
That's awesome.
See? It's awesome to me, isn't it? I get all these cool things. Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
How you doing?
For having me. Very good.
Yeah?
A little bit tired, but yeah.
Yeah.
been
I'm
long
not sure
days.
I think you actually have bigger bags under your eyes than I do.
Probably.
They are long days. That is
Yeah.
for sure, but
Yeah.
very, very well worth it. So, all right, tell us who you are and who you're with.
Thank you. I am Matteo. I'm the CEO of Authena. So we are a Swiss company, and we are exhibiting here on the Hall G under the Swiss Tech Pavilion.
Okay. And what are you showing off today?
Yeah, so our technology is applied to a couple of products. Our focus has been to protect the authenticity of physical products against fakes. So you probably know that the market of fakes is like a country in Europe with a quite huge GDP. So basically, more than $500 billion are lost every year because of fakes.
So counterfeiting of almost anything from shoes to wine to whatever.
Pharma products and so on and so forth.
It's amazing how much of this goes on. So you've obviously come up with a solution for this.
Exactly. So basically, the current solution that are based on any visual element like QR code, ink, hologram, if you can see them, then you can copy them, and then you can take a picture and you can use it to legitimate a product that is fake. But we want to change that, and the solution that we created is a solution that has several layers of encryption, can protect in particular a product that is liquid, in powder, and in cream, because identifies when a product has been opened.
Okay.
So I don't know if you watch the movie Sour Grapes.
Haven't seen it yet. No.
Okay. So basically, I think you can still find it on Netflix.
Okay.
Is a movie that describes a scam that has been going on in US for quite some times, in which it was counterfeited a wine from Bordeaux, and they took the original container, the original bottle, the original cork, and they just replaced it with the fake wine. So no matter which type of QR, ink, hologram you put on the bottle, that could not work.
Right.
But our solution is based on, and I will show you here in the case of wines, since we were talking about sour grapes, is based on a special RFID that on which we have several layers of encryption and feature that will make it very uneconomical and unprofitable for a fraudster to fake.
Okay.
Let me show you. I don't know if you guys can see on the screen, but basically the focus is to create a trust bridge between a brand and the user. So a user with a phone and without any app can just go closer to the product, and then a pop-up will appear, depending on the Wi-Fi that we can see here.
which is terrible in the building right now.
So it requires me to tap again for safety reason. Just 1 second.
And it really could be the internet. Yeah. The internet right now is, I mean, even for your phone's own stuff, it's just struggling. It's okay.
It's a little bit long. So we had a problem with the connection here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We are so many people here. Yeah, here we go.
All right. So then you're getting a.
So what we see here is that information about the product, that the bottle is sealed, has never been opened, and so when I open it here, it will change the status. So if you are a consumer that received the product and you're not the one that opened the bottle itself, you can report it to the brand in only one click.
Gotcha.
An interesting development of our technology. So we did it in the last couple of years, in which we, starting from luxury brand, that they wanted to have for their products a physical identity, but also a digital identity.
Okay.
We extended this authenticity protection to create the safest link between a physical product and this digital twin. I can show you an example of how that works. So basically, and I will show you in this example with a cosmetic from a famous brand. It's basically, same process.
Okay.
You interact with the product. Wait for the connection. Same process as before. As the security process, you need to tap it again. Okay. And then in this case, so what you see is that the product has been opened.
Okay.
And you can see it also here. So
what in the world? Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then so the next step is basically so because you open the product, you are the owner of the product itself, and because you are the owner, you can claim the digital twin of the product. So the digital twin of the product is secure via a non-fungible token technology. So basically, so what we did is that we incorporated on the metadata, on the code, on the algorithm of the NFT itself, the precise information, the precise ID of this product, so that every NFT is connected with only one product, and only one product is connected with one NFT. Now, if you're experimented in the Web3 and decentralized world, so one thing that you see is that the user experience sucks. So you need to go to an app, go away, open your crypto wallet. It's it's not smooth at all.
Right.
And I believe that in order to bridge the gap, so we need to make it either invisible or beautiful. And this is what we have been working on. So basically here, so you interacted with the physical product, and you will receive the digital twin as a giveaway. So in just one click. So this is what happens. So what you don't see on the background, you don't see the decentralized app, the smart contract, the connection with crypto wallet, that we did. But in one click, I connected with the MetaMask wallet that I do have connected to my phone. And so what the users see here is that they can visualize the unique piece of digital art that is connected to this product. So this is just unique, as this product is unique. And the other cool thing is that the brand can give to the owner of the non-fungible token special benefit, such as giving us access to a special event, to special perk, to new product. They can be the first one to receive them and to claim them by owning this non-fungible token. And at the same time, if you are the owner of an NFT, you may also want to sell it. and we make a direct connection. In this case, you can see it with OpenSea, but we can do it also with Rarible, so with many different marketplaces for digital objects. So you, in one click, so you can go there and you can decide to sell it. In this process, so now we are touching the secondary market. A secondary market is a place where for a luxury brand, they have not so much control. But in this case, so we can put already on the smart contract some condition that if the product is sold the first time, the second time, and the third time, a percentage of the revenue can go to the manufacturer and to the brand. So we bring value back to the creator of the value itself.
So this bottle of wine, for example, the NFT that goes with it, if it's sold for $100, 2 years from now, and I bought it at $100. For 2 years later, I decide to sell it to you for 150.
Yeah, a percentage.
A percentage goes back to the manufacturer or the bottler here.
In this case, it's slightly different. So because we agreed that with the brand that a percentage of the revenue, of the first revenue and the revenue on the secondary market, they will go to a charity organization.
Oh, okay.
So which is
sure.
the Gorilla Foundation.
Okay.
So which is also linked to the
but
theme
that's
of
your
this
choice
wine.
how you want to do that. Sure,
absolutely.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Let me go to the last part.
Okay.
I mean, imagine that you buy a nice pair of shoes, and so you're very proud of your shoes, and you may not, you may want also not to wear them only on the physical world, but you want to show off with your shoes also on the metaverse platform in which you play, in which you spend a lot of your time. And you want to make sure that the people around you, they know that you own this product there and in the physical world. So imagine shoes, but it can also apply for a nice car, for a motorbike, and so on and so forth. And this is what we have been doing. So for example, here we connected so with the Centraland, which is one of the major Web3 platform. We integrated already the avatar that they have in the Centraland, so which is here, and by using this product, which is not a fashion item, is a cosmetic. So the thing that we can bring on your avatar on the Centraland is this additional spark that will show that you own this product on the physical and on the digital world.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, we are starting to push up against our clock here a little bit. So, but we appreciate you being on the show today. And we can find more information at authena.io. Just like that. So this is pretty cool, by the way. I think the thing with NFTs is that a lot of people don't understand a lot about how they can be used, and I think a lot of people made a lot of money, then lost a lot of money on them, in the last year or two. But in my opinion, in the world of authentication, the world of counterfeiting, I guess you could say, right? Which is kind of what this is, right? I mean, there is just so much here, and value, or there, these brands that have these value add, or they have the higher valuations on their products, so they're prime for counterfeiting. And so you as a consumer, I mean, nothing would make me more mad than to buy a bottle of wine from a particular company and then find out later that it's actually a counterfeit bottle of wine.
And
right?
It happens much more often than what you think about.
I think it's I agree with you. Way more than anybody can dream of. So this is a very unique solution to that problem. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
And go check them out again, Athena.io, or AI, excuse me. Why am I saying IO all the time? It is IO. All right, Athena.io. Check that out, everybody. And Michelle, this is it?
This is it.
All right. Well, Michelle, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
You.
You had a long day today.
It's been a long day, but it's been fun.
Yeah. go get that voice taken care of.
I will.
All right, all right. And this is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek. And thanking everybody for joining us for our continuing coverage of CES 2023. And we bid you all a good night.
Yeah. It's coming back in 1 second.
Hello, Amrock.
Yeah.
We are live with our first Friday at a weird time. Usually we do these at like 6. I know it's 8:30, but it's 5:30 for us.
Yeah.
Because we're in Las Vegas.
So we're actually a half hour early for First Friday.
Indeed we are.
Yeah.
We're in Las Vegas for the Consumer Electronics Show, or CES. I'm sorry, Linda, I didn't just say that. We're not.